2, I'll again be your play-by-play Kangas, and I'm joined once again by Smacks with the coolest background I've seen ever on a green screen, and I'm jealous, Smacks. I'll admit it.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this as well. I found it on a Google search on a whim. You know what? I'm gonna post it in the RiftMSTRS thing right now, in case anyone wants it. Let me go over there.
It's a Spirit Blossom background. Was this just like art that Riot published, or is this like with a specific skin or something?
Yeah, so this one, it's got here, let me unlock it. So it's got like the Ari right there. So
cool.
This is from the older one. This isn't the new art quite yet. I couldn't find anything about that. I assume because it's not
coming out of the tree.
Yeah, there are like spirits in there and everything.
Metal.
It's pretty neat.
I like it. Well,
yeah,
get that posted, and then everybody, if you want to check it out, you can grab that through the Discord. Thank you, Smacks, for doing that. And thank you, everybody, for tuning in to another day of broadcast. Let's catch everybody up to speed with our handy tutorial video as to what this entire event is, because this is only week 1, and there's a lot of weeks to go. The big news here that I always like to point out is that this is a Latin America and North America cross-region tournament. Anybody can join in if you get a team together over the 5 weeks of competition.
And this is just the first week. The first open qualifier is going on yesterday and today. We already had 4 teams qualify for that 6-point benchmark. There are still a lot of points left up for grabs. We're going to be seeing who is taking home that 15-point total today by the end of it, as that matters so much. We're getting the format of all the open qualifiers. If you were here yesterday, you already know all these matches in the top 8 are all best of 3. That's where we're going to be today again.
Exactly. The 3 qualifiers are for points. Top 3-point earners automatically go into the playoffs, which you can see here will be double elimination at that point. All best of 3s until I believe the finals was best of 5. We'll still get confirmation of that from the rulebook, but it's all for the prize pool. It's for money on the line in the off season. Smacks, can you believe it?
I can't believe it. I'm really glad that we're here, though. I'm glad that this is the universe that we exist in, where we get a bunch of games on stream for us all to watch and for the players to enjoy participating in, and that prize pool just makes it all the more sweet.
So that's the pool that everyone's competing for right now. We are only in the top 4 on day 2. We will play both semifinals matches, then we'll go into the 3rd place match, and then at the end, we will have the grand finals. And we had some really fun matches yesterday, Spags. I know we don't have any more LATAM teams, but watching them was super fun yesterday, and I'm hoping that they still show up again for the 2nd qualifier so we can get a look at Stamina, because we didn't even get to see Stamina on stream.
I know.
They were at Icons. That would have been sick.
We didn't get Stamina. We didn't get NME either. I'm betting that both of those teams are going to be here for next week's games. We're going to be getting a taste of what their gameplay is going to look like. I think we have a pretty good idea of how this meta is shaping just based off of yesterday's games, but I always love seeing new adaptations, and I know a lot of those players, we've seen them play it before. I'm sure that they've got some spice for us later on.
Exactly. They got 2nd place at the Team Liquid Summer Showdown. So they've already showed that they got the stuff. They just have to play up against KFC very early in the tournament. Random seeding for the first qualifier, just in case anybody didn't catch the show yesterday. For future qualifiers, it will be seeded based on placement in the qualifiers that you've already played in and the points that you've earned. So it should even out a little bit better, but that's just how it works sometimes when it's random seeding. Enemy versus KFC, the super team that we have. But the first match that we're going to highlight today, Smacks, is NXGL versus Imperius. Now, Imperius, I want to start with that because they're a team that we know a lot of the players from Suzaku, and it almost feels like this is kind of the rebirth of that roster.
Yeah, they've got both of the solo lanes, both Johto and Suki are returning from Suzaku onto this roster with a bunch of other pieces from around the rest of the space as well. My eyes are definitely on Dienzio on this roster. He's probably the most experienced player just in esports in general on any of the teams in this tournament.
Yeah, and their opposition, NXGL, with, of course, Riffle, the superstar weak side top laner. Looks like we're already in a pick and ban, and we're there. So I'll go quickly through here. Mecha, Osu, Sweet Tea, and I'm blanking on the last name. I don't think it lined up with what was on the website. But all right, Smacks, this is lightning fast through pick and ban. They already finished before we can even jump in.
Yeah, NXGL, they've got a confident dragon on their team, the Shyvana. First of its kind that we've seen in this event so far, at least on stream. They might have picked it earlier on, but this is the first time we're going to be witnessing it. Been a long time since I've seen a Shyvana in competitive play at all.
Competitive, yes. It has been terrorizing my solo queue experience. After yesterday, I haven't played much on 3.5 or 4, but I just played a little bit this morning before hopping on the show, and Shyvana was actually wrecking me. So I'm getting flashbacks right now to my solo queue experience. Imperius, though, very different look of a comp. This is, I would call this basically a 1-3-1 comp, where you have two different side laners with Camille and the Kassadin, Galio to back up either of them if they're getting ganked or, overloaded on, but then decent core between the Wukong, Lucian, and Galio in the mid lane. Interesting style for Wild Rift. We haven't seen too much of this at competitive levels.
Pretty wicked engage from Imperius, I have to say. The Wukong Camille setting up for the Galio, and then Kassadin just cleaning them up, with Lucian just bouncing around, Still not expecting a lot from Lucian, to be honest. We saw a lot of Lucian yesterday. Didn't really feel like he was that strong, but I think in this core, you don't really need to rely as heavily on a Lucian to deal most of your damage when you have everyone diving in together. So I think this is going to work pretty well for Imperius. That being said, I think this is also the first Karma game that we've had in this event, but not because it's uncommon, because it's been banned every other game.
That's a good point. The double support item starts for the Dragon laners. It seems like something that Karma could abuse very easily, so we're expecting that. Closer look at the rosters here. NXGL, they got the team logo up! Let's go! Ooh. Oh, that's beautiful. I love that. And Imperius, don't worry, we'll draw you one at some point today. We will get you a logo.
Yeah, we already had a good idea for it, right? We had the capital I with the rook notches on the top. I think that can be really good if we, you know what, we can just draw up a concept for them. If they want to take it to a graphic designer afterward or something, then make it look pretty. I think we've got a good idea rolling here.
Exactly. We're just the, the marketing team. We're not the one that actually draw the thing. We just give you the content. So, you're welcome. Game 1 loaded into the Rift here, and surprise, surprise, support items for both teams' bot lanes. So that means we won't see as much roaming I would expect out of Galio, who I believe, that was deceived in the bottom lane. So, Kodoamatsak, I'm not going to try it. It's deceived. That's what we're going to call him.
We were told yesterday by one of our Naruto fan friends that this is a Naruto reference.
Okay.
I've never seen the show.
Kodoamatsukami.
That sounds right, based on the letters in front of my eyes.
Something like that, sure. I tried. I gave it my best go. But also, I'm done too is Tsuki. I'm done is Johto. So we will be calling players by the names that we know them by and not necessarily what's on screen. But we do see some action in the bottom lane right now as level 2 hit. But level 3 for Sweet Tea actually means that this could go well for NXGL. Zio slowed down. Couple summoner spells used. Is he going to survive? Oh, he flashed back in, looking for the damage. But Sweet Tea was there to push him back. Oh, now
wow.
Mecha actually pain. Okay.
Everybody low in this play. Roam for Garen.
Well, I didn't even realize there's a Garen mid lane that Osu's piloting, and he's dead. 2 kills picked up for Imperius as they are getting active in this early game. 2 minutes in, we already had essentially a 4v4.
Few things we need to address here. First of all, the Dragon Lane trading is going crazy already, and it's to be expected. We have a double-ranged Dragon Lane duo. That's a lot of power you can get very early on. Galio not able to do a whole lot in just that 2v2. But once it becomes a 4v4, then all of a sudden you're still taunting everybody. So you're going from taunting 2 people to 4 people, and everybody crowd controlled. It allows for Wukong to get all the spread damage, Lucian as well, weaving autos in and out. Imperius just able to win larger team fights this early on a bit more, even before their ultimates are here. That's a good sign.
Let's see what they can do with that gold lead. I also want to say right now, somebody take a screenshot of the builds and let's put our predictions in. How many Black Cleavers are we getting this game? Because I see 3 pages. I'm assuming Mecha's going to the Triforce. I'm going to assume. But,
yeah, maybe.
I'm just saying. That's a lot of pages on my screen right now.
That it is.
Another engage coming in from Deceived, but they do have support from the jungler. Mecha jumps in, has ultimate available, and gets a kill for NXGL.
Zio not able to flash out. It was used very early on, and Mecha, the confident dragon, ready to go for a very early gank. Is this how your Shyvana experience has gone so far, Kangas? This is what happens?
Well, I'm not gonna lie, I haven't been ganked this early by the Shyvana, but the problem with her is that dragons feel very impactful right now. The early dragons teams are just throwing themselves away for it. Okay, we get another kill down there. So this is a very active Shyvana that's actually getting kills, but it's being answered top lane by Imperius. They want one for themselves. Monkey versus dragon, both getting fed.
Imperius a bit delayed on the response play, if I'm honest, but it's just so that they had these ultimates available. Both of them already used in conjunction. This is what I expect to be done throughout the rest of this game as well. The ultimate power of Imperius, so strong in the team fights. So just the fact that they're already using them super well in just a 2v1 gank, it's a good sign for sure.
And Pain, the jungler here, I mean, talking with... we saw Rumi's pop-off performance yesterday in the jungle, and then everyone was like, wait till you see Pain. Wait till you see this guy come in. And we were very impressed with the Lee Sins yesterday.
Yeah.
Pain had incredible pop-offs there. Now fed on the Wukong with the Divine Sunderer. Eyes on the jungle for Imperius. How much can he get done?
Objectives spawning. We have to see whether or not Imperius' ultimates are actually going to be available for this, because they did just use them slightly desynced with the timers up in that Baron lane. You can see on the right of your screen, Suki and Pain actually don't have theirs quite yet. So if they want to go for these objectives, they're going to have to delay it just a few seconds. But it looks like NXGL aren't really too rapid on the approach either.
Yeah, they have Shyvana. They want to sack these dragons, so grouping everybody here, but it's answered by Imperius. We could get a straight-up 5v5. I will say I like NXG's comp more at this early in the game going for the fight. You're fighting into a Kassadin who's level 8 and has 1 item completed. Like, Jotu's not going to be able to do much here.
Certainly doesn't feel like it. Kassadin, a very scale-focused pick, scale-focused on the items as well. This is not as early as you want to fight with him, but that doesn't matter.
You lose your AD carry, it's tough. Platinum in trouble, flashes away, and now the team engages away from the Ashe. She's trying to get closer, but look at I'm done. Jotu gets onto Platinum, pops the Ashe, doesn't have a front line anymore, though, and they're lacking in damage. Jotu's going to have to do a lot right now, but it's all about the bruisers for NXG. They don't need their AD carry. They do damage elsewhere.
Imperius getting ahead of themselves there. You gotta wait in a game like this where you have the Kassadin. You have to make sure that scaling comes online. Noxian Glory, they get it done without that Kassadin even close. They already have these responses to the engages. Suki tries his best with the Camille ultimate. Just isn't enough damage.
Yeah, well, Ox on Platinum for a brief amount of time, but you nailed it right on the head there. It's fighting when they don't have the power to fight. Every champion has a curve of when they're strong in the game, and unfortunately Imperius, they're fighting when their champions are still ramping up. I will say, Jotu did get a kill though, so that will accelerate that curve. Pain, meanwhile, is top lane here. Looking at potentially Rife gets hit by the Ashe arrow. Now, spotted out, has to flash early just to escape the onslaught of the Noxian Glories.
Looks like NXGL are going to be taking both of the early objectives. Not a lot of punish here. Pain flashing out of that Ashe arrow before means it's very easy for NXGL to secure that. I have to point out something that I'm very disappointed by.
Yeah?
I thought that we could just leave this Ashe build in PC. Do we really need to bring it to this game also? This is so upsetting. I hate this.
It's the support Ashe, everybody. As okay, Imperius, they find a kill in the top lane. Mecha went for a gank, but really well read from Pain, and he's going to get another one. Double kill for the Monkey King. 4-1 on this champ.
Imperius, they're still very strong in these skirmishes. They're not quite ready for the 5v5 team fights, as shown earlier on the Drake. They can still get it done in that Baron lane, finding those kills. Very strong on the Monkey.
Yeah, now that I think about it, he's definitely not a king in the lore, right? Is he? I don't think so. Well, who is Wukong in the lore?
He's Master Yi's apprentice.
Okay, that's why I thought. I didn't remember if he taught Master Yi or if Master Yi taught Wukong.
Yeah, Master Yi taught him.
Okay, all right. Well, there you have it. Pain teaching Mecha some arts of jungling right now as well, and also the art of Pain. This is what it feels like to go up against this jungler. He does find ways to suffocate his opposition out of the game and continually get himself fed. And this is now basically 3 games in a row that we've seen that.
It really is. We haven't seen a whole lot of this jungler. Hold on 1 second, though.
Jojo might just die right here. Yeah. Ooh, Osu. Nicely done, baiting him in right there. Now Mecha jumps in because Pain trying to help out the mid laner. And now, has some backup support coming in. Mecha finds the outplay, flashing the taunt from Deceived. Even drops out the Rift Herald during the combo. That turret's going down.
Both Mecha and Osu using their flashes incredibly well to bait out skills, but Platinum, actually,
can he survive on a turret?
Yeah, I think he lives.
Yeah. Okay, and now, Osu's coming in here. He's got the Black Cleaver. He can chase this down. He's got the movement speed. Oh, Ziu! He's actually focused down instead. Everyone's gonna die! Noxian Glory popping off in the mid game, getting back-to-back picks.
Ooh, this is... Wait. There's a Kassadin stunned up.
Nah.
All right, they're fine. The pick control of Noxian Glory is really coming in clutch here. As much as I absolutely despise the concept of this Ashe build, I gotta admit, it's pretty powerful. I understand why you would do it.
Yeah,
and
it opens
we're seeing
up
that damage. Yeah,
it opens up the potential for Riffle, for Osu, for Mecha to be the carry. Speaking of, Osu actually in some trouble right now as Pain finding a 1v1. Will back off though. Doesn't want to chase too far into enemy territory.
See, the redemption popped there for Sweet Tea. An earlier activation on that spell now. I guess it's a spell. The enchantment on the boot. I think it's a spell.
Yeah,
they
call it
cut down the animation by a second because it doesn't deal damage anymore. So it's messing with my head because it's existed in PC for like 6 years now with the same timing. But
yeah, you know it's gonna mess with you even more.
Used to it, yeah. Oh, tell me.
I bet you Platinum's going to go for the Comet because that can help proc the Imperial
Mandate.
Mandate.
I hope so, yeah.
So then we're going to see 2 different colored circles coming down and have to guess as to which is which. That's going to be fun.
At least that one, like you said, it is a different color, so that's nice. They're purple, like the meteor. So I do like that one.
Okay, he's got the clone. He's fine. Dragons up, though, shortly, and this is what Shyvana needs. Stacking dragons. She will start to fall off if she's not consistently getting these. And also the build going for kind of this super bruiser build so she can actually do damage, meaning that maybe if it goes late and they don't have the dragons, she would be squishy. But if you stack those up, you get the free armor and magic resist, you're feeling really good as Shyvana.
Yeah, typically this is the point where you stop building damage items altogether and you try to just be as durable as possible. Usually on the bruiser items, you just need like 1.5 that give you damage stats. But none of that matters right now. We're just going to have to see what those items can do for Mecha right this second. He's got the ultimate, he's got his team behind him, and he has pretty solid positioning along with the Scuttlecrap on this Drake. Just has to be careful about Imperius's really strong engage threat.
They're just going for the steal. It looks like all of Imperius back off and say, give them the dragon. You just want to get the smite. No! Mecha gets it. Now can Imperius get out afterwards? They're actually kind of doing well right now. Imperius clean up the fight with Johto getting a triple.
Oh, I think we may be about to witness why Kassadin has been banned so often in this event, Kangas. That is a lot of gold going over to this very, very scary scaling champion. Both scaling items are fully stacked up now, full Seraph's Embrace, full Rod of Ages, at level 11, so almost at full item or full ultimate capacity here. I'm getting worried.
I got baited at the beginning there. I saw Johto in the bot lane. I saw Suki in the mid lane. And then Pain goes in. I was like, okay, I guess they just go for the steal. They're not going to go for the fight. But then pincer maneuver, baby. Everybody collapses in. And then Noxian Glory, maybe their battle lines just weren't correct. I didn't get a look at how they were actually positioned at the start of that. But yeah, because of this now, like all those things you said, and Johto even gets the armor item as well, so they are primed to pop off.
It is pretty hard for Noxian Glory to survive these engages, all things considered. They have some strong pick threat with the Ashe. They have some ways of staying in a fight, but you can't necessarily avoid all of the crowd control that's rained down upon you with the Wukong Cyclone, the Grand Entrance, the Hero's Entrance, I should say, from the Galio Ultimate. Every knockup imaginable is rained down upon you, so you kind of just have to hope that you're bulky enough and you deal enough damage, which didn't end up being the case.
Or get picks like this, try to chain the CC. He's got the ult, flashes away, and Johto now level 12. Has a relatively short cooldown for that ultimate gets away. So a decent amount expended from Nox and Glory, but not as much as Imperius used to defend.
This is a good 1v1 test, actually. Who can win the 1v1? Oh,
it's not fair. Yeah, it's a little bit of a cheat here as Pain shows up. I think Riffle was doing pretty well right there. Yeah. Might have been favored to win that, but with Pain here, Riffle's buying a lot of time. It's flash out of Pain. That's not too bad.
It would have been a good test if the Wukong didn't show up. We might have been able to see some inkling of a 1v1, but no such luck. Zio taking quite a bit of damage underneath that turret. Can't defend it. And Noxy and Glory are still trading on the Rift in some ways.
Ooh, Tsuki still pushing in bot lane, though. Camille in the side lane doesn't even have the Hull Breaker, but still can take turrets very fast. Nicely done there. I wonder if you'll go for the Hull Breaker eventually. Osu has one, so if you're trying to match the Garen, it would help from the stat department. And back at Icons, we would see Camille's go for the Hull Breaker like third, sometimes even fourth item, just for the late game potential to end the game on your own.
I think the Blade of the Ring King sort of fills that niche also. You deal a lot of damage in that isolated 1v1, and you heal up a lot as well. Seems like a lot of these items that Camille is building are built around healing and sustaining in a 1v1, so maybe the read here for Suki is that he just doesn't need it. I believe the item is quite a bit weaker than its Icon's state, because everyone is building it, so that makes sense.
It's interesting that we've seen now 2, or is this 3 Garens that have rushed it quite early in their builds.
Yes. Yeah.
Still going for the side lane potential. You can take turrets quickly as Garen, but that means that you're not as tanky in moments like this. But Mecha says, tag me in. Jumping into 4, has to flash away. This is good for Imperius. If they can hold this battle line, they got the choke point, but now they're moving into NXG's choke point. Platinum trying to hold, but he's just the support Ash. Sweet Tea over the wall, taking a lot of damage. You gotta be careful. Zio gets the kill. Oh, Sweet Tea not respecting the range.
Dragon Lane duo down for Noxy and Glory, and it's going to be another structure with the Rift Herald up in that Baron lane. Only one more inner turret remains, and now Imperius, we were getting worried in those 5v5s very early on. It feels like now that Kassadin is online, that was the big damage dealer that Imperius still needed to be activated on their squad so that those 5v5s could actually lead to good outcomes.
Ooh. Kind of surprised Mecha and Riffle didn't commit more for that there. Is they're afraid there could be backup for Imperius. Yeah, the game state. It started off looking good for Noxy and Glory. They got the first dragon. They had a decent showing around the bottom half of the map, but there's been a couple big moments that Imperius have just kept themselves in the game. I think that Johto getting that earlier kill was actually huge. Now 4 and 2, getting towards a 4th item. Like, it's not going to get easier for Nox and Glory.
Yeah, especially if Johto can keep his mana bar up in these fights, then Kassadin is just completely unbeatable. Ash Arrow goes to the wayside, and Kangas, I don't think Nox and Glory
Pain's in! Whoa! Pain's in! 4 champ knockups! Mecha says, alright, I'll be the front line, I'm gonna dive forward, but taken down. Guardian Angel pop, still alive right now. Osu's got a front line for a little bit to try and save Mecha, but as soon as Mecha's up, he's back down. Unstoppable for Johto. 6 and 1. Can he get the triple right here? Not quite, as you do fall down. This is actually huge from Riffle. Massive hero play right there to try and turn it back around into his team's favor. Oh, Tsuki's stunned up. The Ash Hero! Riffle's got it! Platinum and Riffle! The tag team combo! Nicely done!
NXGL actually staying in the game rather well there. I was worried if they were actually going to enter this Drake pit. Turns out the fight wasn't even there to begin with. Imperius, they engage way, way far advanced. Kangas, they actually might get punished for this. It looks like Noxy and Glory can take this full dragon. There's no jungler alive on Imperius. If they can keep Galio out of this pit, I think it's theirs.
What a swing. This is huge for the Shyvana. Again, 3rd dragon. Oh, that's massive. All the free stats that Mecha is getting right there. The ability to reposition this fight was huge. Watch Pain. Pain gets a massive engage, but Mecha saying, I will sacrifice myself to save the team.
It's pretty wild. I'm kind of shocked that the Galio ultimate wasn't used alongside it. I think Deceived thought that the engage, just because he was standing right there already, was more worth it than using the ultimate, but I think it actually ended up being the wrong decision, because one thing that's really valuable with Galio ultimate is you give your team and your entire team a magic damage shield. I think that would have helped quite a bit alongside the knockup, but not the decision that was made.
Hard to get onto a Kassadin that's this level right now, Mecha, trying to chase him down, but yeah, hey, you're just not going to catch him. Level 14 here, it's really tough to stick on that champ. But props to Riffle. Even yesterday on the Renekton, would be behind in lane, but just come back in these key moments. Now it's about the bot lane here. The support's getting onto Zio. There's no flanks coming in here. Suki's still on the bottom side. Actually looks like he's a bit in a 1v1 scrap against Osu right now. But again, Hullbreaker Garen can hold off the Camille. And now they even have Platinum coming around. I don't know if these two can get enough damage in there. They get the stun. But here comes Deceived. Knock up onto Osu. NXGL bit off a little more than they can chew with this one. Mecha can maybe die them out though. Flashes forward, doesn't have the ultimate right now, still looking for more, but meanwhile, Johto gets a kill off screen. Everybody from Imperius is collapsing. NXGL spent way too much time out here. Yeah, Platinum's the sacrificial lamb. Oh, wait. All right, Johto. Yeah, we'll call that a style one. That's a style zone, yes.
Maybe he thought he was using Rocket Belt. Maybe he misclicked his boot enchant or something. Oh, Johto.
Ooh, if they pick Johto, this is massive. He gets over the wall, though. He's fine. No!
Oh,
they got him! Riffle! Again! Twice in a row, just sniping the Kassadin in the late game. Riffle is single-handedly keeping NXGL in this game.
You know what would have been really helpful there is Stasis enchant.
Don't say it. Don't do it to him, Smax.
Noxie and Glory, they've still got their jungler alive and ready to enter this pit. No Dragon Stance anymore, though.
As Guardian Angel, though, walks up, gonna get popped. Guardian Angel down. Oh, and now Dookie's joined in as well. Mecha's just gonna die. What more can NXGL do? Riffle, can you be the hero? It's Osu that actually gets the first kill onto Deceived. And now Tsuki in trouble in a 1v3. Everybody else has retreated. NXGL do it again. This time Osu, the one getting the kills. But Smax, we are into the late game, and it is back and forth between these teams.
And you know what team we've seen win the late game the most this weekend is NXGL. They always have found these comeback victories, even though they haven't been necessarily super strong in the early game. They might be finding it right now, too.
Okay, maybe Imperius get the pick they want, though. Sweet Tea was a little far forward there. Back in enemy territory. Osu's here. Riffle's here. Osu flashing forward. Really wants to chase this one kill. Gets it onto Zio. Pain is out, though. Pain seems to be the troublemaker on the side of Imperius, and that's a flash forward from Riffle trying to get on top of the monkey. He's very slippery, but they got him! Rampage for Osu! And NXGL taking down the enemy jungler. They can look at Elder Dragon.
Oh, I think they've got it right now, too. Already they've got the first 3 Drakes in this game because they've rallied around this objective so well. We're realizing why they decided to pick the Shyvana so early on into this draft. If you're this good at taking the dragons, why wouldn't you pick Shyvana? As now they can use all that power and likely take the Baron. The enemy jungler is still dead.
Johto's got to do something crazy here. You're the late game cast in full build. You're 1v1ing a Garen, and you're not necessarily winning. Okay, no, that's a lot of damage. Osu has to back away. They're on Baron. It is not spotted yet, but now Deceived sees it. So can they get in the pit? Can they do anything? Johto, you got to look for something crazy right here. Maybe get onto Platinum. Maybe get onto somebody else. He goes and he steals it! What? Johto steals the Baron with the Kassadin, but can they survive the fight afterwards? Riffle is popping off with the double kill. Onto the back line. Platinum down. He's down. Triple to the Enzio. And Imperius just did it with the Baron steal quadra kill. How did they make that happen? Bringing back the game for the clutches of defeat.
They won this game. Imperius won this game. They do it against 4 dragons. Stealing the Baron was Johtu's final wish in this game, and his wish came true on that shooting star. Imperius taking the first game, denying the comeback from Noxian Glory, 1 step away from the finals.
What just happened? That was literally just both teams sharing, like, okay, no, you get the lead. No, you get the lead. No, you get the lead. All right, we'll take Elder Dragon. All right, well, we'll take Baron and win the game. Insane individual performances from 2 members that I want to highlight here. Riffle on the Riven, keeping NXGL in the game, turning the play in the mid lane, turning the play at the Elder Dragon. And then Johtu at the end there as the late game Kassadin. Such a hard champ to deal with.
Whew. The late game Kassadin stealing the Baron is so nasty, but after that happens, that fight is all Zio.
Yeah,
Quadra kill on the Lucian. This is a champion that we've been very unimpressed with all throughout this weekend. And that's the performance that we know Lucian can put up. So that's why I've been disappointed, because I know that it's possible, but Zio pulls it off, showing that it takes a master to bring out the Purifier. And
highest damage in the game.
Masterful performance.
On Lucian in a late game with a Kassadin, with a Camille, with a 4 Dragon Shyvana. That's actually insane right there. Imperius showing that, they are the team. Based on what we saw yesterday and based on the rosters and what I know about all these players, I had expected at the end of yesterday it would be Imperius versus KFC in the finals. But after that performance, NXGL are saying, no, we are strong contenders, and this series could be the first to actually go 3 games finally. They were all sweeps yesterday, but NXGL, they just never give up. Riffle never gives up. You're down 1-4 on Riven, and then you're like, nah, let's turn that around. Let's go like 7-5 by the end of the game, just casually.
Yeah. Very impressive stuff from a lot of the players individually. I don't think anyone like played poorly at an individual level in this game. I think they all showed some really strong promise. We might have to go back and watch a lot of those team fights just over again to see maybe there's some differences that we could see moving forward. I think especially for NXGL, they're thinking like, probably should have smited that Baron. Not giving it over to Johtu.
That might have been helpful. Kassadin does a lot of burst damage. If you use your ult into, I believe, is it the first? I don't actually remember first, second, or third ability, but whatever the sweep is. I mean, once you're full build and your all of your abilities are maximized, you just literally can use like 3 abilities at one time, and that's more damage than the smite probably does at that moment. Not knowing the math, but it's definitely comparable.
I bet it is. I bet it's more damage than smite. You just have to layer it very well, and it seems like that's what Johtu did. It sounds like we actually are going to get a replay of that fight, so I'm very excited about that.
Let's take a look.
Oh, yeah. So, interestingly, Zio's not even here when the fight actually begins. It is just Johtu.
244. Mecha missed the smite. Oh, that's heartbreaking. That is a smiteable number.
Over the wall was where he was firing so heavily onto the whole team here. Not getting the pentakill. I bet he's a bit beat up about that. But quadra kill's just as good, I feel. And you definitely are happy if you win that game. Super close. I would bet that's one of those games where the teams have no idea like who's actually ahead. It feels like with the Dragons, that's probably something that Noxian Glory were thinking that it was probably them, but they were actually wrong. They were never ahead in gold in that game. True. It's just the Dragons that kept them moving forward in that one, which probably means that Imperius need to focus a bit more on that objective, because you got to remember back to the early game, they actually lost both of the first objectives in that one.
True. The initial Herald play from NXGL was also really quick and fast. I will say, I think that the gold lead being on Johtu was the difference maker, especially. The Kassadin being able to do what they did was pretty massive there. Even though not the highest damage dealer throughout the entire game, at the end there, even with Quadra Kill going to DNZO, you could tell Johtu was doing a lot in that last fight. The burst from Kassadin is kind of insane at that point in time. So now it's all up in the air, Smacks, you know. Do you think this is the first 3-game series? Are we finally gonna get there?
I hope so. I feel like both these teams are very evenly matched. I think that game really was just the difference of, do you smite the Baron or do you give it over to Kassadin? I think that very easily could have been the exact moment where NXGL lost, but it's still a best of 3. They haven't lost a series yet.
True, and there's a chance to ban Kassadin this time around. I will say, the Karma, we got to see Karma get through and Kassadin get through. Karma didn't feel as oppressive as I was expecting her to feel.
You think so?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't quite get that like sense of, oh, she's completely busted. Maybe it's just because that she's not the flashiest champion, so it's sometimes difficult to tell really what she's bringing to the team.
I think the lane was pretty good. The lane pressure into the Lucian Galio was pretty nice, and the AoE shielding for your whole team, I really appreciate that on a team that just has like a lot of champions that run around in the middle of a fight. Like you said, it's not very flashy, so I think just from like a health bar numbers standpoint, I bet the difference there for having a Karma and not having a Karma is pretty big. No Kassadin this time though. That's correct.
Fair enough. Karma might make it through, but Kassadin will not. It was a big issue for NXGL in game number 1, so they don't want to have to deal with that again. Imperius now get to decide what their final ban is. And they could just go for the Karma if they really want to. Otherwise, the Shyvana, I think, is another angle, because the Shyvana is just so hard to deal with if she gets rolling. Okay, it is the Karma. And I guess if you're not going for the Kassadin, you can draft something that will have more pressure for early dragons, so you can try and shut down the Shyvana in other ways too. I do like this.
Yeah, one thing that we didn't really address in the last draft was that with the Garen mid, it was very clear that they were trying to deny the Kassadin early game, trying to drop a physical damage carry in that same lane, so Kassadin has a hard time farming. I think they ended up over-indexing on that, because they did already have a Riven in the team, right? And I think Riven already accomplishes that once it gets late game. We did see that Riven was pretty strong for Riffle, as you said, very strong team fights. So I think that might have been another pit that they fell into in that last draft, but we don't have to think about that. Kassadin is banned, and we already have a few very different champions here for NXGL. Very similar frontline, I'd say, with the Renekton and the Set, but different in the way that you have more direct crowd control than the Riven and the Garen.
It is two really good Black Shield targets. Like, if you Black Shield either of these, they can just walk in and be CC immune and then just make things happen in a team fight. I like Set a little bit more as that just, we're going to start the fight tool. Because if he just ults in with the Black Shield on and then just, you know, face breakers everybody, it's like, yeah, the fight has started. You're not going to stop that from happening. But Renekton's also a good secondary target. So Imperius, they have two options when I see comps like this. You can either opt to go for your own front line and try and match them, or you can try and go for the more kite back style and just avoid them, poke them out while they're trying to run at you. See what they opt for here. Okay,
more
let's engage.
I mean, yeah, it's more of both, really. They still have those options. The knockbacks are pretty wild. We saw Imperius play very, very well with these specific champions in the first game that we saw them. They won't have Lee Sin this time. So that's the other knockback champion that we saw in that first game. But 2 out of 3 is not half bad, and there's certainly other options to play with. I'm loving the respect on Pain's name when it comes to this Lee Sin ban. I feel like a lot of the series are going to have that with the Lee Sin performances that we've seen already.
I'm also going to predict 2 more jungle bans here from NXGL. If you've identified that he hasn't locked it in yet, no, it's actually the Akali. I feel like Wukong ban's got to be around the corner. Like, his Wukong was also pretty dirty. No!
Well.
Okay! So it's just the Lee Sin that they're afraid of.
Yeah, that one, the Lux, I don't think Lux is a good mid laner. So I feel like that is a read that Lucian is going mid for Imperius. And that actually could end up being the case, because Ziggs is another one of those flex picks. It could be Lucian mid, could be Ziggs mid. Either one of them works. So Imperius still leaving a lot of up to the interpretation of how you want to see this draft going.
I'm wondering where Gragas is going then, because we've seen more Gragas mid if he's not support, but Alistair support, so I would assume Gragas top, maybe Gragas jungle. I don't know what Gragas jungle clear looks like right now. Xin Zhao though, okay, that's a clear I can understand. This is another Black Shield target, just run it and make things happen, and it definitely matched Mecha's play style from game 1.
NXGL still focusing very heavily on the death ball, the 5-player
Orianna.
run at you and try to just stay in the fights as long as possible. Akshan deviates from that a bit, but you do want to be a bit versatile in your draft, I guess. You can't just all run in melee.
This is a lot of physical damage. I don't think Morgana is going to provide enough AP to really warrant magic resist building. And Olaf locked in for Imperius. So they have some range with the Ziggs, with the Lucian. Sure, they can play around with that, but they can also just itemize armor and then try and absorb the initial engage coming in from NXGL. I don't see how this Akshan fits what the rest of the comp wants to do.
Yeah, I think it's meant to be like a cleanup sweeper at the end of a fight, maybe, like playing on the outskirts. But if that's the case, I mean, you definitely rather have like a Zed or an Ari, but all of those are banned away, like the Akali as well.
Yeah.
Maybe just kind of ran out of options.
I wanted Orianna.
The
I wanted Orianna plus Morgana shielding on your like Xin Zhao. Just let him carry the game. But Akshan's somebody that he wants resources. So now you have a lot of champs that want to get some gold under their belt so that they can actually start coming online.
I mean, for Imperius, that's kind of true of them also. The damage is pretty limited, I'd say, for Imperius just as a whole. You don't really have a lot of burst, I think is the big thing. Like, Gragas, you can go full AP, but you also, like, I don't really know what you do after that. Like, you throw in your ultimate and you do like 40% of someone's HP, but like Olaf, he can chase down one person. I think Lucian can also chase down one person. Imperius, I feel like, are going to have a tough time trying to do that to Set, Xin Zhao, and Renekton. Like, there's 3 of those targets. You kind of only have enough burst for one of them.
And again, with the Black Shield on top of that too, you're not like your Alistar or your Gragas, they won't be able to peel as effectively as usual. I mean, you can still blow through the Black Shield and then use your CC afterwards, but oftentimes in the middle of a fight, much harder to actually, you know, process all of that information and then execute it correctly. There's a lot of animations that happen in the middle of team fights. Interesting drafts from both of these teams. I still am leaning more to NXGL's side. I do still like their core. The Akshan, I'm holding expectations for as to how they're going to utilize him. But I see the promise here.
Yeah, I like NXGL's comp quite a bit more also. I think Zio playing the Lucian, if that is what he's doing, if it's not going to be mid lane Lucian, I am excited about that. He did look pretty good on the Lucian in the last game. I feel like the double relic shield is helping the hyper carry aspect of the dragon lane a lot, because you just get a lot more gold, a lot more safety also, and you can get to those item spikes earlier than your opponents. So excited.
Now that I think about it, the Akshan might just be the counter to the Lucian mid. If they just said, we want to pick something that can match the Lucian range, and I don't know necessarily trading patterns. I haven't actually seen that matchup like too closely, but in my head, it feels like Akshan wouldn't have too big of a deal actually, you know, trading with Lucian and trying to match him. And then you can roam around much more effectively than the Lucian. So you're basically neutralizing the matchup and the range damage mid, and then you could just link up with Xin Zhao later on and, you know, be a little more impactful. Which might mean that it's forcing Lucian bot lane and Ziggs mid lane to just do wave clear, which Akshan can still do the same thing then. If Ziggs is just wave clear and, hey, grab your wave and then go invisible and walk away.
But is it even Akshan mid, Kangas? Because Osu just played Garen. I feel like Renekton's pretty similar to that, you know? Like Osu maybe on a bruiser kick for himself.
I don't know. I don't like the Renekton to Ziggs for sure. I don't know how I feel about it into the Lucian, but we'll see as we load in here for game number 2. Nox and Glory versus Imperius. Man, I just realized how closely like themed these team names are. Game 2, we're on the Rift.
Well, it's even funnier because Imperial was the name of the Noxian TFT trait not that long ago with the Swain and the Talon.
Exactly.
So maybe they are on the same wavelength.
Yeah. Do you think that they like planned this together?
Ooh, probably not, but it's fun to think about, you know. Sister teams, perhaps.
All right, so let's look at where everybody is. It is Gragas top lane with the Olaf in the jungle, and then Lucian mid against the Akshan. All right. Should be a fun matchup.
They both have Kraken. Oh, Riffle has Kraken Slayer too on Renekton. I haven't seen that before. That makes sense though, because you get so many auto attacks with your Ruthless Predator. I like that a lot.
It's kind of like
cool.
Pantheon taking it in multiple.
Yeah. That's true. So, Kangas, I'm hearing that on the VMix you are not audible at this time. So, as we try to figure that out, it'll just be me hanging out with everybody. Oh. It didn't sound like it. No.
Okay.
Oh wait, it's fixed. Kangas, you're back.
We're back.
Sorry for that. Yes, we are. Anyway, as I was saying, I actually did not really like the Imperial trade in TFT. I thought it was pretty boring. I think, like, I don't know. That was one of my least favorite things.
Imperial Swain, baby. I love that.
Yeah, I mean, Imperial Swain, it was pretty neat, but he's like a 2-cost carry, and like I never found like a good item set on him. Maybe I'm just bad at the game, you know. I haven't really played the new set that much.
Oh, whoa! Flash is early. Osu, very far forward. Would love to see Johto actually look for something more aggressive there if Pain was ready for it. But either way, Flash traded for support and mid lane.
Yeah, we see. I do want to say real quick that Johto playing the Lucian is Zio giving him a lot of respect.
Oh!
And you know what? It seems like it's worth it. He gets the first blood.
The counter pick mid lane, obviously not working how I expected. Maybe my read of this matchup was way off because Johto just gets a solo kill with basically a full health bar.
Yeah. As I was saying, Zio not playing Lucian after getting that quadra kill and doing so well in the last team fight shows his mid laner a lot of respect. So we have an attempted gank, but there was a counter the entire time. Sasuke knew he was safe. I'm proud of Zio here for being happy with his teammates.
Yeah, you know, it shows that they're a team player. You know, don't have to be the superstar carry every single time. And now it's a competition as to who's the better Lucian. So that's gonna be fun for the viewers.
Ooh, yeah. If Johto gets a pentakill, oh boy.
Oh. That'd be rude, honestly. Here's a roam coming in from Osu saying, all right, if I can't win my lane, maybe I can help out another, but Suki fine on the tank. Gragas going for a full tank build, it would appear. A Sweet Tea now in the mid lane here onto Johto, doing some damage, but the Haymaker goes wide. Now Pain's joined in along with Deceived.
Oh!
Knocking some people around, but can they actually kill him? Oh! Ooh. Just barely. Xinjiao ult negating the damage from Zig's ult. But I didn't even see what got the kill. Was that like a red buff or something? It was something that was on him.
It might have been the Kraken, because the last auto attack landed, but I think it was the Kraken, the third auto from the Kraken, maybe the damage is delayed or something? I don't know. Could have been also minions or something, but regardless, it does go over to Johto. 2 kills on the Lucian all of a sudden.
Oh, that's a Bork.
Yeah, pretty strong.
Oh, boy. 4 minutes in, feels pretty good, as here opposition in lane is sitting on just a BF sword. Johto is primed to take over.
Mm-hmm. And he's the big marksman on this team. Also, I mentioned before that Imperius lacking damage. I don't think that's really true anymore. Once your mid laner has this large of a lead, I think he can really start to break apart the front line tanks on Noxian Glory.
Interesting that Osu is actually able to complete an item as well. Slightly cheaper in the build and doesn't have the boots along with it, but still staying relevant here in the mid lane matchup. As I mean, I say that, but Johto's going back. They're literally don't even want to see each other in lane anymore. They're just like, no, you get a wave and then back, and I'll get a wave and then back.
I think Osu's tired of it. After getting solo code like that, you just wanna farm up. You know, down 1,000 gold doesn't feel good. You have to imagine. So I understand. I've definitely been there myself.
And now they got the Ziggs in the mid lane for the wave clear, so we can just keep this shoved out as the objectives have spawned. A lot of teams have been doing this fairly common move at the competitive level. This gives you the best opportunity to roam to either the Rift Herald or the Dragon. If you have your support and mid laner in the same area at the center of the map. Let's see which one the teams try to prioritize. We have an engage. Steve goes in. Mecha's fine. Oh, okay.
Zio might not have been fine, but that satchel really helps him out, zone all the enemies away from him. Right back to farming the mid wave, trying to get that push down. Still has the Ziggs ultimate also, so the threat range here for Zio is very high.
And it's Imperius that are first to the Dragon right now. They have a shove in the bot lane. NXG have approach angles, though. They even have a pincer, but their lower half of the pincer is just Nick Shaw. Not the best. Oh! The Alistair ultimate stopping the showstopper from coming in. And now he's frontlining. Deceive just doing all the work right now, buying time for Tsuki to come in and body slam NXG. Fight win for Imperius, and
a third kill for Johto. Also, the members of the Suzaku roster are on the board. Kangas, 3 kills mid, 1 kill in the Baron lane. Imperius are looking very strong. They even get the first dragon of the game. This is what I wanted to see from them as far as improvements are concerned. Play better around those objectives. Play a little slower, a little more calculated. Assess the situation before you get into it. And it seems like they've taken that advice.
NXGL are first to the Herald, though. They're hoping that on the resets they can get something for themselves, and they do. Down 5,500 gold when you're down to the series. Rough spot to be in, and now they're looking for a fight here. But look at Zio's positioning. Beautiful from the Ziggs. Can just keep throwing out bombs while the front line does their thing. Now Tsuki could be in trouble. Very low. Sweet Tea doesn't have the Haymaker anymore, though. Cooldown is used, so another kill picked up. And a big engage from Deceive to keep it going. 4 kills for Imperius. Yeah, you got the Herald NXGL, but that was a pricey objective.
Oh yeah, Imperius are completely okay with that objective trade. They already had a massive lead. They already know that they're super, super strong on these team fights. And it just goes to show that even if you give over an objective, it can still be a good thing for you. Because Noxian Glory, they use so many of their cooldowns, so much of their damage and HP on taking that Rift Herald. And Imperius also just knows exactly where they all are. So again, they can go for these very calculated plays where they assess the situation beforehand and they get to approach it with no holds barred.
Seems like NXGL, they are very talented individual players. I see a lot of skill being demonstrated, but sometimes the decision making in these big high pressure moments are what differentiates the top teams from the teams that are competing with them for those 3rd, 4th place spots. As Riffle yet again here in a side lane rarely gets the resources early, and again now put further behind. But we see NXGL making decisions to go for the Herald. The steal's great, but then the fight afterwards, you got to assume that they're going to be there. And then moments like this where, you know, pushing up a lane a little bit too far when there's something like a, you know, Gragas that can set up the gank. Okay, Sweet Tea.
Looking like it might be a 10-0 at this point.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's a 12-0 right now as Imperius get 2 more kills and don't lose a member. Oof, this is a massive gold lead.
Yeah, they got one in the Baron lane also at the same exact time. So Imperius really running over the Rift at this moment. Kangas, you were saying before that it might be a 3-game series, our first one, and I did agree with you at this time. My agreement has worn thin at this point.
I think Imperius are showing what happens when they're forced to play an early game comp rather than scaling with the Gasseted. Johto, he's got the skills either way and is popping off on the Lucian. I mean, NXGL, they've had a good run to get to this point. Still top 4, nothing to scoff at. They have shown that they have what it takes to hang out at this level, and now they're still going to look for even more here. Oh, wow. Tsuki! Nice. Buffering the ultimate in the stun. That was really well done, but we'll walk into Platinum here. Okay. Osu taken down. I think Tsuki's fine. Like, still tanky enough. Does a lot of damage still. I didn't even look at the build. That's still AP on that Gragas. So this is hurting for NXGL as the backup now arrives. Zio even gets away from Riffle, who used everything to get on top. And the cow says no! You're going down! You're going back to your fountain. Becca, you want some too? Get over here. Get over here. I'm going to slap you as well. I'm done. Tsuki, you can get the kill. I'm going to walk away now. Okay, maybe they actually don't have the damage to do this anymore. I'm getting worried, Tsuki. All right, Osu's here. Mecha goes back in. Tsuki should... Oh! All right, then. This is some gameplay, everybody.
Wow. That was some really good mechanical outplays that we just witnessed here. Deceived, Alistar. I mean, Not a lot of players are confident enough to pick this champion right now, but Deceived is showing us why the confidence exists for him. Really impressive stuff. I'm very inspired. I want to go play some Alistar myself now.
Yeah, right? If this is how my team's Alistar is played, I would be happy every game of solo queue in my entire life. All right. Furious. What do we call it? It was not the slip and slide, the water slide. We're in a full water slide territory right now. Let me tell you, everybody, it's more fun if you put your hands up. So I'm going to need everybody in Twitch chat right now. Put your hands up for me right now because, yeah, it's going to be a wild ride to close this one out. If Game 1's anything to say, look at Suki. He's just going nuts right now. These ults are huge, and Zio with a snipe and a killing spree gets another kill onto Osu Mecha. No flash, and that's rough.
Dragon assist there also. Yeah. Oh, Platinum.
All right, okay. It's looking like the final line, the final plays. NXGL are just, you have a decision, everybody. When you're staring down this big of a gold deficit, you can either hang out in your base and hide, or you can meet your enemy on the battlefield, and NXGL are doing the second option. They will not go quietly into the night. They are going to continue fighting.
Well, it's a bit quiet if they're all dead, and they kind of all are. They haven't found any kills.
They're resting. But... It's nighttime. They're sleepy from exerting themselves, and now they have woken afresh, Smacks. That's the analogy I'm going for.
All right. Well, analogy or not, it is 21-0 right now. Imperius looking pretty good. They are just a few moments away from making it to the finals and sitting on that throne for a bit, as they don't have their opponents set in stone quite yet. That'll be for a series later. But until then, we get to see them walk around for a bit longer, see how many kills they can get.
One kill, NXGL. That is your mission right now. You're on the tank, probably not the one to kill. Maybe go for I'm done. There we go! A kill for NXGL as Johto is picked off. Now, can they survive afterwards? It's looking dire and looking unlikely. So a double kill to Pain. Looking for the triple. Zio will flash the wall onto Osu. That should be the game. 25-1, but it is not a perfect game. NXGL found their one kill.
They got one! All right, that's about as excited as I can get right now for NXGL.
It's about Imperius, the little things.
They are making it to the finals.
Going on to the finals for week 1. Oh, they even want another kill too. They see Sweet Tea behind their own lines, and they'll take him down. Imperius, almost perfect gaming their qualifier, and they will advance to the finals.
Nice stuff there from Imperius. They showed us a late game composition. They showed us an early game composition. I'd say one of those looked a little bit better than the other, honestly. Imperius showing some really solid stuff here in this second game on the early game champions. Johto in specific showing that he might still be the best Lucian player on his team. That's still up for grabs, I'd say.
I mean, that was a dominant performance. Was also 100% of the deaths for the team, though. So I don't know if that factors into who's the better Lucian.
Bad stat.
Yeah, it's not the best stat. But, I mean, if there's only one death, how much can you hold against them? Let's look at the stats again right here. It was Riffle that got the kill, too. Riffle, my boy. We love you. But it is Imperius that is going to be loved by the masses going into the finals. And now, yeah, Johto doing a lot of damage. Zio and Suki on the kind of like quasi AP slash health stacking Gragas build. That was big.
Yeah. I liked looks here from Imperius. Again, I have never questioned whether or not these players could look good mechanically. Same thing with the KFC team. It's really just going to be about how they work together, how they can grow as teammates, how long they stay together as teammates, because we are still in that very tumultuous off-season, I will say. These are all effectively amateur teams, and yeah, who knows what the offseason is going to continue to look like, but for now, I want to see growth together.
And that is the performance from multiple players that have played on either the best teams in the region at different times, so at Season 0, and then also that have even punched into the top 4 nationally at the WNS. A lot of expectations go with names like that, but then you have performances like this, and you're like, yeah, okay, I'm pretty safe to bet on these players to show up in these moments because of those kinds of performances. So well done to Imperius. With that said, we're going to send it to a short break here while we get ready for the second semifinal match. You're not going to miss it, so we'll be right back after this. Hello and welcome back, everyone, as we're preparing for our second semifinals of the day for Rift Masters 2022. First qualifier, day 2. There's a lot of numbers to throw at you and a lot of information, but thanks for being here with us is the point of all of that. We have, of course, KFC, the super team we've been hyped about all weekend, going up against Paradolia, their challengers, who had an incredible performance yesterday against DPE, and honestly had some of the coolest individual pop-offs that I've seen. Rumi in the jungle is somebody I'm very much looking forward to, Smags.
Oh, yeah. I feel like, based on the performance of Paradolia, the only 2 games that we've seen of all of these players, really, I think this could be the finals before the finals. Now, don't disrespect to Imperius, but, I mean, we all saw those games, right? Paradolia looked insane, and as we saw from Twitter yesterday from one Zello, that roster of KFCs is absurd, and I'm very excited to see them again.
Just absurd. It's crazy. Look at it. I'm not going to dive deeper into that one. The reason that we're so excited about KFC is because multiple of these players have at individual times throughout the year been on our minds about, are they the best in their role? Are they just the best in the region? A couple of lane swaps coming in to get everybody together, with Lamont support, Gume in the bottom lane still, but then Molly go into the jungle to help starting. And honestly, from the performance yesterday, I think that Molly was the biggest standout. Lamont had a crazy Lux game where he's, frontline DPS Lux for some reason. But I think Molly was the one that really impressed me from the 2 role swaps. It's okay, not skipping a beat. We know Molly has played jungle at the top tier, but it was really cool to see on stage.
Yeah, I think Ledmont needs some time to figure out how the role is going to work right now, because to me it seems like it's Enchanter meta, or mages as well. I mean, we've seen a bit of tanks as well, like the Alistar game from last game. Very, very strong. But it seems to me like you have to be able to play things like that Karma, the Lux, the Janna we've seen a bit as well. That doesn't really shout Ledmont to me in a very meaningful way. So if that's going to be something that KFC continues to pick, needs more games on it, I think.
I imagine Lamont being the playmaker support. He's going to be the one that looks to make action happen. I'm thinking Pike champions thing that he would want to pilot. I'd love to see that today. Yeah, but we'll see what they bring to Paradolia here. Save the Babies also in the top lane. I think somebody that had a decent enough carry performance. It's tough when Rumi's the one stealing every single kill and getting all the attention from us throughout the game, but the kind of pieces around Rumi are also pretty solid. I do agree that Paradolia should be good competition for KFC, even if KFC are still favored to win this or win the whole tournament.
Yeah, we brought it up yesterday, but we don't know if Paradolia just played against one of the weaker teams in that top 8 game, or if they are just the real deal. This is the test today. Are they strong enough as individuals, as a team, as whatever, to take down this team that's just built of the best players that we've ever seen on the screen?
Yeah, at least in North America, right?
Yeah, sorry. I should have said that there.
Hey, it was assumed, but I just want to make sure. Yeah, and Paradolia, like you had said, how strong was the competition in the quarterfinals with random seeding? We don't know. We didn't get to see all the games that happened off stream. They're also best of ones. Sometimes if you have just a cheesy strat or something crazy happens in the early game, that will win you the game automatically. So best of ones plus not knowing who their opponents were means that we're holding off a lot of our expectations for Paradolia, but we're hopeful, and at least I am, because I do see a lot of strong individual performers on the team. Catch up on bans. Karma still banned. Kassadin on the table. If either of these teams chooses to not take it away, I could see a player like Starting go for the Kassadin.
And Noli Sinban from KFC. We saw it in both of the games of the last series, taken away from Pain. They're leaving it up for Paradolia to select, unless they want to deny a first pick. Which I guess, I'm
trying to remember.
Molly's probably good at Lee Sin, I bet.
Oh, I would assume. I feel like Rumi, if I remember correctly, was a Lee Sin in a Kazakhs game yesterday. I think so. I know there's a lot of Wukong played as well, but I'm not sure. If anybody remembers, shoot me a message and let me know. But the Kazakhs is the one that I remember because he was getting so many kills. He was just insanely fed on that champion. that's also on the table here for Rumi, still depending on how they like their comp and what they want to go for. We don't see a final ban right there from Paradolia, and we have confirmation right now that they did not lock in a ban. So,
who needs
welcome
it?
to off-season Wild Rift, everybody.
I personally don't need it. Although before we even talked about it, I was considering that they might want to ban that Lucian, as we did just see some pretty solid games of it in the last series. But they don't ban anything, and then KFC get to select that champion for themselves anyway.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Paradolia, the Lee Sin's available.
And it's something that Stardian has shown incredible proficiency on. Gume, very strong Lucian as well, so they can flex it around. Paradolia taking away the Nami, so denying the very strong lane partner in the bottom lane Lucian. But now they're going to have to find something to pair with that themselves.
I believe Kyo was the one who was playing the Comet Mandate, or Nami, excuse me for a second. Yesterday. I'm pretty sure that's who was doing it, and I really liked that build. I'm really excited to see this again. I think it works very well with the Relic Shield strategy, and again, I still like it into the Thresh. You know, it's a fish into a hook. I think I made that joke yesterday. That matchup not very good traditionally, but I do like Nami into Thresh. I think the healing out sustains the damage.
It's a fish into a hook, but if we take lore into account, it's a merfolk into a Cursed Isles Reaper guy. So somebody figure out that rock, paper, scissors and how it interacts. But the Varus is what pairs with the Nami, and I believe this is actually what they played yesterday with this combination as well. Still, either of them can set up each other. If the Chain of Corruption lands, then you can land the bubble off of that, do a lot of burst damage, as well as the Renekton means that they have basically 3 forms of a hard CC. Most of it single target, but still, that's a lot of lockdown.
4, actually. You got bubble and the wave. So they're packing a whole lot of that into this composition so far for Paradolia. Kassadin off the board. I would have really liked to see that one picked by Paradolia in this instance, so glad KFC are taking note of that one. In teams that have a lot of lockdown and crowd control, Kassadin very adept at locking down those targets, so that ban makes a lot of sense. Paradolia will probably save their counter pick for their mid laner until later on, unless there is something that they want to deny. We've seen a lot of attention taken onto things like the Zed and the Akali and the Ahri. They could just decide to lock in one of those very early on here.
Okay, what do they go for? Vi's off the table. Kha'Zix still available. Maybe not the best into something like a Lee Sin and a Thresh. But if they want to go for it, Asmo shot me a message and said, in his opinion, Rumi's top champions are Kha'Zix, Camille, Lee Sin. Wukong's actually below Jax and Olaf in this list, so it is the Wukong. Could be a meta read. I do still think that Wukong's just very strong right now and brings so much to a team, so I do still like this for Paradolia.
Kha'Zix, Camille, Lee Sin, and Wukong sounds like type to me.
It does.
Very similar to that pool.
Yeah.
Going for the Wukong this time around. I think, the Kha'Zix was available, so just deciding to save that one for later, perhaps showing us a third unique champion in the jungle for Paradolia. If it's anything like the others, I'm very excited. Sion is here! Oh! It's our first Sion game!
Let's go! All right, Sion on release was absolutely stupid to play because nobody understood how to play against him. People are getting smarter now and actually avoiding your first ability and just kind of body blocking you if you're ulting shenanigans. So we'll see what they can do at the competitive level here for KFC, but I do love this champion.
I'm super excited for this. It's into the Renekton. This is the super tank of Wild Rift. And it's something that I've been really wanting to have in the game for a very long time, because if you think back to like what champions have been popular in the Baron lane historically, none of them have been tanks. Not even one, because you pretty much always have to build damage. And that's kind of a shame, because there are a lot of really solid tank champions in the PC version of the game. You could play things like the Sion, like Horn, like Cho'Gath in some instances as well. I remember like in the earlier stages of League of Legends, things like Maokai were there. None of those champions existed for a long time. Sion's really the first of its kind here.
I'd say Malphite's the only comparable one.
Yeah.
You still, like you said, would sometimes build like Rod of Ages and go for more AP builds on it, so it's not even true tank. And for anybody saying, oh, there's tanks, Darius and Garen are not the same kind of tank as Sion. Yes, they're frontline, you know, they can tank some hits, but Sion is a different level of tank and how just beefy he gets and how unbelievably hard he can get to kill. And even if you kill him, well, you got to kill him again, because now he's going to come back in his passive. So, KFC, oh, that's the most adorable little team logo. Kitsui fan club showing up against Paradolia.
It's a little devious kitty right there. Looks kind of similar to my cat, Victor, actually.
Oh. I just saw you post about your cats on Twitter earlier. Yeah. Adorable.
I did. Here, look in Discord at that picture.
Oh. All right. Well, this is, that's so cute. This is unfair. Twitch can't see this. All right, you'll have to post that on the RiftMasters Discord as well. But here we are, game 1 of our second semifinals for RiftMaster Qualifier 1, day 2.
Love it. I can't wait to see Sion. It seems like a Zello champion to me also. I always love when Zello is playing these champions that just have immense pressure in the side lane. I think that's where he works his best, and we're not going to reference the Immortals versus Rolster Y game right now.
Please do not. I cannot handle that. I think it's been referenced multiple times this weekend already, but
yeah.
The thing about this team and what I love about a pick like Sion for them, actually, I'll get back to that point because we got an all-in bot lane right now. Lamont getting very aggressive, but losing out on the trades here. The damage coming through. First blood for Paradolia. Solo gets it. Gume will trade, but it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Paradolia.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. In this Nami versus Thresh matchup, it's just a numbers game. Early on in the 2v2, you have more HP because of Ebb and Flow providing you with all of that healing. You just can't fight the Nami as Thresh this early on. It's very interesting because you think you'd be able to. You have all this crowd control, you have all this lockdown. It's just, you can't. The HP is too high.
And the damage on top of it, she's doing the best of both worlds.
Yep.
So Lamont Gume realizing that now, took the full brunt of it. Molly going for an invade here onto Rumi's jungle pool. For our reminder, if anybody's just tuning in, jungler Wukong here for Paradolia is Rumi, and the support is, I believe, Kyo. Was that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Yes,
and
Kyo.
The Dragon Laner named after my favorite Frank Ocean song.
Save the babies?
Solo.
Oh, Dragon. For some reason, I heard Baron Laner, and I was like, what? I'm very confused. All right, Solo. There we go. Also, best character in Star Wars, so there you go.
Oh. Not the best movie, though, by any means.
Yeah, you know, definitely.
I am not a fan of that movie.
Also, we're talking about Kylo Ren here, right? Spoilers for anyone who hasn't seen the new trilogy.
Got it. Yeah. I don't think you can. I don't think you have the right to be mad about that.
Right,
that movie's been out for 7 years now.
Oh, that makes me feel so old. Please don't say that. To say it's not true. That feels like how I personally feel like the prequel trilogy came out 7 years ago. Not the latest trilogy. Wow, I'm having an existential crisis on cast right now. All right, here we go. Wild Rift, baby! Video games! Gank on the top lane. Molly jumping out to save the babies, but you're fine.
Yeah. The Sion is just going to be impossible to break throughout the entirety of this game. You have to imagine, especially considering the entire lack of magic damage on the side of Paradolia. If Sion decides to build one armor item, kind of over. As far as your chances of killing him.
We haven't talked about the Zed pick, but it's interesting for a few reasons. One, high skill champion, so anytime I see a Zed, I'm immediately like, all right, this player has confidence in their own skill. You have to pilot this champion. Number two, I'm scratching my head as to what your goal is as Zed into this comp. Kill Gume? Sure, he's got exhaust. Kill starting, barrier plus Diana shield, very tanky. Okay. That sent into the bot lane helps out KFC greatly here, but they will lose Molly for it. So again, traded back.
Yeah, trade a 1-for-1 is definitely not what KFC was looking to do there on that play. You have to imagine, especially considering there's still a Varus that they didn't even like force to use any summoner spells. He's still there, still at full HP, wailing away at these minions. You really haven't denied much of anything in this lane. Yeah, you gave Gume a kill and you got a lot of gold, but you're still trading evenly across the board, and Paradolia staying afloat because of that.
And honestly, this is still impressive to me because the caliber of players on Kinsui Fan Club, what I expect from them, and already Paradolia showing they can hang. Flash from Save the Babies early. Molly still has some damage on him, but Save the Babies should be fine here, popping the Dominus as well. So ult down, Summoner Spell down.
I think it's going to be okay up there, especially considering Zello has left the premises. He is off to bigger and better things, trying to set up in the Dragon lane instead. And that's going to be good for Renekton, I think. You don't really want to deal with Sion anymore.
True. And it will just be a trade of objectives. Kinsui Fan Club spot the Dragon Take with their ward, but they say, all right, that's fine. We're going to go for the gold instead from the Herald itself. A point that I've been trying to make earlier about Zello, that now that we've got a slight amount of downtime I want to hop into. Team with all superstars means who gives up resources and allows the others to carry. A pick like Sion is kind of the epitome of that, right?
I'd say so, yeah. And especially in a position like this where you really only need one item to work, I like it a lot. Nice denial with the
might actually get some action up here. Oh, big from starting. Sees the highlight play, but Molly maybe baited into it. Nobody's dead from the side of Paradolia, and now they could actually look to turn the play. Rumi does have the Wukong ultimate. Kinsui Fan Club, they're really feeling themselves right now, but the execution, I mean, maybe the execution's there, but the decision-making, like, you just don't have the damage to get any kills, and now Rumi sees Gume. They jump on to the Lucian. Lantern's there. Gume does not want to take that Lantern, so Lamont is actually the focus, but now they turn back on a Gume, who has no Lantern to go to now, holding the flash. Sion's coming in. Zello could be the hero of the play right now. Rumi in trouble. Rumi down. Zello gets the kill. Turnaround from KFC. This is a scrappy fight, but I guess they'll take it, and they'll also just get a kill on the solo. Cool, let's go, Molly. Also lands the Sonic Wave. Oh, there we go. Molly putting in the work now. Went for the dive on the turret, didn't get that, but a triple kill is a nice prize.
I was ready to say that Molly looked a bit shaky on the Lee Sin with that previous play, trying to kick somebody underneath that turret after the play had already ended. Dies under there as well. Triple kill is a pretty good way to redeem yourself, I feel, after finding so many of those just by himself, scrapping up on the play. And KFC, all of a sudden, that's a 5,000 gold lead here, Kangas.
It is kind of ballooned slightly after the last series of events, going from 0-2 to 3-2 in, I think, under 30 seconds for Molly right there. That was literally death. Spawned in like 15, ran right back up, and boom, we're back into the fight. Crazy stuff. But the biggest thing is also that they get the turret, so that means that they can put Sion in this really long lane, try and chase people down if anybody steps up. Sion is actually pretty good gank setup. He can ult from out of Fog of War and then kind of force you into these awkward situations.
Yeah, do you see Baby trading with Sion up in that Baron lane right now? Do you see the HP bar that Zello has? He just took the entirety of Zed's 3 abilities. That's his health.
Yeah, it's helpful when your passive just gives you free HP, and then also you're encouraged to build full tank because you scale off of it. Yeah, welcome to Sion, everybody.
This is why I've been excited to have a tank in the game. It's an element that has been lacking in Wild Rift for many, many months.
Sion was the correct choice,
Don't even try to tell me that Mundo counts. Nobody plays Mundo.
That's a good point, actually. I hadn't thought of him. He is another true tank. But I agree, he doesn't count. We don't acknowledge Mundo. He had a short stint where he actually was playable with Senna bot lane, and I think that was like really the only time that we actually saw him professionally. But I'm happy it was Sion and not something like Ornn. I feel like Ornn would break the game. He's too good at engaging and just like landing CC. But Sion, like, he's just never going to die, right? Like, this is what a tank does. He didn't do anything to stop that other than just existing. So it was great.
You got his barrier. That's one of his 2 shields.
Yeah, fair enough. And now Lamont could be in some trouble. Actually, the bubble misses. That was crucial. Lamont can get away now, but here comes Rumi trying to dive in. Zello says, I'm here, guys. You got a front line. Better roar and just grab a kill while I'm at it.
If this is how good Sion is in Wild Rift, why is this the first time we're seeing him? Why has nobody else even tried to play this? Maybe this really is just a Zello champion. He understands the limits of these side lanes and playing weak side just so well that he can sack a few resources in the early lane, but later he knows he will be durable, he will be a threat, and he's up like 800 gold.
The more I look at this comp, the happier I am about it, actually. Save the Babies will sacrifice his life to try and get the turret. 8 health, there we go. They got it with the minions, but you will die after this one. You have to imagine. Baby's there. Oh, Baby's baited in. Still knocked up by the smash. Zello gets it. Nice.
And just in time for the dragon. And they're already all stacked up, ready to go, dropping some vision, ready to set up for the Infernal. Paradolia actually were the ones who got the first Drake in this game, so denying that it went away. It's going to go against Lemon.
Goes for the flash hook on a solo under the turret, sacrifices his life for it. Molly can't get the angle for the kick. Might get onto Rumi underneath the turret, starting with a moonfall. Just pulls everyone in, and now it's 11-5 on the scoreboard. Big plays for KFC.
Yeah, another play right next to the dragon also. So KFC, again, stacking up there. They actually don't deny the ward, so Paradolia could see that this is happening, and they do send the the meteor down.
Yeah.
It kind of was.
Molly almost died there.
That's before the mandates come through either. That's just the Rod of Ages AP, so
I don't think that Dragon procs Imperial Mandate though.
Oh no, but you'd still take the initial damage. So Imperial Mandate, you take a slight amount just for slowing them, and then your ally can apply. It's kind of like Font of Life.
Okay.
In that way.
Right. Oh, we talked about Font of Life twice in 2 days. This is fantastic. Save the baby top lane, jumping onto starting, but the Lantern gets him to safety, so just fine.
Did you see that the Font of Life? It was the keystone of choice for the Ashe build that we saw earlier with the Imperial Mandate.
I did notice that. Yep.
Seems pretty strong to me.
Most relevant rune now after this.
I really do hate that Ashe build, but I'm probably gonna have to try it later. Now that the items exist in the game.
You're just getting inspired. You want to play Ashe support? You want to play Alistar support? We're going to watch Zello just walk away with still a full health bar after base tanking 4 people.
4 players just did about 300 damage to him. And he only has 1 armor item so far. So when he has 4 of those, you can come try that again and see how much damage you do. Baby already has to go for a last whisper item, which you do anyway, but you really need to do it this game.
Once they get their 4th Black Cleaver, I think they'll be able to shred through the armor. I think Paradolia's got this at that point.
Yeah. Maybe.
And that's the crazy thing. It's like
too.
Yeah. That's, I think, part of why we're seeing it locked in. And like you were saying, why haven't we seen more of Sion if he's this good? I think it definitely because of how the draft played out. And I just love everything Kinsui Fan Club has. They got the single AP damage, Bursty Diana, so that no one's going to build magic resist, which means starting can probably one-shot people. Zello can just build full armor. He's never going to die. It feels like they have all their boxes checked.
Well, also, you can't really buy resistances when you have to spend all of your paycheck on shredding armor, because otherwise you can't even think of killing the Scion, which, again, they have not even come close to doing yet. I don't think Zello's been half HP yet in this game, so...
All right, Keo, where's the Rabadons? Where's the death cap? You're the one that's got to kill Zello now. Unironically,
but I think that is what Keo is going to build.
Maybe Leandri's. I feel like if you want some kind of tank shred, Leandri's is probably the best just for the percentage HP damage. You most likely get more actual bang for your buck.
Maybe.
I'm not sure though.
It's not just Zello that you have to worry about. Starting already has the bracer. Hold on a second.
Lamont as well. Big play from Molly here, finding Rumi in the jungle. Rumi's alive, but just barely. And a flash thresh hook coming in from Lamont right there. Going so fast I can't even follow with my words. Big plays from KFC, not finding kills, but they are showing that they're just pushing Paradolia back into their base with an 11k gold lead. They do not want them to even walk into their jungle.
Scion Ultimate stunning up multiple members in the play, also showing all of this threat that this champion is. I feel like I'm just gushing over Scion, but I'm sure, Kang, as you remember me talking about this for many, many months now, that there just aren't any tanks in Wild Rift. I really just am this excited about the champion.
We do love some tanks. When's the last tank
too.
that they even released in PC version? Was
Was
it Ornn? Is it actually just...
for
I think it's
as far as
Ornn.
top laners go, yeah. I think other than that, it'd be Rel.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's pretty much it.
Tough to balance, but I do like what Zelo's been able to do here. It shows the power of tanks, you know, at the Wild Rift level when you have the right composition for it. And it definitely abuses the Renekton blind picks that we've been seeing a lot of. Renekton's been all over the place this weekend in like really high priority, even like blue 1 sometimes. So showing that, you know, Kensui Fan Club, they have their answers. And now with 12,000 gold lead, Dragon spawning soon, we're at that point, Smacks, where we start talking about, okay, how do you close out the game? You know, what kind of steps do they start taking to just say, all right, we've won. Let's just kind of get that final step.
And at this point, Paradolia, if they don't try to take any steps to counteract this, it is just going to be a slow burn loss for them. And very different from what we saw yesterday, where they were just being very bombastic, going for so many of these plays. It feels like since they are behind, they're a bit uncertain on how to progress through and actually bounce back into this game. Slow burn loss, it feels just the worst in the game, but you have to do something to try to stop it. Otherwise, it's just going to get slower and slower, and you're never going to break out of the cycle.
And Dragon's being soloed by Molly right now while everyone else was topside. We saw Paradolia, their plan was to send 4 people onto Zelo. You're not killing the Scion.
Yeah.
And even if you get close, they're just going to ult away. So they opted to try and overload one side of the map. They get hard punished for it. Now Kensui Fan Club can walk in with the siege. How hard do they want to push this? Baron's on the table too. They could just say, we're going to back off the Baron, force the fight. Curious what the decision is here. Ooh.
Nice try there from Ledmont. Still works out just fine. You know what? You missed
close.
the hook. At least you got Flay.
Yeah, Molly even had the GA, but now underneath the top turret here, starting diving under. A lot of damage, definitely enough for it. That's a kill for Paradolia as they do pick off Lamont, but the base is already cracked.
Yeah, that's going to be 2 inhibitor turrets taken also. Nice knockups here for Zelo. He can just tank the Nexus for the entire game.
This is insane! It literally has been about 10 seconds of taking that Nexus, by the way, as they just chase out Solo, get the kill out of the carry, and Kensui Fan Club, very impressive performance from draft to execution. They are up 1 game in the semifinals.
I want a replay on the Nexus Siege because of one thing. I don't want to reveal what it is, but okay. I want to go back and watch it. If that's possible for production to do.
All right.
We need to go back and watch KFC take the Nexus because it's very important. I don't want to spoil it. We just have to do it.
Hopefully production can get that set up for us. I'm curious because I have no idea what you're talking about. I did not notice whatever made you chuckle there. So KFC, I want to bring us. Okay, no, it wasn't the replay. It's the stats right here. As we're looking at these, I want to mention that I actually was, for the first 10 minutes of that game, thinking this is close. This is actually not too bad. Maybe even first 8 minutes. I think by 10 minutes it started to kind of pull away. But by 8 minutes, it felt like Paradolia were still in it. They were doing a good job of hanging, but then they just fell off a cliff once the items came in for KFC.
Yeah, the biggest difference for me here is that Rumi wasn't able to get off the ground and make these big plays that we saw him go for yesterday on the Lee Sin. Wukong is a different champion, of course, but it felt like a different player, for sure. I think whether that's a confidence thing today, feeling like the opponents that they're up against are just too well respected in the play, like that makes sense as well. Like considering who you're up against, maybe it's better to just turn off nameplates and just try to be the best version of yourself possible. Because I don't think we got that from Rumi today.
always hard to tell what's going on in the mind of a player from our perspective, because all we see is the gameplay. But from the gameplay, you can kind of take hints as to, you know, what their approach is. But I hear that we do have the replay, so we can run that and get the Smacks breakdown.
Right, here we go.
What's going on?
1, 2, 3. All right, that's 3 so far.
4,
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Could have stayed under. Honestly, walked out of turret range. Could have taken one more. That could have been 18 in a row Nexus shots. Wow.
Yeah, that's Sion. 17 turret shots.
So you remember when we said that Garrett and Darius don't count as tanks?
That's why.
I don't think either of them could have tanked that many. Maybe Mundo could have. Maybe Mundo could have.
You know what?
But definitely not the other two.
It would have taken his ultimate to do.
Yeah.
But I think you're probably right. I think maybe we're disrespecting Mundo a little too much. Maybe he's capable, but yeah, Sion's
okay, now we're gonna get Mundo versus Syad matchups. Just you watch. Ooh. It's just gonna be tank v tank at the top lane. Honestly, I wouldn't hate that meta for Wild Rift. That would really shake things up.
I'd be down. Yeah. I'm sick of all this Riven and Darius and Renekton.
I hate skill expression. I'm a boomer. Okay, I play Shen top lane. Because all I have to do is ult my AD carry, and hopefully they can win the game for me. Just give me tank meta.
We need Ornn to get released. We need Maokai. We need Cho'Gath. Just all the true champions for the top lane to be released. Maybe Gnar.
Exactly.
I think Gnar is like.
No, too many skill shots. If there's a skill shot, I don't want it. No. I see a Sion has 2 skill shots. And technically the ult, I'd say the ult probably counts as a skill shot too.
Yeah, I'd say.
But
anyway.
yeah, obviously the tank works for KFC. They're up 1-0 in the series, and I'm not to be too, you know, discrediting of Paradolia. Like I said, I think that they hung in for as long as they could, but it really came down to the game plan they had for the draft stage. I wasn't a fan of the Zed. I think that if you're looking at one clear thing they could have done different, lock in something that does AP damage and DPS in that spot instead. I think they had enough burst already. They don't need an assassin that, you know, they saw the comp. You saw what you're up against. It's already going to be really tough to pull that off. So I think there's some clear areas that Paradolia can look to adapt for game 2.
Yeah. I also, if I'm remembering correctly, like, Diana is the classic Zed counter. So I think that also is just a not great lane matchup, not even just considering the rest of the game. So certainly something to look back on when it comes to that draft. I would have liked to see them actually go for the Lee Sin. It was available to them too.
True.
Skipped over it, went to the Wukong instead. We got the comprehensive list from Asmo on champions that he at least thinks Rumi is best on. Wukong all the way down at, I think he had it 4th, right? It was Kha'Zix.
It was 6.
Camille.
So Kha'Zix, Camille, Lee Sin, and then he has Jax, Olaf kind of grouped together, and then Wukong, and then Xin Zhao.
Interesting.
So plays at least all of the champions that are pretty meta in the jungle, but yeah, Lee Sin was higher than Wukong on that list for sure. Thanks, Asmo, for the opinions, by the way. Appreciate it.
Yeah. It is a matter of opinion there too, but I'm inclined to agree with Asmo. Big expert in the space, historian, if you will. And I mean, we saw
Kha'Zix was self-explanatory. Yeah, we know the Kha'Zix is number 1.
Yeah. Very, very strong performance. And like I said, I think it might just be a mentality thing, right? You're playing against Mali. Mali literally went to Singapore and played against the best teams in the world. So it makes sense that you'd be a bit rattled compared to playing against players that, like, at least we don't know at all that they played against yesterday. So I understand. I just want to see them play at their peak.
Yep. And also, I mean, to his credit, Rumi was still, I believe, or maybe I'm thinking of the wrong Wukong game now. Was Rumi 2-0 at one point in this game? Or am I blanking from the last series? All right, I'm blanking from the last series. There we go. That was probably Pain that had that one. All right. So still, I think that when the composition is shaped out like that, you're not set up to be a top performer anyway. So I don't hold performances like that too hard against a player that we saw have 2 incredible pop-offs yesterday. It's about adaptation. can you pivot to something else now and show that you still have, another gear to kick it into? Because we know that players on KFC's roster have that gear. We've seen that gear from all of them, and now you got to prove yourself against that caliber of competition.
As far as KFC is concerned, I want to see more Scion. That was fun. I like it. In case anyone's surprised by that, I really liked Scion in that game.
Yeah,
Shocker.
no way. I couldn't have guessed. Could not have guessed from any of our, conversations so far in the last 30 minutes.
Right, yeah.
You know what I think everybody wants is to hear more of your thoughts on Scion.
Ooh,
but I don't think that we give it to them right now. I think we sprinkle it out throughout the day.
You know what?
Keep
I'll give you thoughts on a different champion. Pike. I want to see some Pike. Haven't seen any of that.
Literally, when I heard Lamont was switching to support, that was the first thought I had. Is like, Lamont is going to be the best Pike at NA, right?
Yeah.
He has to be.
I heard someone saying in the chat earlier that Deceived is very good at Pike also. So maybe that's something that we're going to have to wait and see in the finals. See someone break it out. But
that would be lit.
Yeah. For any League PC fans out there, if you go to my OPGG, you'll see that I am a very big Pike fan.
Really?
Yeah. He's my most played in the season right now. I've been playing him quite a bit. He was also one of the champions that I climbed with to Master back in 2018.
Look at you. I always considered Pike basically just good Pantheon, so I avoid him because I would rather play the bad champion.
He's easier, or he's harder than Pantheon also. I almost said he's easier than Pantheon. That's not true.
And he's got a point-and-click stun, and that's his entire kit. And then a shield. That's like the next most important part of the kit.
Their Qs are pretty similar. If you tap them, you both get the little poke.
Yeah, true.
It's kind of the same thing.
You know what? I hadn't thought about that. And you both... Well, I guess your E's are very different. Your W's are both like a little bit of movement. There's something. No, Pantheon also can be played top lane. I'd say Pike cannot. So I will say that's another thing in Pantheon's corner. Here we are in a pick and ban. Players are ready, and you don't have to listen to us talk about random champions anymore.
Senna's still banned. Yeah, selfishly I want to see how good Senna is with a Relic Shield, but yeah, just thinking about it makes me want to ban it. So I understand why she's been banned in all of these games. I like seeing new strategies happen. Sue me.
It's fun to see the busted stuff so you understand it, and then to have it banned from every game forward.
Yep.
But if you're in our shoes, we would enjoy that show, at least for a little bit, but Paradolia obviously do not want to give that to KFC. They also ban away the Lee Sin. They're not willing to first pick this champ.
Interesting, yeah. Removing it from Molly. I mean, from what I've seen, no disrespect to Molly, I saw better game from Rumi on this champion than what Molly just showed to us. So, again, I would like to see Rumi have that confidence to first pick it, because I think he just is that good, but I understand the ban.
I think that if you're a player like Rumi, you still have other options to go down into. Maybe the idea is Molly, a newer role swap to the jungle role. I mean, again, we know that Molly plays jungle. It's not like he's completely new to the position. He plays it a lot in solo queue. But
he's ranked 3
maybe the
for a
idea,
reason.
yeah. Potentially the idea is that you're just trying to limit the pool from Molly more so that Rumi can get something more comfortable in that matchup. But Ashe also taking off the table has been very popular. With that crazy build going around.
Ooh, I was expecting that ban to be Karma, but it's not. So Paradolia actually can go for that pick. Bit of a flex. I think it's better in support with the Relic Shield change, and that's likely where we're going to be seeing it for Kyo. The Nami performance actually was pretty good in that last game. I really liked the ult placement in quite a few of those exchanges, so I would love to see that Karma being piloted by the support here for Paradolia. Can be mid, though. Can't count it out.
I think that with support item changes, though, Karma just feels like one of those supports that would work really well with that. You want to be right next to somebody if they're the right AD carry matchup. Lucian Nami is available. Do KFC go for it? They already got the Lucian locked in. You don't have to lock in Nami this early because you already see the enemy support. You could go for a jungler or something instead to kind of hold your cards closer to your chest. But nope, they go for the Nami. They're just willing to lock it in.
I was thinking that they might not want to lock it in at all, because again, I think that Lebmont, that's just not his strong suit. But
true.
this is just learning for him, it seems. And, you know, if you're going to be role swapping to support permanently, or at least for the near future, you got to get good at these champions eventually. If they're going to be strong in the meta,
True.
You have to be able to play them for your team. And that's just one of the joys of support. You know, there's two very different play styles you can go for. You got to be good at both.
I mean, meta this, meta that. Have you ever met a support that plays like Lamont does, though? I feel like I would rather them still lean into that aggressive style. So I'm not fully bought in, Smacks, but I appreciate that you're arguing for it.
I've seen a lot of supports do the things that Lebmont is doing on support right now. I haven't seen many junglers do the things that Lebmont does in jungle, but it's clear to me, as a very seasoned support player myself, that Lebmont is new to the role. And no hate to him. That's just a fact. He's new to the role. But I have complete faith in him that he will get better.
All right, Smacks confirms live on broadcast that you're a better gamer than Lamont. All right, cool. Happy that we got that out of the way.
No. I might be marginally better at support than him right now, but I'm sure that won't be true a week from now.
Well, we'll get the 1v1 up on stream after the games today then.
Wukong 1v1? That's what you want?
Yeah. Wukong versus Kha'Zix. Locked in for Paradolia. Interesting, because that means that the Wukong will be going top lane, right? Yeah, that's a blind pick Wukong top lane. I almost wonder, was that intentional? Did they mean to lock in these two champs? Because usually you would hold something like the Wukong as a jungler. You don't need to lock in the Kha'Zix, because I don't think KFC would expect a Kha'Zix pivot. They would probably just ban away different champions like they're still banning away now, but
yeah,
interesting choice.
Saving the marksman for later, perhaps. I don't know what you'd really need to save, though, because you're already into Lucian Nami. I'm picturing something like a Ziggs is probably the easiest slam here, or that Varus, which was banned away. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't really like that. I don't really like that idea either here for Paradolia. It seems like KFC are getting the upper hand, at least for right now. They can just lock in their jungler here.
There's a lot of really cool mind games that you can do in Big Ban, especially around flex picks and around assumed picks. I don't hate the idea of pivoting to Wukong top lane, but if you're going to do it, hold that information for as long as you can so your opponent doesn't realize, and then they might make a mistake in the draft that helps you out, because now they can pick something that's strong into Wukong, who has very low base magic resist. They already got the Diana, so that's going to be some AP damage. The Nami's doing some AP damage. Maybe they go for something like a Gwen into the Wukong if they really want to triple down on AP. But either way, we got Echo. Okay, well, this is kind of exciting. Two assassins in a comp.
Yeah, we've got a bit of an arcane matchup there, Vi and Echo.
Yeah,
love that. The Vi here is what I'm really excited about after watching Molly play it yesterday. Oh my god, Kangas. That was a filthy game from Molly, the new official competitive jungler for the roster. Very excited that he's back on that champion. Echo, I'm honestly a bit less excited about. I haven't really enjoyed the power level of this champion too much in any of the games that I've seen it played. Maybe it can overcome this. Maybe it's a specific counterpick into this Diana. I can't really see it working super well, though.
Yeah, I think it's like an audio issue on my end right now, Smacks. So hopefully the stream can still hear me all right. It's sounding a little bit like a robot, but I know it's on my end. So we'll get through Big Band, and I might need to do a reset or something. But Smacks, keep taking it away for now.
Yeah, will do. So I mentioned I'm not super into the Echo. I do really like the Ezreal, though. I think this Ezreal makes quite a bit of sense. You can play at a distance from the Vi and the Diana, even though Vi can still follow you with the cease and desist after you've used that arcane shift out. I think it does make quite a bit of sense that you want to have that option after she used that ultimate on top of you. And the kiting capabilities here are really good. Also, traditionally, very strong lane with Karma. You have a lot of poke. You can match that lane pretty well. Anyway, we got these rosters here. Still love the KFC logo. New logo that we were sent in for today. I have to imagine that this is like a Kansui Twitch emote or something, or maybe it's his Twitch icon. I don't know. I don't know. Does Kansui stream? Maybe someone in the Twitch chat can let us know. I'm really curious. Like, does Kansui have a stream? Maybe I should follow. Kansui, are you in the chat? I hope so. Anyway, we're still waiting for Kangas to be here. Oh, I'm hearing that Kansui doesn't have a chat. Doesn't have a Twitch. That's a bummer. So that's Hestia's favorite Discord sticker. Oh, I see. Okay. Thank you, Joe2. Very, very good information. I appreciate you. I love it a lot. It's a great sticker. I might have to steal that for myself as well. And hey, we're getting live updates from Kangas in the Twitch chat saying that he is restarting his PC. So hope he's got a solid PC so that he can hop right in here. Just gonna be me for a little while. I hope everyone's having a nice day. I personally am. It's already nighttime where I am, so you know, we're we're getting a little late into the day, but that's all right. I wouldn't want to spend it with anybody else here, Twitch chat. Attempted gank in the mid lane here. Molly dealing quite a bit of damage and forcing the flash out of Baby, who's having a tough time staying afloat in this mid lane. Definitely expected against Starting's Diana, one of his most comfortable champions, just historically speaking. Been very, very good at it for as long as I've been watching Starting. I know Starting does have a Twitch chat. He does have a Twitch channel. We always would meme with Degon back in the WNS days that Starting was everybody's favorite streamer. Now Molly trying to get a dive off onto this bottom lane, trying to dash onto solo, finding the first blood, is starting off of a roam from the mid lane. Bubble connects as well from Lepmon and attempting to get another kill, but the sustain is crazy. And Keo finds a double kill underneath the turret. Dive gone wrong for KFC. Wow. This is definitely not what they were looking to do here. The sustain is insane on this Karma. All these shields, the exhaust as well, coming in clutch. And Lepmon, he does find a really solid bubble, but the healing just isn't quite there yet. Early into this game from the Nami, so dive can't quite work. We're gonna have to see if KFC can bounce back from this. We already saw that they did get that first blood. The mid lane advantage is still going to persist, even though that... Okay, well... I've never been so wrong so fast. The mid lane advantage is gone now, as Baby finds the solo kill in a Starting, who I can't imagine had his barrier available at that time, because Baby did have that ignite, goes for so much damage there. And yeah, wow, I guess I was wrong about my assessment in this mid lane matchup. I haven't really seen a whole lot of Echo mid into this Diana specifically. I figured it might be a specific counterpick into it, but I'm really curious to like how that actually worked. Obviously, we didn't get to see it on the screen, but we got bigger fish to fry here. Maybe another dive down here in the Dragon lane. Ooh, now with the Vi ultimate, you have to imagine that that's enough damage, and it is. This time, Keo is not going to survive, not going to get that exhaust off. No sustain available in solo. Just left solo in the Dragon lane right now. Not really supposed to be a solo lane, but when your support dies like that, sometimes it happens. Speaking of the support, the gold advantage there is mostly on that support in Keo, off of getting all of those kills very, very early on. Looks like a Luden's Echo beginning for the Karma. I was curious to see if things like the Imperial Mandate would be possible on Karma. She does have ways to activate that, even more so than the PC counterpart, because she actually, you know, has a real ultimate in this game. Definitely not jealous for when I'm playing PC and just have to use regular old Mantra. Don't get the big green donut. But hey, again, maybe I should just spend more of my time playing Wild Rift instead. It's a hard times splitting between both games. Stationing himself down here in the Dragon lane, putting the duo in mid, and trying to set up for any one of these objectives that they have. Molly, flash and ultimate available, can go for really any of these assassinations that he could possibly find. And like I was saying before, Molly, the skill that we saw from him on the Vi in the games yesterday Oh my god. Those games were super, super good. And we know that Molly is one of the best mechanical players just in NA in general, but that was something else. We have Wukong engaging with double Cyclone. So much damage, but the team just isn't there to follow it up. Save the babies. The top lane Wukong not quite working out so well. And Molly engaging out of 3 members with the Vault Breaker. He's going to go down in the process, but it's certainly going to be worth it for the rest of his team as they will clean it up. A double kill for Zello, and Gume finding one for himself as well. Rift Herald secured for KFC thanks to the efforts of Molly sacrificing himself for that engage. Drake is still available as well for Paradolia. Can maybe go stack up for that one. They don't have to worry about the Vi ultimate any longer, but the bad news is that starting wasn't there. Still has the Moonfall if they want to send some more damage towards Paradolia on the side of KFC. They still have all of that ready to go. The cooldowns are coming right back up as well. So if Paradolia did want to take advantage of no cease and desist being available for the Vi, they would need to do it very, very soon. Trying to get some leeway into this river. They're going to have to worry about the vision, and the Scuttle Crab that's here doesn't really seem to be stopping them too much as they're diving forward. That's a lot of damage onto Lebmon, and the Ezreal ultimate, nicely sniped there, will actually find a securely killed Nami. Molly just doesn't have the support anymore because he died. Molly just dives in, trying to find some amount of damage. Doesn't have it quite yet. Not the snowballed Vi that we saw yesterday. Now 3 deaths for Molly, the jungler of KFC. No jungler means it's very difficult to actually set up for this Drake, but luckily for them, Rumi doesn't really want to stick around, trying to go for some more resources on the rest of the Rift, and they keep the Drake alive for a second minute. It's now 7 minutes into the game. Nobody has decided to take that quite yet. I believe Kangas is back onto his PC. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. You know what? We're going to find out in just a little bit. I hope everyone's enjoying hanging out with me for a bit. Starting, not really enjoying all of the pressure that's being exhumed onto him as he exerted, excuse me. Molly is in as well, and he actually lives. But the Echo ultimate is just not quite enough for Baby to have the same experience there. Another engage attempted by Save the Babies. This time he actually will find one engage, but not tanky enough. The team's not behind him, so he will fall as well. It's a 2-for-1 at the end here for KFC, but again, they don't feel confident enough to go for the dragon. It feels like this Drake fight has lasted for multiple minutes at this point. Nobody wants to actually start this one up until right now. Rumi jumping over, control ward at the ready. And I don't think KFC is in position early enough to actually start this one up. And there it is, Rumi. Finally, at 8 minutes, 20 seconds, we'll take the first Drake off this Rift. Almost in time for the next Herald to spawn. And objectives in Wild Rift are just too fun. Nobody really getting the solid edge on actually getting these objectives first and really setting up shop for them. It's just been consistent scrap. But we'll say KFC has really been getting the better end of these trades so far. They've got a lot more gold than Paradolia at this time, mostly because of that Rift Herald that they got before. A lot of turret platings have been taken, but I will say Paradolia seem more comfortable in this game so far. Kangas, are you there? Kangas! I can hear you. Can the stream hear you? Oh. Alright, well, I at least can hear Kangas. I think you guys listening at home will be able to hear him very soon. Baby taking so much damage and will die to the cease and desist, as well as the rest of the squad. Kangas?
Check.
Oh.
Check. All right.
Oh.
I think we're good. Apologies, everybody. Yes, somebody messaged. Let's start a GoFundMe for Kangas's new SSD. That would be fantastic, please, because it takes me about 7 minutes to reboot my PC. But we're back, baby. All right, I was watching on Twitch on my mobile phone, so I'm still caught up on what was going on. Seems like KFC still back to their old tricks, but Paradolia, they're hanging yet again in
Yeah.
the early game. They're at least keeping it competitive.
Yeah, I gotta say, Paradolia looks more competitive than they did in the previous one. Trying to find a fight right now. Kangas, see if they can do it.
Into the fight. Big knockups coming through here. The Herald is secured, but now KFC are looking for more. They want the kills, and they're gonna get them. There's actually Lamont that got the Herald kill. And KFC, yeah, this is about that time in the game, Smacks, where they start to come online and just take over. Now dive into tier 2 turrets. KFC looking to accelerate this game.
That's the full ace for KFC, and Lepmont, you know, he's still a jungler at heart. He's the one who secures that Rift Herald, and they will actually get another charge off onto the inhibitor turret. Not contested at all. Bonk. The Kha'Zix.
Oh, it doesn't quite get it. Doesn't quite get it.
Kha'Zix bumped right into the turret there, out of side of the jump. I love that. Yeah, can't get the inhibitor turret quite yet.
Well, it's still looking pretty rough. 10,000 gold lead at 11 minutes, and Kensui Fan Club are poised to run away with this one, Smacks. The super team living up to the expectations we had set. But like I had said, Paradolia still, I think, doing an impressive job of hanging in the fight.
Yeah, I definitely like this game a whole lot more than the last one. You can feel that, especially Rumi is feeling better about this one, and I can pretty confidently say that this is not the same like rollover and die that we saw from the last game, and that sounds harsh, but it's pretty much what happened, honestly.
In so many words, yeah, right?
Yeah.
But what this does for me, it is still possible, right? Let's not completely count out Paradolia, but if we are assuming that KFC can close out this game, finals is hype, third place match also very hype here as Baby picked off, tries to get Swifty with the ultimate, but still dies.
Yeah, a series lost to KFC doesn't mean that you are not the real deal when it comes to you as a team, right? I think everyone's expecting KFC to be the best team in this event.
You're up there with enemy.
Yeah, exactly. Wait.
That's what that means, right? Yeah, enemy lost to them also.
Oh yeah. Okay, I get what you're saying. I thought you were saying like, hey man, at least you're a top 16 team.
Oh, geez. Well, better than enemy at that point.
I get
then,
yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Another turret taken by KFC, and yeah, I think the expectations of KFC are just so immensely high that you can't really hold a loss like this against you too much. It really is just going to be about what that third place match looks like for Paradolia. Can they beat Noxian Glory in the same way that they beat the team that wasn't KFC before?
It's about points at this juncture, because 6 points is awarded to 5th through 8th, 8 points for 4th, and then 10 for 3rd. So that puts you 2 points ahead of the competition for seeding. You would be the 3rd seed going into the next qualifier, and that's already in the top 3 then, because the top 3 auto-qualify into the playoffs from the qualifiers themselves. So if you can maintain top 3 in every tournament, you're doing great here. You can get a couple kills, you're doing even better. Gume, though, dancing around here. He's got the trade back. Save the Baby's in trouble. Picked off. Domination for Gume as he's flashing forward on the Lucian. You'll love to see the confidence coming out from the players right now as Gume, he's feeling it. In some trouble, though, has to back away. And will give up the chase. Baby now looking for a kill onto starting. The stasis is huge. Lamont now chasing him down. Molly comes in. And another kill picked up for KFC. Gume's not done. As I say it, he's done. He does finally go down right at the end, but not before going godlike in the Endeavor.
Ooh. Couple of bonks there onto the inhibitor turret, and Zello bringing up the rear as well. I think this is it. KFC will advance into the finals. The hodgepodge teams of scattered players from multiple rosters here in NA are both representing the best of the best here.
Beautiful play from KFC, and Imperius got to be sweating now. Otherwise, I say it, Imperius almost got a perfect game in their previous series, so who knows who is actually favored at this point. I think a lot of people will still be leaning to Kensui Fan Club, as you see. I'm worried, Smash.
Surely not. Surely it won't be exclusively sweeps. Although it has been so far. 6 out of 6 of the series have been 2-0. We still got 2 left, though, and the next series will indeed be that third-place match. You touched on it a bit before about the importance of that third-place match and how the top 3 teams go into that playoffs immediately. They don't have to play in that last chance qualifier. And I think in a lot of ways, if we assume absolute consistency of our top teams, which isn't necessarily safe to do, but let's say we assume that kind of makes the third-place match the most important one.
It does. It means, well, maybe not. I would say the first place obviously feels fantastic because it's a 3-point jump. For results, but also for the points, because 15 points is 3 higher than 12, which is second place, which is 2 higher than third at 10 points, 2 higher. So there's a 2-point breakdown. If you get first, you have that odd number in the math, which actually does play a really big role. So first place feels fantastic, but still being up in points for third place, if you can consistently get third, you're in a really good spot to qualify for the playoffs automatically. But also important to note that with a full month of competition, basically, reading the rule books, the points belong to the players themselves, not necessarily the team. So if any of these teams change, if players move around, that's not a me question that you have to talk to the tournament admins to figure out how are they distributed throughout the teams. Like, would it be like an average of players or whatnot? But it does specify that it's not like an org that holds the points. It would belong to the players themselves. So that can also create some crazy, scenarios if some of these rosters swap around. But for now, it's about the first qualifiers, and KFC looking very strong. They go on to the finals. We'll be back after a break here to watch the third place match that we've been setting up to see who breaks into top 3 and who's walking away with 8 points right after this.
When your heart is raised to raise at the speed of light. When your heart is raised at the speed of light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. I'll never let you go. When your heart is raised to raise it at the speed of light. And you feel like you got nowhere else to go. When your heart is raised to raise at the speed of light. When your heart is raised at the speed of light. When your heart is raised to raise at the speed of light. When your heart is raised at the speed of light.
I'll keep you safe. I'll keep you safe. I'll never let you go. When your heart is raised to raise it, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go.
When your
Hello, everyone, and welcome back for our third place match, the second to last best of three of the day and the weekend for the first qualifiers, where we have NXGL versus Paradolia to see who gets 10 points walking away from the day and who is ending their weekend with 8. Either way, there's still a cash prize, though. So I think that everyone should still be happy at the end of the weekend. They all have performed incredibly well, but ending on a win does feel extra special.
And somebody is going to do that. And I personally...
That is how competitions work.
That's true. I don't know who it's going to be, really. I've had a pretty good idea of who was going to win the other series, but this one,
Sure.
I'm pretty lost, because on one hand, we've seen Noxy and Glory. They have had some less than desirable early games, but then they've actually had many games where they've come back and looked a lot stronger as the game progresses. Their adaptation mid-game has been the big highlight for me. But on the other side of the rift, Paradolia looked incredibly good against one team and not quite all there against KFC, which makes sense, but still, it's night and day.
So let's take a look at the bracket to see how the teams got to this point. To further highlight your point there, Smacks, we did see sweeps for both of the teams that are now in the third place match. They weren't able to pick up games. NXGL almost got perfect gamed by Imperius in the game number 2, but they got him. They got Joe2, and Jojo I saw tweeted out saying, "I'm going to retire after that death." So they that's the real victory there, the moral victory coming in from it. But it is going to be, I guess, a test now to see what is the gap between the two teams that weren't able to fully challenge the teams that are now in the finals. So we can get kind of like a tier list, as it were, from the teams that we've seen on stream, because that's kind of generally how these competitions work. It is a little bit of rock, paper, scissors. Some styles and teams can do better against others, but in general, I feel like this will give us a really good baseline going into the second qualifier.
The other big thing about that bracket that we just saw, there are a lot of 2s, a lot of 0s, and no
exclusively
ones.
Exclusively 2s and 0s.
Yeah, there is a 7 on there as well.
Entity 7,
because
yeah.
of Entity 7.
Shout out to
if we're just talking about
everybody.
numbers. Yeah, no ones of any kind. I would like to see some more competition here. I want to see some game 3s. I think that'd be a lot of fun. But I understand if we're not going to get it. Again, the first time around, it's not seeded. So it makes sense. There have been a lot of sweeps. And you know what? Maybe that's just going to continue throughout the evening. We're just going to have to find out.
The competition will get closer and more clear throughout the second and third qualifiers as the seeding gets more kind of organized into, okay, these are the teams that are actually, you know, better than the other teams, as opposed to just, oh, you got a rough run of the bracket in the round of 32 or 16. I don't remember where I was going with that point, but of course, like we had been saying, it will all sort itself out eventually. I do think, now I remembered it, I got it. If I had to guess what series would have the highest chance to go into 3 games, I would argue it's this one. I do think that based on what we've seen from these teams so far, I expect there to be similar power levels. Maybe one team leaning more into the jungle, the other team leaning more into the top lane. I actually do still think that Riffle has really impressed me with individual performances, even if they're behind in the game early, they come back. And of course, Rumi, I still have a lot of kind of hope for as an individual performer.
I really hope Rumi gets to play some more Lee Sin. Although we did see Noxie and Glory ban Lee Sin in all of their games. And that probably means we won't get it in this one either. They're already very comfortable banning Lee Sin. So, you know, fingers crossed. We'll see.
We still got the Kazakhs, though, in that last game. And again, in the early couple levels, it did show off what it's capable of. Also, with both of these teams, I did notice different approaches to pick and ban. Teams that have a lot of players that have professional experience, whether it's just at the WNS level or the international level, you can tell that there's kind of a strategy to the pick and ban. Prioritize certain picks, but then hold information. Don't give away all of your cards. Don't just tell your opponent what you're playing and what they're going to be playing into. I think for NXGL and Paradolia, I've seen the least amount of that from the teams in the top 4. I haven't seen really mind games played in pick ban of like, oh, you don't know where this pick's going. Oh, we're going to hold this for the last second. It's just like, oh, okay, they're just locking in what they want to play, which is a very different approach to pick and ban. A little less strategic, but hey, at least they're getting comfort picks.
And I'd say in the game, I think Noxie and Glory actually is pretty good at finding strategies to bring to the table. But yeah, as far as the draft strategies go, it is kind of just throwing stuff out there and seeing what works. I think a bit of that is actually less about like the players and how good they are at it themselves, but also just like a bit of an experience difference there. Because for KFC, they've worked extensively for years with people who are experts at that aspect of the game. A lot of draft coaches have gone through the doors of Immortals and Tribe and Sentinels as these players were on their Cloud9 as well for Zello. And so you'd expect that these players would have a very good understanding, just gleaning that off of these people, of how that operates. And similarly with Imperius, also with teams like Suzaku. So I think that makes a bit of sense.
There's a difference between identifying what we see as patterns from teams and then, like you said, it kind of given the context. Like, it shouldn't necessarily be expected that they're as comfortable doing all of this, right? Because of the difference in experience and competition that they've had so far in the past. But that's why these tournaments are fantastic. Off-season, we get to see players tested against competition, whether it's higher or lower. You're all going to learn from that experience. Let's see what we're learning about pick and ban right now. Senna and Grog is taken off the table. J-Span's still, I think he got buffed slightly. I don't remember exactly what it was. I think it was a cooldown that got buffed, but I don't fully remember. I just don't think it was enough to really warrant this much ban from players this weekend.
Yeah, I guess they disagree. I don't know. It is a little odd. The Gwen ban also strikes out to me as something really peculiar. Maybe this is something where Paradolia and Noxie and Glory have played against each other a bit more, and this is something that they've seen, but just for someone who's uninformed on whether or not that's the case, it does seem very odd considering NXGL, I don't think have played it at all this weekend.
It could just be like, hey, it is AP in the top lane. We're trying to pinch you into a certain type of composition, but also it's just annoying to deal with. Like, if Gwen gets out of control, she gets out of control. And Renekton's still the blue 1 pick for Paradolia, so they do want to, save the babies on something that they're much more comfortable on. And we have seen, have we seen save the babies on anything other than Renekton?
I think there was a Riven game, I think.
Yeah, there might have been. There might have been a Riven game. And then, of course, just the Wukong game that, kind of just happened.
Yeah. That did, yeah.
that one did just happen. Darius locked in, though. Okay, this is the first or second Darius of the weekend. We did see a pentakill on this yesterday.
Yeah, we did. Very thematically appropriate, I will say, for Noxie and Glory to select Darius. Yeah, I don't I guess there are other Noxian champions in the game, like Draven exists. Is that it?
Katarina, right?
No, Riven. Riven and Katarina are, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can build a full Noxian team, because you don't have, like, the staples, like, Talon and Cassiopeia and Swain.
Is Shyvana?
No,
she's Demacian, right? Yeah, I always get confused by that. But either way,
Annie is Noxian.
Oh, there we go. Wow, I never knew that. That's kind of a weird champ to have to be Noxian. Actually, you can tell me Ivern's Noxian.
Ivern is not Noxian, no.
Right, that would be very funny,
Annie murdered her family, and then she was brought in by the Noxians because they thought she was very powerful and they wanted to bring her into the military war zone.
I mean, have you seen Tibbers? Scary stuff. Lisa and Varus locked in for Paradolia with Ari and Morgana alongside that Darius. So decent spread of AP physical damage, frontline, backline. I'm starting to see NX Shield's composition come together. For Paradolia, it's this kind of frontline bruiser, pick potential, with a decent amount of burst as well.
Really trying to attack the support pool here for Noxian Glory also. They've got this Morgana already locked in, but it feels to me like they're trying to blind pick their support, considering the Rakan and the Nami takeaways. There are quite a few enchanters still on the board if you do want to go for that, like the Soraka we've seen a bit, the Lulu we've seen a bit. But to me, this looks like they're setting up for something like a tank, like an Alistar, maybe a Leona as well. Because they do already have the Morgana locked in. They don't have to worry about that sort of counterpick against it.
Leona also got buffed.
Oh.
Caitlyn is something that I haven't brought it up yet, but I was noticing really high pick rate and win rate right now in solo queue. I believe she's the highest win rate AD carry in Diamond Plus right now, and we hadn't seen a lot of her. I don't think we saw any of her so far this weekend, but finally we do get Caitlyn the Sheriff locked in.
I'm a big Caitlyn fan myself, so this is going to be pretty fun.
It's Caitlyn from Arcane.
It is Caitlyn from Arcane. And Zed from Arcane. He's not in Arcane.
I don't think I was going to say. He's in the shadows. You just never notice him, you know? He's too good at his job.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, look!
Wow!
Kangas!
Wow! You got it! Leona
Big
was
brain
buffed.
move right here.
With the ultimate is now an additional 0.25 seconds on the ult stun. Big stuff.
That's the jungler. That's Morgana jungle.
Oh. This is exciting stuff. Wow. All right. This feels like a kind of throwback more to almost, this is what, like Horizon Cup. This is like literally a year ago what we were seeing kind of cropping up into the meta. AP jungle clear alongside the Caitlyn range in the bottom lane. It feels like a very stock standard composition. Frontline, backline, pick potential, decent damage spread. Whereas Paradolia, they got more options, right? They got more kind of crazy, zany stuff they can do.
The pick potential is the big thing here. You want to blow people up one at a time with the composition that Noxian Glory have built up. And they've got a Darius, so that's going to be pretty easy for them to do, especially if you do build up all of those stacks. I want to see what Noxian Glory can do with this Darius champion. It's very thematically appropriate for their team. Maybe Riffle named the team himself as a Darius fan. We're gonna have to find out.
Honestly, wouldn't surprise me. I do love to see some Darius Papas. Maybe we get another pentakill if we are treated to that today. I'd be very happy. But Paradolia versus NXGL loaded onto the Rift for game 1 of the best of 3 to determine who breaks into the top 3.
Ooh, we have a bit of an adaptation. This is the first game that we've seen today, Kangas, where the Dragon lanes did not both go for Relic Shield. And it makes sense. Platinum, playing Caitlyn, very early game focused marksman. You have so much power in your auto attacks very early on. I think this is the big exception as far as marksmen go, where you do really want to get a lot of that damage down early, and Leona can go for some early plays also.
Smacks, it's been brought to my attention. Look at the summoner spells across the Rift. Is there anything interesting that you're noticing?
Oh. Yeah, I'm
Yes.
seeing what you're seeing.
Yeah. I'm excited for Ruby, and now let's see if they can play with Smiteless Lee Sin in the jungle right now. I've been told that competitively they have to play it out, and that just means that this is going to be a really rough game one. We saw them already go for a back. That is actually so tragic for the third place match in game one. Talk about mental, talk about, you know, a long weekend of competition. These kinds of mistakes, they can happen, especially with some of the less experienced players that haven't been in all these competitions and all these tournament formats going forward. So let's see what they can do.
I'm just wondering how that's even possible to like have happen, considering the way that the client works. Like you load up your item set and everything, and it just like has your runes there ready. Like is someone playing a lot of Lee Sin mid? Ooh. And like, that's where it came from. First blood mid, by the way.
Yeah, Osu does get the kill onto Baby there. And yeah, I honestly, at this point, from the broadcast perspective, we just be honest about it and say, do they want to play this out fully? And are they going to actually give it their all to win the game? Or do we get to have some fun now? Just say, all right, go game two. Because it's already so far behind, and you're just, the Morgana clear speed is going to be oppressive. They're even invading. Oh, this is just rude.
I mean, this is what you should do in this instance,
yeah,
but it just does not feel good. Like, it's salt in the wound for sure. Paradolia is like, man, I already don't have the smite. Do you really have to go through all the trouble? But
at this point, chain gank. You're no longer going to clear the jungle. You're not going to get levels doing so. Save the Babies will get a solo kill, though. Beautifully done. Sweet Tea has come up for the roam. Dominus Pop won't be enough. Mecha should get this kill fairly easily. Rough timing there, but Save the Babies is still keeping them somewhat in this.
Yeah, true. Finding the first kill of the team in a solo fashion onto Riffle, who we expected to be a very, very strong performer in this series in specific. It's a pretty big deal. And under other circumstances, it might be game winning.
I mean, hey, Ruby's close to level 5. Like, Ghost Flash Lee Sin. Hear me out. Hear me out. This is the copium. Everyone got it? Be ready to inhale some of this. You actually, like, can do some crazy plays with this, right? And you just go Rocket Belt and just go full-on Insect. All I'm doing is I'm the engage for the team now. I will set up Galio to get on backlines. I will find members and isolate them, pick them, so my team can carry as they are trying to do right now. Solo, a little bit more damage on Sweet Tea. Doesn't quite have it. Platinum. Oh, misses the first ability, a miss input. Oh, but Mecha with the flash Q buffer, nicely done. Should be able to pick up one, get another one. It's actually Osu that helps with that, so a double kill for Mecha.
It feels a bit disingenuous to say that Mecha is doing a great job in this game because, like, of course, he's the only jungler on the Rift right now, but he is. Like, it's just true. He's doing a great job. Mechanically speaking, he's playing these exchanges very well, and the decision to go for the invade makes a lot of sense.
But Paradolia, you know, I brought it up, and I honestly feel bad about it now. It's like, hey, do you just have fun and say go next? I mean, they're still getting gold in their pockets. At the end of the day, what is Smite? Okay, we'll get back to that, because Sweet Tea really wants this kill. No way you actually get this, right? Yeah, that's really dangerous to go for that. So NXGL support, giving over some more gold, but that's what Wild Rift is. It's about gold and levels and stats. Having Smite means that you're going to be faster to get to those stats, but it doesn't mean that because you don't have as many that you're automatically going to lose.
And for some people, the items that this game is about is actually Ixtali Seed Jar. So we have an Ixtali Seed Jar rush for Kyo. That's kind of neat.
Huh.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone rush that item.
That was the tech back at Icons. I hadn't seen it yet so far this weekend, but this was kind of just for the gold efficiency-wise. That was an argument as to why people went for it. But now, Big Engage solo caught out here, does fall down. It is traded back, and over the wall flash. Look at Rumi. No smite, no problem. Might still get Sweet Tea. Tanky member has a stun, and Rumi should go down. Dies to the Zenith Blade. Baby will get one back. Flashing forward for that. Gets charmed immediately, but save the Babies. Still gets a kill on Riffle. Oh, smacks. What is happening? The goal difference between Rumi and Eka is the same as Save the Babies and Riffle, or at least comparable. Okay, baby, yeah. Oh,
Ooh.
yeah.
It's getting a little extended now.
Save the Babies might just be the key, might be the hero. Does fall at the end, but this is within 500 gold striking distance. This is the most absurd Wild Rift match I think I've ever had the pleasure of casting in my life, because the fight is still going.
Oh my God.
Sweet Tea and Platinum went over the wall. Platinum's surely dead, right? Yeah. Oh, and Deceive still lives as well. Oh, this is crazy.
Get him, Blue
Double
Buff.
kill to Solo. What is happening, Smash? Make it make sense.
I can't. I truly can't, Kangas. You know, I'm supposed to be the analyst, the color caster. I'm supposed to be the smart one. I don't think there's much smart that I could say here. This
Yeah.
this is unlike any game that I've seen. But I will say, Mecha is still so strong right now. 2 items
True.
on Morgana. The most gold in the game. You can still dodge the bindings, though. Save the Babies.
Yeah.
Also doing a great job.
I mean, Save the Babies is only 900 behind, you know? We're close to 1,000. Getting surrounded right now, so Save the Babies and might need to play very careful. The objectives are now being focused here. As we see Dragon started up, and Binding lands over the wall. Ooh, Sweet Tea. That was pretty cool. Stops them from getting in with that, and Solo has to back away. So Dragon secured by Noxian Glory.
Got the Drake at their disposal at this point. I don't think they got the Rift Herald. I'm actually not even remember at this point.
I was thinking about that. I believe it was dropped top lane. I think that Paradolian might have actually secured that one. Yeah. Ooh, Charm lands here. Save the Babies. Okay, there's the Ghost pop from the Lee Sin. The Ghost did it! No way he gets there if he doesn't have Ghost. Let's go, Rumi.
It's a movement speed diff. All along, Ghost has been the tech for junglers. Ghost Flash in specific.
I might be down 3k gold, but I can Ghost and engage. And okay, turret's down. Solo will probably die. No, he gets the honey fruit. He's alive. Solo, you absolute mad lad. And still lives through it. Sweet Tea throwing their body at the enemy and getting punished for it.
Am I crazy, or is Paradoli about to win this game without smite on their jungler? Kangas, I'm gonna be a bit upset if that's the case.
If that's the case, you know, pour one out for NXGL. I don't think there's a more tilting thing for a jungler, for Mecha, to be like, guys.
Really though.
I was 4k up for the jungler.
This reminds me of a time when I was playing a normal game with Rafa, I should say, and we were against a Blitzcrank jungle. The only thing that Blitzcrank jungle did... Hold on one second.
There's a fight happening right now. Rumi is picked up. Baby will probably die here. They just need a tiny bit more. Double kill to Osu. Yeah, Ari's popping off right now. Can they get the triple? Platinum secures the 3rd kill, but I know we're getting excited about it. NXGL do still have a lot of gold to throw around.
Yeah, still working very well in these organized team fights. Back to the Blitzcrank jungle story. So this was on PC, so it's a bit of a slower game. And this Blitzcrank took 1 camp, got level 2, and then just went directly into Rafa's jungle and like kept hooking him over and over. And nobody on our team like punished it at all. He was just like completely left to the wolves, and he just got continuously more and more mad. It got to the point where it was like 8 minutes into the game, Blitzcrank had taken a total of 3 camps. But he was still gaining experience because he kept fighting people over and over, and Rafa just kept dying to it because nobody helped him out. And the Blitzcrank with 3 camps at 8 minutes just was a higher level than him. And I've never seen Rafa get more tilted than that experience.
Well, let's see if Rumi and Paradolia can turn this into their Blitzcrank experience, as they are still slightly up in gold. It's basically just even. But NXG should get this Herald, not contested. Save the Babies. Half health under the bottom turret, and now they could get engaged mid. Sweet Tea threw out the ultimate earlier, but it's about to come right back up. Ooh, the blind Zenith played. Charm lands. It's onto the tank, but if they can get Kyo here, this is big. They got onto Solo. That should be a couple members here. Rumi, oh! The kick into Baby's arms! Really well played. I mean, you're dead afterwards. It was still cool looking, though. Baby. Honestly, I think Baby kind of ruined Rumi's escape plan there. The Sonic Wave landed on Platinum. Could have taken it, but then Baby killed Platinum before they could input the second time. Woo, fun stuff.
Yeah, I gotta say, I don't think I've ever seen a ghost kick from Lee Sin. Oh,
Baby's
too much damage?
Got it. Let's go. All right, I
Baby
understand.
got back in the game.
Baby got the back of the game, everybody. Now I see why they put Baby on Zed in game 1 in their last best of 3. I know it didn't go for them well. There were too many tanks, but Baby's got a pretty clean Zed.
Baby is better on Wild Rift than he is in the corner. Baby, oh. Thought you'd always be mine. I'm trying to just do all the Baby references I can.
And I was like, Baby, let's stop talking about this because it's getting out of hand.
I was just getting warmed up.
Yeah, you know, honestly, shame on me for stopping you. Keep it going. I want to see how long you can go. This game is like breaking my head already, so I just gotta like hold on mental for the finals.
The next thing I was thinking was like the Shoddy is like a melody in my head, but I realized it's not Baby, it's Shoddy instead. So that's just bad. I think I ended it myself.
Oh,
great song though.
Yeah, it's a banger for sure. Roommate walks into the jungle and finds out. Yeah, that's what we call that one. But Save the Babies does actually have some time top lane. Platinum in trouble here. Not enough CC to lock down Baby fully, so Baby does get the kill for Solo. Now Rift will watch forward to try and find something. Does not. That's a big pick for Paradolia right as the Dragon sub. It's Solo, though. Now they're just diving under turret. Save the Babies gets another kill.
Mecha's still being Team Mom right now. Just going around the Rift like, okay, guys, stop dying, please. Hold on to my hand.
I'll give you a juice box if we get home. Let's just get home.
Got some orange slices. I just need to run a few errands and goes and takes the dragons. Stops at the bank, goes for a recall.
How are they behind 1,000 gold?
That's probably what Mecha is asking as well.
Save the Babies is unironically going to have more gold than Mecha in like 1 or 2 more plays. Only 400 off right now.
Yeah, again, I do want to apologize for anyone who is assuming that we would have some like strong, hard-hitting and educational analysis for this. There's
no, we did. We already gave it. It's the Ghost tech on Lee Sin. You know, he could not have made that one play bot lane. That was the kill.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? Ghost Lee Sin, like I said before, it's unlike anything I've ever seen personally. So we're getting the full renovations. Call HGTV.
Oh, okay. Binding lands, chain CC onto Rumi. They just continue the bullying. They will not give Rumi any quarter in this game as they continue to punish the smiteless jungler.
Man, if Rumi can just like pretend like he's Yumi for a bit and just follow people around.
Baby
like
wins this! Oh, I love seeing it. I love seeing it. As now, okay, Kyo in some trouble here is picked off. Solo trying to get away, dove under the turret. If you have all your gold in the side lanes, that means that this can happen in the mid lane. But look at the base. Save the Babies! Save the game for your team! That's an inhib down!
Wow. Inhibitor, the first even close to inhibitor turret is taken by Paradolia in this game thanks to the Hull Breaker demolish Renekton. Mecha, you can get as many camps as you possibly want, but you have to kill the turrets, and you have to keep your marks to the left. Platinum's just dead.
What? Platinum just in the middle of the lane just falls down to save the Babies. Legitimately. Solo carrying this game. Okay, duo carry. Baby has been popping off as well. Oh my goodness. Oh, my favorite song by the artist known as Cricket. Save the Baby's just popping off right now. Don't check out that song. I haven't listened to it yet. I just found it on Spotify. I cannot condone if it's an actual banger or not. But Save the Babies now with another 1v1 here. Osu dancing around. The charm already. That's Ignite down. But it was just a bait to get Baby in range. Now Baby's got the movement. Baby's got the slows. Osu's still just buying a lot of time, though. Surviving way longer than I expected. Will eventually fall.
Every time you do a play about Baby,
Sweet Tea! Stop!
Sweet Tea,
Stop going in! That deep without your team! Oh no! Okay, Mecha is here though. Mecha's the raid boss. Mecha's got a lot of gold. As it walks up, doesn't get the kill. Sweet Tea is on a mission to dive these back lines. It is insane. Save the Babies now. Will die, but 2 inhibs down. Smash, do you believe? Twitch chat, do you believe the Forbidden Tech have Paradolia solved Wild Rift?
Okay, we're taking it a bit far with that one, but they are doing a great job destroying these side lanes and forcing super minions into the enemy team's base. And look at this. Now Rumi, he doesn't have any responsibilities in the jungle. He can just go be another minion. Push out the waves with the supers. Maybe he should go Hullbreaker.
I'm just so happy right now. This is the funniest, most entertaining game that I think I've ever casted across any title, across any year of my life. And I'm just happy to get to experience this with you and everybody else.
Baby's got a Hullbreaker now, so they're fully in on this side lane approach. I love it.
Wow.
This is beautiful.
It's amazing because it's so different from what I expected from Paradolia. What I saw in all the previous series was like, okay, so they have some solid performers, but it feels like Rumi is the key carry, and then everybody else enables Rumi. This is literally the most opposite you could possibly get from that scenario. I could not envision, if I had guessed how they could have done it differently, I never would have guessed it would be this different. As now the engaged top lane, this might just be game. With supers pushing in and taking another kill or two, it should be Baron. Oh, but they don't have Smite. Wait, that's actually so dangerous to go for Baron.
They really can't. I think they just have to pretend Baron and Dragon don't exist, and they just have to keep with this approach of hitting the turrets. And you know what? At the end of the day, that's kind of beautiful, because really, are Dragons essential to win a game of Wild Rift? I don't think so. Baron isn't either. It's just the Nexus.
Literally, the game ends when the Nexus is taken. Nothing else will end the game.
Nothing matters.
Riffle might be able to do something, though. He is knocked up, though. Can they get any more CC on him? Riffle's down, but the kick! He still got it! Rumi, barely gets the kill, but it was enough. Darius is down. That was a lot of the front line here, but it's still up to Mecha. It's still up to Osu. Look at Mecha,
the teleports
1 and 11. Literally full build right now, but they're just going for the end. They see Mecha down there. They say that is all the gold. Mecha's literally flashing to get into the base. We got the split screen to watch the base race. If they can get this. Mecha's here, though. I think Mecha saves it. Mecha might even just get a kill. Osu! They hold on! NXGL hold the line, and they're still in this game.
Okay, the teleports got me a bit concerned there. This game was going to end, and Kangas, I just don't want it to. I want this one to just go on
forever.
Literally. Can it? I mean, Mecha's already at complete full capacity right now. That's full items on the Morgana, but we got to get everybody else there. Come on. The exasperated laughter is telling the whole story right now.
If Paradolia win this, there will forever be a smiteless Lee Sin victory in competitive Wild Rift.
Yeah.
I'm not ready for that timeline. Honestly, I'm scared of what that means.
Okay. The would-be jungler is not really here for Paradolia.
All right.
As NXGL.
We're on the Elder.
They've got a lot of damage.
Elder's doing a lot of dragging to NXGL. Osu's jumping in here onto the backside. The Babies does so much of the gold. He's got to stay alive, and he is doing it. Platinum's down. Save the Babies. Now jumping on Osu. Save your own life if you can, but you got nowhere to run. Double kill, shredding for Save the Babies. But Riffle, this is your moment. The pop-ups, the resets. Doesn't have flash, you can't get in. Went the stone plate instead of the rocket belt, but maybe you can get Rumi. Doesn't quite have the damage, doesn't have the stacks, you can't get the ultimate off. Solo
That's an
kills
ace.
him too soon. An ace. Super's pushing in. 20 seconds on every spawner. That's game. Paradolia have done it. Who needs a smite when you can just kill the Nexus? They'll go up 1-0 in the third place match.
Kangas. I don't know if I can handle this.
So you're gonna give some analytical breakdown of that game, Smash? Give me the big brain macro.
My brain has never been smaller.
Oh wow! Oh, this has been a good weekend, everybody. 33% damage for Solo. That is not what I expected. Wow, that's actually a lot.
I really hope Rafa's not watching right now, because this is going to tilt him out of his mind. I don't know if he can ever cast this game ever again if he sees what happened here today.
Oh, wow. Well, welcome to Offseason Wild Rift, everybody, where, you know, the runes don't matter, the summoner spells don't matter, the caster mental clearly doesn't matter. It's all about just taking down one big crystal. It's a simple game, really. If you break it down to the basics. Look at that gold. That gold grab at the 5-minute was literally just Mecha getting like monstrously ahead. And then when it spikes up, it was Save the Babies and Baby being like, hold my bottle. I'm hopping in. I'm hopping in. I'm going for it.
Every time that it went back down to the red also, that was Mecha being like, okay, get in line, everybody. Come on back. And like showing some discipline. And nope, went to the wayside every time so consistently. Wow.
Oh. I have to like emotionally recover from that one.
Oh,
that one's gonna take a little minute.
It is.
I fully expected. Go for it. No, yeah.
I'm also just so concerned that like Steward is watching and like Scoundrel is watching and like
don't show any of the EU players this game. No one show the EU any of the casters or players. This is for NA and LATAM's eyes only.
Please look away. I don't know if we're ever gonna live this down if EU knows
it's off season. It's
jungler
fun.
Just won. You know what?
It's
You're
a
right.
fun tournament. Like,
but they're not gonna say that context, Kangas. You know that.
True.
They're just gonna be all up on us, like, an NA team lost to a smiteless jungler.
But the thing is, we don't have a single NA org in this tournament. It's just teams put together from friends. This is true grassroots esports right now. This is like, get a team together, come have fun. And that was definitely fun. I think if we could summarize really that game in a word that encapsulates the entire experience, that's the one I would go for. Really incredible stuff. And it just shows that the offseason is a place where wild memories can be made. And honestly, I like that. That's a good place.
Ooh, good narrative from our producer. NA is so good that we don't need Smite to win.
Exactly! Perfect. There we go!
Genius.
Thank you, Tasty Bacon, for giving us the save right there. Yeah, you hear that, Stuart? Yeah.
Yeah. I want to see one of your European teams do that, huh?
Rick's who? Team Queso? More like Team Always Takes Smite because it's a crutch.
Yeah, losers. Come on. Get on our level. We don't need that garbage summoner spell.
Can't wait for a Paradolia that he just raffle stomp Rix's 100,000 Twitter followers.
Yes.
Just silence them all. Yeah.
Paradolia, link your Twitter in the Twitch chat. Let's get it going.
Honestly, yeah.
Okay.
Hey, I don't know if they have one, but I definitely need to start following some of these players. I don't think I follow any of them on Twitter.
Somebody in the Twitch chat said the exact thing that I thought it was. It was Asmo. He said, Rumi said this, I copied Kwon Lee build and he didn't take Smite. ZZZZZ. That's exactly what I thought it was.
Probably a mid lane or a top lane Lee Sin build then,
exactly.
Right? Oh, that is too good. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, Wild Rift is a funny game, everybody.
Well, I mean, like I said, That's fairly tilting for NXGL. I really hope the
Really?
players can reset and just laugh along with us here and just say, all right, leave that in the past. Now let's just show up for game number 2. Because it definitely felt like they had the game plan. As we look at the replay here and kind of see the end of the game, that they were very over-eager to punish. And I think that they were then getting punished for that mentality.
Yeah, I think NXGL, they start up this Drake like, all right, what could possibly go wrong? We are the ones who have Smite. They don't even have Smite. We have to start this objective because we can secure it. But then you can see that their entire strategy shifts to not even trying to fight on the dragon. They're just trying to fight the enemy team, which is understandable. They are the ones engaging on you, but if you're going to have that outcome, you have to have the foresight to know that's going to happen and just not go for the dragon in the first place. You have to have a proper setup for it. And yeah, this ace is a little too strong.
Was so close. So close to having the pop-off Darius player right there. Just didn't quite pull it off.
And of course it's Rumi who gets that final kill also, of course. Just the one that started it all. The one that put us in the situation to begin with. I love it.
Oh, it's too good. It's just too good, everybody. So now the thing is, third place, like we had been saying before, it does matter. If you get third place as opposed to fourth, you have 10 points instead of 8 points after Qualifier 1. That will change seeding for Qualifier 2. So Qualifier 2 will have first seed through 8th seed based on how many points you have. I actually don't know because a lot of the teams like in 5th through 8th are tied at 6 points. So maybe it's randomized there. Maybe it's based on who beat you and how many points they had. I don't know. I didn't read that deeply into the rule set. I just remember in the rule set, that's what it was saying. So if you're 3rd seed, that's better than 4th seed. You know, it does have an impact in the next tournament run as well.
That's all for the TO nerds anyway, you know?
Yeah.
We don't need to read all that. I'm just kidding.
Here to
I love our TOs
have
very
fun.
much. Appreciate you.
Oh yeah, no.
I just
popping off.
I just don't want to do your job. That's all. You got your thing. I've got mine.
Thankless job. Yes. We need TOs. We need them. Thank you for all that you do. As Jace, Lucian, Senna, the band away here for game number 2 pick ban.
Dragon's taken off the board. Also, that Jace that you're questioning, still gone. Karma, also. None of these bans are necessarily too surprising. Gwen was the final ban last game, right? From Paradolia, that's the one that they decided on. So could be the option. They could also just remove that Lee Sin. They've actually done that already today a bit, but no. The Morgana flex pick, as we now know it is too threatening. And yeah, I understand.
Okay, still the Renekton. It's been picked first for blue side or red side. I think most of the games that it's left up. NXGL still not only leaning on it, but also taking it away from Paradolia, as Save the Babies definitely had a pop-off performance. I think that's a light way to put it in the last game, so deny that if you can.
Yeah, like that a lot. Renekton's back and ready to go. And yeah, I hope that Save the Babies can still pilot something just as powerful as that, because that was a really cool top lane performance. We haven't seen like hard carries that much, I feel like, this weekend from the Baron lane. I think it's mostly been mid and dragon lane. So as much as we can get from that, I am all for. But Lee Sin is back. Rumi, make sure that whoever's build you're copying is playing jungle.
Why? I mean, it worked. What are you talking about? I think they run it back. I think at this point, let's just say no heals, no Barry, no flash, no flash. Everyone has to take like Ghost instead.
We play on Howling Abyss. Everyone takes Snowball.
Now you got it. Now you got it. For anybody at home, by the way, who plays ARAMs and you don't play them correctly, just know that you have to take Snowball.
Yeah.
Flash Snowball on every... Well, Ghost Snowball is also acceptable, but you at least have to have Snowball.
How do you feel about heal Snowball?
Honestly, I'd say that it's worse than Flash Snowball, so I'll allow it. As long as it's worse than Flash Snowball, then sure, whatever. Just don't take Exhaust Snowball. That's dumb.
I feel like that's not too unreasonable. If it's Exhaust Flash, then like, yeah, That's a little too
You know what?
much.
Now that you say it, yeah. Whatever.
Exhaust snowball's
We'll
kinda
go over
fun.
the official rules. We'll write them down at some point.
Yeah.
Lux Kha'Zix for NXGL, taking Kha'Zix away from Paradolia. I mean, you already had the Lee Sin locked in, but now also taking it in to Paradolia. Rumi was popping off on this champion, and now Mecha says, all right, I'll show you how it's done.
Makes sense, you know. Mecha looks like the better jungler. I should stop saying that. He looked like the only jungler on the Rift because he was the only one that took smite. But we've seen Rumi play very, very well in that Lee Sin.
Still looked like the best. Still looked like the best.
That also means he looked like the worst, though, Kangas, if you think about it. There's only one of them, so he no, that's too mean to say. I can't even say it.
I have to say it just because I do wonder. It kind of feels like NXGL have the Paradolia draft and Paradolia have the NXGL draft. Based on just what we've seen stylistically from them before. So either they're swapping styles a little bit and kind of taking away from each other, or we'll see who's on which side once we actually get into the Rift. But
yeah,
bands coming out, some more focus on that bot lane still.
Yeah, a bit of borrowing.
Do we have confirmation sides are correct?
This
Okay,
is a new
cool.
champion, though. Twisted Fate. Good old Twisty Boy. I think the last time that I've seen this one in comp was Rest playing it in the Dragon Lane. I don't think I've seen
He
it
did
played
play a
mid,
lot of that.
Oh yeah, he did. I can't remember the last time I've seen it mid lane.
It can fill a similar function to the Galio in one aspect. Galio and him are obviously very different kits, but do very different things other than they can get around the map quick, right? They can match a side lane, they can back up somebody if they're getting hit, or they can proactively use their ultimate to rotate around the map very quickly, something that Wukong loves. If he's getting aggressive in the jungle and he's going in, he can CC for long enough that TF can show up and then use the gold card to follow up on that CC. So NXGL are drafting some champions that will be difficult to kill while they're locked down. Braum will definitely help with their ability.
It's you, Kangas.
Hi.
They picked you.
I mean, I got the beard. I feel like I can only call Braum's status if I am like peaking in my physical strength and also the mustache.
I was talking about Kha'Zix.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that makes much more sense. I'm talking about Wukong. So,
oh, yeah, no. You and Kha'Zix are like exactly alike. It's like
I can see
one-to-one comparison.
Wait, let's see. What pose is he in? Like, gotta get like my leg up in it. Everyone's gonna see I'm wearing sweatpants.
Oh, me too. Don't worry. Here, there
we go. I got it. Yeah.
I don't know if I can get out of my chair. I've got it in a weird position. Draven's here.
Ooh.
We have the other Noxian brother. Not picked by Noxian Glory, though. But this does debunk my theory that it's going to be Twisted Fate in the Dragon Lane. Most likely, Twisted Fate mid with the Draven and the Nami down bot. And they're going to be up against a pretty durable lane, I must say, of the Braum and the Lux. A lot of shielding there. A lot of HP you got to break through. Going to be pretty hard, I feel.
It feels like the third string 80 carry. Lucian Nami is the big one. Varus Nami is kind of what they lean on next. But once that's banned and Ashe is gone, it's like, all right, Draven Nami. I mean, I can see the concept, but you're right. It's going to be hard to actually get the kills to get this Draven snowballing. Because if he leaves laning phase with no kills, and then he just gets picked by a Kha'Zix Ahri later and loses all of his stacks, it's like, oh my, okay. This game's just unwinnable at that point. It's really tough.
See how it goes, though. I am liking the fact that we have the assassins in the jungle here. Rumi.
Oh, Smacks.
Rumi, please pick Smite.
The lore continues, Smacks. Asmo has also confirmed that the rune page he was looking at was an ARAM rune page. So it had flash snowball, but then that doesn't exist on the Summoner's Rift, so it's changed it to Ghost. That is even funnier.
That's very, very funny. Yeah, All right, well, I guess Ghost is just the appropriate replacement if you don't want to take Snowball, then. That's Riot confirmed in the client.
Confirmed. I guess it kind of makes sense. They're both movement abilities. So let's go over the win conditions here, because we were talking about Paradolia, and I'm liking a little bit more NXGL, what they're going for here, what they pieced together. I think that the pick potential is way higher, and there's really no tanks on the side of Paradolia. So if you hit any binding, charm, they're just dead, right? Like, you're just
Yeah.
going to kill that person. So what does Paradolia have to do? Like, how are they supposed to play this game out?
I mean, generally speaking, it is just finding kills for your Draven to eat up. You know, you gotta here comes the airplane for your little Draven baby down in that dragon lane. Bring him the spoon directly to his face, feed it to his mouth, and hope he doesn't make a big mess with his in his high chair. That's kind of how I see all Dravens. And yes,
I feel
am
like there's a
support
little
main.
bit of projection. I don't know.
No, that's just how that's what I pretend Dravens are when I'm playing bot lane with them. I have to cater to their every need.
Wait, Riffle just got a solo kill.
It was traded back.
Oh,
That's
no,
that's just
traded,
Baron lane
okay.
things. Yeah, that's just what happens. You know, it's fine. We don't even need to look at it.
Yeah, that'll happen like 5 more times this game. It's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah. It's whatever. What really matters is if solo can get kills, because then that snowball gets pretty wild. And you know, this is a competitive game, so this is less true. If it was solo queue, this would be absolutely a fact. If you don't, every minute that you don't give your Draven a kill, more and more likely that Draven will AFK.
Oh, you know what? I hadn't actually thought about that, but that is true.
Again,
don't
speaking
come to
from
my
my own
lane.
personal experience, my Dravens get very, very moody. And you know, maybe that just means I need to show more discipline or something. I don't know. I don't have all the parenting tips.
I will say they have a comp that can do it. They have a Lee Sin who can go for earlier ganks in the bot lane and has some CC setup. They have the TF to go in, but now TF's actually going top lane instead. Oh, misses the skill shot. Ignites enough. Baby just barely getting the kill. There we go. I was going to say could ult bot lane, but I mean, that works too. Ulting top, get a kill onto Riffle.
It makes sense as Twisted Fate also to go up into that Baron lane because there's only one target to hit, and you only have one gold card anyway. So why not go up to that already proven to be very volatile lane where Save the Babies and Riffle had already killed each other a couple of times. So this is a really solid play from Paradolia. Giving over 2 turret plates also is going to give Save the Babies just a massive advantage up there.
Yeah, and it was slightly in Riffle's favor before. He was up a couple hundred gold, and now Save the Babies up, 600. Backs, doesn't complete the Divine Sunderer yet, but should be going to that one soon. It's not that much to get the final take. Oh, that's actually kind of rough. That means one more wave, and he'll have enough for it.
Slightly unfortunate timing, but yeah, you're definitely still very happy with that outcome. And obviously, Riffle is not going to have his Blade of the Ring King even close to when that actually happens. And Save the Babies, I guess he could just recall immediately after this wave and go get it, but
Ooh.
I'd rather go fight this.
I like this from NXGL. They just catch him out. Rumi's dead. Mecha with the backup of Riffle just locked down the Lee Sin, and that is a squishy champ in early stages.
Now hold on, Kangas. You said Mecha and Riffle. Sweet Tea was there too, okay? Roaming up with the Braum.
Oh, yeah.
Giving it his
The
all.
participation trophy.
Participation? I guess he didn't even get an assist. No, that's fair. Yeah, okay.
He was on screen, though. And you've said his name a couple times now, so people know he was there.
I gotta put some respect on the support plays when I see them, That's just what I'm here for. At the end of the day,
I
if I'm
respect
not shouting out the supports, then what am I doing?
Ooh, that wasn't a gold card. If that was gold card on Mecha, maybe that's a kill. Rumi's got the damage to follow up, but not quite. So right now, it's still a gold lead for Paradolia, even though Rumi did get picked off there. But the earlier plays topside are definitely helping them stay in the game. And okay, now the Divine Center is completed. So is Blade of the Ruin King, but that is the damage you expect from the Wukong.
Now, bad news, Kangas. We're at 5 minutes, and Draven doesn't have any kills, which means he is 5 times as likely to AFK the game.
I don't know if it's 5 times right away. I think it's every second that passes, he's 1% likelier.
Oh,
so it will stack up. It will stack.
Okay, so that is, yeah. So he's at 300 times. So, or three times 300% at this point.
Well, no, after 5 minutes. So he's at 20%.
After 5 minutes.
So he's
Oh,
120% right now. Yeah. The
I
math
got it.
checks
I
out, don't
got
worry.
it.
Yeah. I've checked this with official sources. That was
Right.
a big final spark. Good damage. I don't think it'll mount for much, though. As objectives are traded, it is just Dragon for Herald, but an immediate drop of the Herald. So Paradolia, they want to get Save the Babies out on the map. And I got to say, I agree with them. Based on the performance last game and also this big lead, Wukong will be felt no matter where he goes.
And he might be going mid lane right now. Oh, that's an excellent binding, but it might not matter.
Knock up. Save the Babies going in for the engage, and he's just popped. The bubble will trade Sweet Tea. Only a 1-for-1 though right now, and I think NXGL can actually get even more for this. Mecha flashes forward, but he's exhausted immediately, so doesn't find the kill. Baby again with the blue card thrown out there. Paradolia not quite finding a big trade back, but at least they will get 1-for-1.
They saved the turret there too. That's what they really wanted to do, and well, Baby,
he's still looking for more.
He wants to do something else.
That was a flash forward. He's just going to get the kill.
Wow. I mean, that's a really good read that he saw that Mecha probably would have used his jump to get closer to another camp. It's typically what you do when you're playing that jungle cause and you're just in clear mode. You don't really care about using your jump willy-nilly. So yeah, Baby, just good game sense there for sure.
Interesting how Paradolia stays in these games. In game 1 and now game 2. Baby and Save the Babies both stepping up big and actually having very impactful performances at their individual lane stages. Okay, skill shots are missing Rumi. He gets out and not actually punished for that. That could have been big if he was dead.
Ooh, I have another variable to the Draven equation. Okay, the Draven AFK likelihood, the doll, if you will. I feel like every time you get an assist, it just doubles whatever number you're at. You know,
because it's that much more tilting. Because you're like, that should have been my kill.
Yeah, you didn't get the kill. It's an assist.
Yeah.
Whatever. I feel like whatever number you were at when you got the assist, it doubles there, and then it just goes back to counting up 1% every second. I think that makes sense. Yeah.
I could see that.
Makes it hard to calculate exactly where we're at right now, but I feel like that's a good variable to add here.
Yeah, we would need to check the graphs and the official numbers to get back to everybody in Twitch chat.
We'll have our stats team.
I do agree. But he hasn't died yet, so that's a lot of stacks. But honestly, we're at that point in the game where I think Paradolia need to be actively trying to get solo a kill. Because the longer it goes, I mean, we're joking about the tilting and kind of memeing about it a little bit, but it is terrible if Draven has this many stacks and dies. You know, it's really rough because like the point of the champion is to stack up. Not only do you snowball with the kills the gold from the kills, but also from your passive. He'd be very far behind if he doesn't get a kill before he dies. Save the Baby's in trouble here in a 1v3 situation. Wave is now coming in. He's under turret. He will pop the ultimate preemptively. Tries to flash away to get out, but is still picked up.
This could be it.
Riffle might go down as well if they can actually get some in here, but the turret falls first. Solo's scared. I don't know if this is big, but Solo could get the kill here. He's exhausted. Look for something. Riffle's now the focus, but everybody else on the team is there, and Solo went the wrong direction. Oh, if Solo just stuck with them, you could have killed Riffle there, but he got baited by, I believe it was Mecha. Somebody else jumped over the wall.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really rough.
Definitely could have been that moment for Solo, but instead gets tethered back and forth in that team fight. Not exactly sure where that play could actually be made. And Noxie and Glory, they walk away with 2 turrets, a successful dive, and a setup onto this Rift Herald. This is a huge swing for NXGL.
We might get our first third game series, Max. It's too early to tell with confidence, but it is a even game state. NXGL are in a spot where they feel comfortable. And in most of their games, it's the late game where we start to see them actually come online, despite what we just saw in last game number 1. But still, chance is there. TF coming in, though. Paradolia do not want to give them the opportunity or the chance. That's a rampage now for Baby.
Baby has been so impressive in this series, where he was just killing everybody on the Zed. Now, he's the big macro playmaker for his team, controlling the entire Rift with this Destiny. And, you know, it reminds me of playing ranked with TJ, where he would just always he was a support main as well, but we compromised where I would play support, but he would play things like Galio and Twisted Fate, and then just roam anyway, like farm mid whenever he like felt it convenient. But mostly he was just also playing on the map, and then we'd help out like Rafa in the jungle a lot of the time.
Ooh, Solo has to flash right there. Oh, here comes Rumi, big kick. Mecha shot back, but has Riffle and Platinum as backup. But now can actually get onto the support here. Sweet Tea in some trouble. Tanky, but are you tanky enough? Dragon stolen!
Whoa.
Oh, Kyo on the Nami, getting it. I don't even know how that happened, but it looks like Paradolia can clean up the fight from this point forward. Do they have Solo? No, Solo died. Solo died before getting a kill, and now Mecha, Osu, they're the damage dealers. They can actually turn this.
Whoa.
Triple the Mecha on a rampage.
6 kills for Mecha on the Kha'Zix. Yeah, he missed out on that Drake, but this is a massive scaling advantage now for Noxian Glory. Kha'Zix is probably the assassin that scales the best in Wild Rift. He can do so much with those evolutions that come online later and all the items that he's now going to have at his disposal. I'm picturing a full completed third item here. No, I wasn't quite right on that, but still super strong. Nearly the most gold on the Rift if it weren't for Baby, who is still kind of smurfing it.
Yeah, Baby is the one that's keeping Paradolia in it at this point. It's not the best champ to do that, though. TF doesn't necessarily have the hard carry potential as a champion. I mean, you can still do the game-saving plays if you find the right ult, you find the right member, you just one-shot Platinum or Osu. Or even Mecha for that point, but it's difficult to do that, and it's unlikely that we should expect Baby to be able to pull that off. But the big heartbreak is, Solo's at about 10,000% tilt right now. I mean, you just died before getting 138 or whatever stacks it was at the time.
Yeah, I think dying with all those stacks, just that's where you get into the exponential increases on the tilt scale. So
it's to the power of 5.
Yeah, that's about right, I think. But, you know, he's almost at 2 items on the Draven. There have been worse situations, I think. And he's still playing, which is a really big thing.
Ooh, this is big, though. This is the TF play I was talking about. If you can find these moments on the map where you have more members, wow, Riffle survives for a very long time. Now frontlining gives time for Mecha to join in. Mecha's got the resets, the jumps on Kha'Zix. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Only Platinum dies.
Oh, and Baby dying there is the really big deal. That's a lot of power taken off of the Rift right there. And Noxian Glory, they're responding to these map plays very well. They might even have enough damage to take out this inhibitor turret. No, not quite.
Osu has Spirit Rush, so feeling confident to stay very far forward and keep hitting the turret. You know if anyone shows up, you can still get out. As Rumi actually catches Osu up here. Might just die in the 1v1. Osu gets it! Nicely done from the Ahri pilot.
How did he heal that much? I'm actually shocked. It looked like it was like 400 health that he just gained off of that play. But I don't know. I don't know how the math works
Ahri passive,
on that one. Yeah, I guess. Ahri passive goes a little crazy in Wild Rift, it turns out.
Ahri passive goes brr. I can't show my R's very well, but I was an attempt right there. As Platinum, you don't want to get picked off in a moment like this. Your team is in a really good spot. 4K up, Baron on the table. And you have some Fed members, Mecha in particular, so it's about playing clean from this point forward for NXGL.
Avoiding those picks, avoiding being in isolated situations that can be taken advantage of. Kind of like
finding stuff like that.
Just did.
Yeah, Save the Baby's in a really rough spot, very far forward. Massive Nami ult. That actually would have been huge. Imagine Solo throws out some damage and Rumi goes in. Ooh, what could have been in moments like that.
Yeah. It's kind of just how support works sometimes. You can do the cool thing, but if your team is not ready to deal damage and punish, you most of the time can't just hard carry a team fight. That's where you get exceptions like Xerath in PC, where you're like kind of a support, you know? Or Karma. Yeah. Karma can do that pretty well in this game, where you get like the Luden's Echo Death Cap build. But it's Nami.
My personal favorite in League PC is AP Misfortune support.
Oh, you're one of those.
Imagine all the damage you could have done in that choke point.
You know, I gotta say, AP Misfortune to me is worse than the support Ashe build. They're both pretty similar,
Yes,
but
I agree. I agree.
I think that one's even worse. Considering
At least
you're
with
only...
Ashe, you have to like kind of position.
Yeah.
Misfortune, you just press your third ability and run away. And that's it.
Yeah.
That's the only gameplay you have. Okay,
Ooh, good
NXGL almost get a pick here. On to Baby, flashes away. Now save the babies. Doing his job,
Oh.
saving his mid laner. And that's the support down. Save the babies will be answered though. Right on back. Mecha goes in, thinks he can get the reset. Doesn't quite have the damage or the range, but Osu does. Osu goes in.
Oh.
Double kill to Riffle as Mecha even gets another one. Oh, this is beautiful stuff from NXGL as they're running through Paradolia. Even Riffle will survive. It's just Rumi left, trying to find something on the back half. Ultimate's coming up soon. Dragon's Rage could be available. Has the flash. Does Rumi want to try and outplay this, or do you just back away? I think
He's
you go.
almost got kicked, yeah. I think this could be pretty big.
Try and get in the
Okay.
pit. You can look for the flash smite steal. It's too late now. All right, they give it up.
Understandable to not go for it. But now you've got a Kha'Zix on you anyway. Still has to use the kick. Man,
Who got that? I saw a blue buff on both of them. Actually, I'm not sure who got it.
I don't know. But I do know that Noxian Glory got the dragon, and I think that means we're going to get a game 3 for the first time, Kangas.
It is looking likely. How did this happen? Paradolia wins the game with smiteless jungle, and then NXGL win the normal game.
Yeah. I mean, the mentality of it, I think, is a really big deal, where NXGL like sees that there's no smite on Lee Sin, and then they think that they already have an advantage before they even do. I think that's a big part of it, where it makes you play differently, for sure. And now that they are on this match point and they are facing a lot of pressure, they can start playing more clear-minded.
Ooh, big damage there onto Rumi, taken out immediately. No jungler, and now everyone else is going to fall like dominoes. Actually, it was the Wukong clone. That was huge, blocking the charm. And now everybody from Paradolia just trying to get anything they can, maybe defend this top turret, if it's even possible. Solo yet to even get a stack, or his passive off. No kills, and that's the first inhibitor down.
Looking for another one here. They've got a lot of power in this mid lane. They don't even need the Baron right now. I mean, they showed it last game that jungle objectives don't even matter. You just got to take the turrets and the Nexus. So just trying to do that as much as possible. First inhibitor is always such a big deal in Wild Rift, by it being permanent and just always just overflowing with those super minions. Such a huge amount of pressure to play with.
And Baron's up too, so you can just go back to Baron, or rather, spend your gold, and then go right back to Baron. We got Guardian Angels on Mecha and a Riffle. They are ready for the game-ending fight. You build these items so that you can go deep, kill the enemy, and then still survive yourself. If Paradolia can even get through just the first health bar. Yeah.
Wukong Clone is showing what would have happened to save the babies if he stuck around. Definitely don't want to do that. The pick potential is so strong. Rumi spotted out. Can't really go for any big plays right there. There's a Braum in your way. It's so difficult to get through this front line.
And the Hold Breaker, Riffle in the side lane, always pressuring, always threatening. Actually went for the Stone Plate as well. I've been seeing a lot of Stone Plate on champions that I don't necessarily expect it on. Even onto Lee Sin right here, but it's enough. Still gets the kill on the turret. Big bubble onto Mecha, no follow-up, so he's fine.
Yeah, I don't know if I like the Stone Plate, but it certainly has been popular today. We got 3 of them on the Rift right now. No Rocket Belt. I'm very sad about that.
Yeah, a little pricier, a little more flash.
Yeah.
I do like it still. TF Ultimate Pop, they're just spotting RNXG still on the Baron. No, they're now going to the Elder Dragon, just spawned on the Rift. And the Supers are pushing top lane, so Baby without the Destiny, he can still catch his top wave, but he can't join the fight afterwards now. Oh, they're just going for the kills.
This is a big engage, yeah. I think they can get it.
Solo had to flash.
Ooh.
Okay, Rumi with the kick away. Mecha's out of the fight, but that was a defensive Dragon's Rage, not an offensive one. That means that Rumi will not have that tool to try and find something cool around this Dragon. Meanwhile, Save the Baby's in a lot of trouble. Barely gets away from the Braum passive. One more auto and he was certainly dead. But the flash from Osu gets the charm. Rumi in trouble. Ooh, has to pop the stone plate to live.
And pretty much every ultimate there used from Paradolia. They can't really do a whole lot afterwards. They got Twisted Fatal very soon. I don't really think he can steal away this Elder Dragon. You gotta try, though. Like, you have to go through with this.
Popped. Are they going to do anything about this? It is secured by NXGL. Destiny not even used, and that should just be game. It is so hard to come back from a position like this. I know that we saw it happen earlier, but Jotu was on Cassidy. He was able to steal it with that champion. Very different composition, very different circumstances for Paradolia this time. All right, let's see what their approach is.
Still got some pick tools on their team, but the damage is just lacking really, really hard. They have to find and kill one person at a time.
Oh,
that is one person. That's one person.
That is a start. Baby's going to have Destiny up soon. They keep the knockups coming in, but the rest of the team follows through.
Ooh.
Mecha finally dies. He got a kill. Solo did it. One kill on the Draven. Thank you very much. But it is traded back for 2 as Save the Babies also went down. So 2 for 1. NXGL still walk out on top.
We got a cash out, Kangas. It happened.
Yeah!
We can still keep playing this game. But not for too much longer here, because Noxie and Glory are just so strong, and it was only on to one member. All of these people still alive and ready to take down these structures.
Rumi as, oh, the Elder Dragon damage actually popped the GA. Almost got away. That was really close. But yeah, this game's done and dusted. Yep. NXGL have this. All they have to do is walk in one more wave to take this inhibitor. Paradolia, they're going to have triple inhibs down. No hope of wave clear with this composition, and that just means it is brutal from this point forward. They got to find something right here, right now, but the Elder Dragon is just doing too much work. Osu on a rampage, Riffle the same as Solo charmed up. Solo goes down, only Rumi left alive, and you cannot stop the onslaught that is NXGL. We are going to our first Game 3 of the weekend.
Proving that it is actually best of 3 series and not just best of 2s where teams are just too good and winning so consistently. Kangas, got a Game 3. We got a bit of a series. I'm excited about this one. It's been a wacky one for sure, but NXGL show us that they can bounce back from the absolute monster tilter that they just experienced in the first game.
That is the most impressive part, because after game 1, a situation like that, you get a little worried as a broadcaster. I've seen this happen to teams at tournaments in the past. A game like that can be so tilting that you just basically give up. You're like, I don't even want to play anymore.
Yeah.
But they doubled down, and they had a fairly clean game 2. It was still back and forth. It was the closest game that we probably had all weekend. Like, that game 2 was the closest. It was even in gold for so long, but even when it was even in gold, it still felt like NXGL, they had a better comp, they had a better game plan, and they were able to execute. And props to Osu not dying 4-0-10 on the Ahri. Platinum actually doing the most damage right there on the Lux. That's pretty cool. And yeah, now we get to see what the adaptations are for a Game 3.
I mean no disrespect to you, Solo, when I say this, but Draven sucks. I don't want to see that champion again. That was not good.
It did not accomplish what Draven is meant to accomplish, which is do a lot of damage and then get kills early on. They went for the TF ult top side. They got the kill. They go for the Rift Herald. They drop it top side. They open up Wukong to join around the map. They never played to the Draven in the first 5 minutes of that game, and their comp can play into a Draven. They can send the TF bot. They can have Lee Sin go bot lane, even dive turrets. Like, I feel like there were ways that they could have approached that differently to try and get Solo more into the game, but at the end of the day, that's not how they played the game. Instead, Paradolia said, we're going to try and play through top, open up the Wukong, And based on how the last game had gone, that makes sense, right? You know, the solo laners were the ones hard carry in that game.
Yeah.
But it was not replicable.
I think the issue with Draven is, like, even if you do all of that, his damage still isn't really that good,
Yeah.
I feel like. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm just still too scarred of back in the early WNS days earlier this year where we got, like, Draven top and it was awful. Do you remember
I don't think I
that?
ever had to cast any of those, but I think I heard
It was
about that.
bad.
Yeah. Yeah. Gamers
But
gonna
anyway,
game, Smacks. Gamers gonna game.
They are. Sometimes you got to let your inner Draven out, and I hope it doesn't happen in Game 3 because I want to see some more competition. I think that Solo has shown a lot better games than that, and I think the champion's just not up to snuff.
And there were a lot of champions banned out earlier on in the draft phase. I would not hate it if Paradolia just said, all right, we're just going to grab Solo something in the first round rotation. Because what? We had Lucian, Varus, and Ashe banned. And even like Senna, if you want to throw her into the conversation, like that's a fairly pinched pool. And then you have to play into the Lux. And I understand the idea of like, all right, well, we already locked in the Nami. Let's go for something that can try and win lane. But I think it's also important to set yourself up to pivot in draft, depending on what your opponent does. So, I definitely think that there's adaptations to be made, and I hope that they do make them.
Draft is a hard part of the game. That's for sure.
Mhm.
In order to like set yourself up very consistently to win, you have to have a really solid strategy that doesn't have many counters, and that's pretty difficult to come by in a game with so many different variables. So I definitely commend going for new strategies. On the good spectrum of that, I thought the Twisted Fate, which you hadn't seen otherwise in this tournament, actually looked really good. I thought Baby did a great job on that champion, and it accomplished what they wanted it to do, get a lot of pressure in that side lane, and just overall give the team a lot of pick threat. I thought that was a big success.
I actually had no issue with the TF. I know some people just hate TF right now in the meta. They don't think that he's competitively viable. But I think that's more from a solo queue perspective. Like, top-level players don't like playing TF because it doesn't work very well in solo queue games. You cannot carry a game, which we even saw in this. But the idea is that you use it as a springboard to get another area of the map fed. I would have liked the Draven. They went for the Wukong, but it still worked. They got the Wukong way ahead. They got TF fed. They took the turret. They secured, Herald. They were doing some really cool things with it. So yeah, I echo the sentiment. I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm looking at, just to refresh us on how the teams got to this point. I think it's cool because now that we're into Game 3, the winner takes third place and 10 points. So let's do a quick history lesson. Who they played along the way here. Paradolia did not have a bye in the first round. Most teams had a bye, but Paradolia actually had to play against a team called Timber Esports. Don't recognize that. But then they went up against Silent Assassins, and then Ailish. They actually beat Ailish on their way into the top 8. That was the team that they beat in the round of 16. And looking at Ailish right now, Crown Prince, Apex, some of the names on there still. So they did not have the necessarily easiest way to get here, but still cool to see that. I have now lost the bracket. All right, cool. I got the bracket back. And then, of course, Paradolia beat NDE and then lost to KFC to get into the lower bracket finals. I know we're in pick ban, but I just want to finish it up for NXGL. What was their path to get here? They did have a bye in first round. They beat Sparkle is Cutest. Oh, no.
Oh,
The lore of the cute history in Wild Rift. They beat a team called K-Simps, okay? And then Redline before dropping to Imperious. So, yeah, there's a quick history lesson on how the teams got to here. One more win for either of them. And they're walking away with 10 points, a bigger prize pool, as well as the third seed going into Qualifier 2.
do you think the K in K-Simps also stands for Kansui?
That'd be very funny, actually. I really hope so. Let's take a look at who's on that team. Oh, also, by the way, NXGL beat Redline, the team to beat Stamina. So that was also a big storyline from yesterday. Because I had some kind of high hopes and expectations for Stamina.
NXGL, they've got some history, even in the brief time that we've known them, Noxian Glory. And we got the backstory behind their team logo also, which is pretty neat. The purple Darius Noxus crest. I love it.
We never made one for Paradolia, did we? The idea was to have a pear-shaped thing and then like something inside of the pear, but I wasn't sure.
We
exactly what to
we
do
should have
with
made it a pear-shaped cloud because of what I was saying about what pareidolia is.
Oh yeah, you did do the Google search to actually learn what the word is. That's perfect. I do like that. All right, there we go. And maybe put like a weird like little squiggly face on it or something.
Karma's up. That's available for pareidolia to go for the first pick with, because instead of Karma Ban, they've gone for the Blind Monk right here. So I'm expecting to see that. Yep, scooped up first pick every single time it hasn't been banned. Yeah,
the first picks, Lucian is also on there, and Jace, not banned now, is locked in. I gotta look at the patch. I don't remember. It's killing me right now what exactly the change was to Jace, because I wonder if it affected his win rate too much. It didn't feel like it was that big of a change.
Yeah, I don't know. We saw it a bit from starting earlier yesterday when we saw KFC play. It seemed like normal Jace. So
it's actually pretty big now that I'm looking at it again. So the base stats is mana recovery went from 9 to 12, and the cooldown on the Thundering Blow and Acceleration Gate, which I believe is the second ability, if I remember that correctly. Second or that's third. All right. Yeah. That went from 16 seconds to 14 seconds. So. Hey, that's actually pretty relevant. 2 seconds off of that, and it also is a champion that in North America, Wild Rift players just love this champ. And he also got the new skin, so hopefully we get to see that.
Oh, true. The new skin. Yeah. It's the Battle Pass one, right? The superhero?
Yep.
Jace?
I just saw the animation. I never opened the Battle Pass this entire patch. I've just been like going right into the game. And earlier this morning, I opened the Battle Pass. There's this sick like animation that plays. It was actually really cool. It was like, check it out if you haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. I don't think I've bought the Battle Pass in a bit. But I really love the skins. Like, I remember the Psychic Detective Senna and like the Nasus one, like the Dream Nasus. Like, I love those ones.
I didn't like the Senna one as well. I didn't understand
Really?
it. I didn't get the particle effect.
She's going for clues. She's looking for clues, the puzzle pieces. It's like the game Clue.
All right, maybe I just didn't understand.
Yeah, it was, and she had like the police tape on you when you got hit by the snare. I thought it was genius.
Oh, I didn't realize that. That's actually pretty cool. I did like the Nasus one.
I really liked it. Good. Yeah, the Nasus one was really good too. I like Psychic Detective Senna. I hope that it's in like all of the Riot games. I hope that it's something that they're planning on doing, because that's a big skin for me. I really like it. Anyway, NXGL, they've got a Camille in their Baron lane now, or actually perhaps in the jungle.
Could be jungle. No. Fizz locked in the deciding game for who gets third place. Okay, let's see it. It's been a while. It's been a minute since I've actually seen any Fizz gameplay. I'm not sure where he's at in like competitive viability. I just know that he's always a pocket pick for players.
Yeah.
Like mid laners that like Fizz, they never don't like Fizz, it feels like.
And we've seen Baby. He already had a really good Zed game. He looked really good on the Twisted Fate, but that's not a champion you can carry on. You can carry on Fizz. So I'm liking the look of this a lot. Assuming that it is Baby who's playing it. I don't really know if anyone else can go mid. And there's your favorite, R5 Garen.
True, it's been locked in a lot. The Jace is probably mid lane now, right? I would assume.
Yeah.
Jace into Fizz. I feel like Fizz, I don't know the matchup in and out, but gut feeling is that Fizz can blow up Jace. Like, if you hit level 5 and you can survive relatively easily in the laning phase, that seems like a champion. He's like, he doesn't have a dash. He's not really going to be able to dodge you that easily. How's he going to stop you from just jumping on top of him and blowing him up? He's got one Thundering Blow to try and bop you away.
And he's probably going to be on his pole at that point also with the Playful Trickster. So, pretty difficult. Speaking of Fizz, I actually learned this really recently. Did you know that Fizz is a Yordle?
I have heard, this was a couple years ago. It was told, it was in like a Reddit post about the lore or something, because this was when Narwa's like just was the most recent Yordle that came out, and he was like the missing link. It was like, oh yeah, Fizz is like an older offshoot of Yordles that were on the aquatic side. Kind of like Nami. I feel like Nami is also for humans, because I don't think that Nami's a Vastaya, is she? I don't remember now.
She's a specific thing that like got entirely like wiped out almost. Like I don't remember what her species is called. I also don't think she's a Vastaya. But yeah, I learned very recently that Fizz is a Yordle. You know how I learned that? It's because when you're playing on Howling Abyss and you open the shop, if you're on blue side and you're playing a Yordle, the shopkeeper will be like, ugh, I hate Yordles.
Oh!
He's like totally like prejudiced against Yordles.
Very rude for the shopkeeper.
I know. And so that's why if you're playing blue side on Howling Abyss, just don't pick the Yordle. Reroll if you get a Yordle. You can only play on red.
That's where you know that you're welcome. As we're now loaded into game, the deciding game 3 between these two teams. Baby hits level 2 earlier. Osu, hey, taking that sleep strike to actually get some damage in there. Or no, that's the Jack's ability. Jace is hard. He's got so many ability names.
It's true.
Double the normal champion.
He's not using the new skin, Osu. I'm disappointed. You not been grinding the battle pass or what?
Ooh, that's Ignite early used by Baby.
Tough lane already. Your read on this matchup was pretty correct, it turns out, where Osu just kind of can't retaliate if Fizz ever wants to engage on him. So Baby already showing why he picked this champion, why it's a comfort option, and just like you said, if you're a Fizz player, that's just who you are as a person. You can't really change that about yourself.
It's an identifier. The shopkeeper hates you. Save the Baby's 1v1 in Riffle almost gets the kill. I'm kind of surprised he didn't go for like a flash follow-up there. I feel like that would have been guaranteed, but we'll let Riffle live a little longer.
Just like me walking into Chick-fil-A. Anyway, the matchup there, pretty favorable for the Fizz. I'm wondering how that's going to affect the junglers at all, because we do in fact have a Riven in the jungle. I thought it was going to be a Wukong, but Riven jungle changes things a bit. You have a bit more skirmishing power and just overall damage, I feel like, if you ever go for anything like that. So I was expecting that we'd see some jungle action in mid, but I guess they've just been too low already and just recalling.
Ooh.
I think Baby's dead.
Oh, the last tick brought him to single-digit health. That is so close. Osu almost got that. Uh-oh, bot lane could be in trouble as well. Platinum and Sweet Tea scrapping it out with Solo and Kyo. No kills.
As I always say, hard to trade in the 2v2 against Nami. And Lucian makes that even harder, so...
Ooh, Mecha here is back. Pushing Rumi away on the Riven jungle. No early kills on either side, but not for lack of trying, as a lot of summoner spells and just forward positioning has been spotted already between both of these teams.
Just a lot of damage traded across the board, and you know, plays are being attempted. It's not for lack of trying that there aren't any kills. They're definitely trying, but it's just everyone's living with very, very slim margins. This Baby, I believe, is trying to set up for an ultimate at some point. There's vision on him here. Yeah.
This is where Fizz is at that peak annoyance level.
Ooh, nice dodge.
Nicely done. Thundering Blow does bop him back, but dodges a lot of the damage there. So once you get the Jace to about half health with your, you just kind of like poke abilities, or rather the Playful Trickster, I think at that point you can probably look for the all-in.
I mean, both sides, I feel like that's kind of true. It just depends on how you use the Playful Trickster. There's the ultimate from Fizz.
Here we go.
This is going to be it, I think.
You can go for the kill right now. Oh, the backup from Mecha. And did Osu hit level 7? Yeah, he hit level 7 off of the kill. That would have been a kill for Baby. But the assist XP for Osu keeps him alive.
That's what I was saying about the jungle matchup here. You really do want to get into this mid lane. If they're going to be this volatile, if they're going to be this low, then any extra help is going to be the difference maker in finding a kill and leaving them still alive. And that's exactly where Mecha finds his mark. And just before the dragon here too, there's going to be a bit of a bump in terms of gold. If Mecha finishes up this camp pretty soon, then I think that's going to be a full whichever Sheen item he wants.
I would imagine into this comp you're going Triforce or Squishy members. You're going to get a little bit more damage bang for your buck. But we'll see what they actually go for here. Save the Babies from jumps onto Riffle. I thought he was actually, I saw it spinning and I was like, oh, Wukong's just ulting, but nope, they both spin. So we'll have a spin off at some point this game, I'm sure.
It's Beyblade. Beyblade,
I never got into that as a kid.
Really? I know all of the words to that song. Let's fight and every battle face off and spin the middle. No time for doubt now. No place for backing down.
We got some music singing for Solo dying in the mid lane right now. Is that the theme song of Varus' death?
Whoa!
Okay, wait a minute. You're going for more. Rumi with the big plays on the Riven right now, but the Mossing Justice from Riffle thinks he might have something back. Ignites down, but still alive. Now comes Baby! And Paradolia still turn the play. They're engaged on, but they walk away with more kills.
Everybody going in one by one like a Pokemon battle at this point. It's a turn-based game on the Rift today here at Kangas. And Paradolia, they've got the super effective damage. They're taking over the Rift Herald.
It's a death cap rush Fizz. What? He just got a couple kills.
He's got a cute little
It's a Rift Herald? Yeah. The Wizard Fish, as the Dragon is started up by NXGL. I don't think that there will be time for Paradolia to contest this. Maybe if Rumia just ran right at them, but not to be, and that is the trade of objectives at the end of the day.
Rift Herald popped immediately in this mid lane. As is the Karma ultimate. That's quite a bit of damage. I don't think they can really take the full turret, though, because Noxie and Clury just flat out sent 5 people mid, assuming there's going to be another fight. And while there wasn't any more bloody exchanges this time around, they did have the good read, and they deny the first turret there.
And now Hullbreaker completed for Riffle, trying to match Save the Baby still in the side lane. Despite being slightly down in gold, now getting dove underneath the turret. Solo is here, so is Keo. And there we go, Riffle's down. Paradolia get another kill, and this might just be the whole turret. Not quite.
They're getting really close, though, and Paradolia is earning quite a bit of gold thanks to all these turret platings that they have. It's quite a few in top, quite a few in mid, and only one of those lanes was impacted by the Rift Herald that they got earlier. Typically, that's what happens when you do get the Rift Herald. That means you get more gold than your opponents very early on, but you do give up some scaling. But if you can get all of this gold very, very early on, then you can stop the scaling before it even happens.
No, baby.
Nice try.
Throws the bottle out of the crib and just splats on the floor. Now, Save the Babies and Riffle also in their own little 1v1 here, but I don't expect anybody to die. No objectives for teams to focus on right now, so it really is just, hey, can we get a pick? Can we get some more gold in our pockets? Maybe crack that first turret. Paradolia, they're a little quicker on the first turret front. Top and mid, both looking juicy.
Ooh. Riffle is in a bit of a tussle, a spin-off again. Save the Babies actually used his spin. He did not let it rip this time.
You gotta be conservative with the ripping.
Yes.
Okay, platinum. Okay. I'm just waiting for the big action to happen. Yeah, and the thing is, Riffle still has the Hullbreaker. So, like, Save the Babies, there's no way that you would expect there to be a jungler there. Okay, now Mecha shows themselves, and Save the Babies still gets out.
So the thing is, because there's a jungler there, the Hullbreaker actually turned off for a bit, which actually might have tipped him off there. Ooh, Fizzle.
Okay, yeah, that's just guarantees the turret. They might even get more. Mecha flashes away. Turret actually falls bot lane first.
Ooh.
Osu putting in work down there. That's actually pretty big. Riffle will die. Who gets the kill? A spree for Baby.
3 kills now on this Fizz. The death cap, it's working out. I think this is the standard Fizz build, actually. Now that I've given it some time to like think about, I'm pretty sure this is what Fizz used to do as well. It's solo.
Oh, a lot of damage coming in. This arrow barely not making the mark onto Platinum. Doesn't mean the Keo's gonna give up. Shock blast to the face.
Ooh, yeah, Keo experiencing the poke damage at this point. Oh, wait, Kangas. I was wondering if Camille would do this, because you know, previously on Camille, you would always go Redemption because it just works so well with the ultimate. The Meteor does effectively the same thing. Whoever you land on with your Hextech Ultimatum, they're guaranteed to take the Meteor damage because they're just stuck in the hexagon.
It's pretty neat. I do like the tech shift because, I mean, you're going to be probably more focused on the damage than the sustain anyway. If you're just trying to burst down something like a Riven, Varus, Karma. Turrets are also being taken across the map here as the bot one falls, top one follows. And the Herald claimed by NXGL. 4,000 gold lead for Paradolia, but it's still feeling close. It feels like NXGL are not out of striking distance to come back.
Yeah, Noxian Glory just took quite a bit off the Rift right there, too, with the top turret and the Rift Herald. They can probably look to take that mid lane turret pretty soon. And I think the big reason why that gold lead is looking so dire for Paradolia is because Riffle has just been dove so consistently in this game. I mean, he's 0-3, but he doesn't feel like he's that far behind because of this hull breaker, because of the side lane pressure. So I think NXGL is still looking pretty solid in this one, for sure.
There's comeback opportunities, comeback angles to have. And honestly, I'm going to just say it. 9 kills, 11 minutes. This is a much slower game than we saw in the last two, and I think it is because it's elimination. If you lose your 4th place, yeah, you still get a prize. You still get some points. That doesn't feel too bad. But 3rd place means that you're top 3. There's a big difference in connotation between top 4 and top 3 in any tournament setting, and you want that bronze medal.
Yeah, if there wasn't, we wouldn't even have a 3rd place match. They'd just be tied in points. But it is. Top 3, not 4, get into the playoffs without having to go through the qualifier.
Rumi sniffed it out. That was actually pretty slick right there. The Scars Bloom did not see the brush. Now the engage. Oh! 3-chip knock up into stun, and the knock up into the meat grinder. Paradolia. Oh, in one fell swoop. Quadra kill for Rumi and a 5-for-0 ace.
This is the kind of gameplay we know Rumi can pull off from the hard carry performances in yesterday's games. And it all starts because he actually shows a huge amount of hesitancy and does not go into that rush. Regroups with the team, waits for Save the Babies to be his savior, set up for the squad. Who stole the Penta? I want to know. I just want to talk.
We just want to have conversation. I mean, in moments like that, you're everyone is just throwing the damage in. I mean, in those moments, no one's thinking about a pentakill. It just sometimes shakes out like that. But the layering of CC was insane. Save the Babies with the setup, then Rumi flashing in for the knockup. Stun onto everybody. About to get another one right here onto Platinum. A lot of damage done, almost enough to burst, and just one-shot the 80 carry.
Yeah, this damage is getting out of control for Rumi on this Riven. And all of a sudden, what was otherwise a pretty close game, is now pretty blown open because Paradolia, they deny that Drake. Like I was saying before, if you go for these Rift Heralds, you typically expect to have an early lead and want to snowball later and try to deny the scaling after that. Taking a Dragon after, really good way to deny scaling. So NXGL, they really need to find some way to get back on track.
Can they find the angle? It's looking rough. They have come back in some of their wins earlier yesterday. They have been down in gold and found the big fight, the big comeback angle. It's going to be tough against the likes of a Fed Fizz, though, one of the least fun champions to play into when they're fed. I'd say it's Katarina, Fizz, and I'd even throw Riven on there too. So 2 out of 3 is going to be real rough for NXGL.
Yeah. A lot of the PC champions are pretty bad, but luckily Wild Rift is purified, does not have them.
Yeah. Mecha gets out. Okay, that's Namiel down though. So 1-0. As I say, that Save the Babies is currently ulting right now. And now in the 1v1, Rumi just going to take down Osu. Not quite enough damage.
Stasis putting in a lot of work there for Osu. I say a lot, it's just because he survived. But how big of a difference actually is that? Because he already got chunked out, he's already sent back to base. Feels like they got what they wanted there, Paradolia. This lead is still growing and growing and growing. And Osu, I mean, if you're in a 1v1 as this Jace, as the person on your team with the most gold by a long shot, you can't 1v1 the person on the enemy team. It's a bad sign.
Mm-hmm. It is looking dire indeed. And going into the expectations, the power rankings, we did say after yesterday that Paradolia was a team that really impressed us. I think it's still close. I still stand by the statement that this is the one that I expected the most to go to Game 3. But if we're looking at who I expected to win this game, it would be Paradolia. I did think, just based on what I had seen, you know, again, not knowing the strength of schedule that they had, but seeing the gameplay that they demonstrated, I like this team. It's a fun team to watch, especially the jungler and the solo laners. I feel like Solo and Kyo have, they really haven't had a lot of opportunities to shine. The team doesn't play through them. They're just kind of like the rock in the bot lane, but everyone else, really flashy play. I love it. Like this!
Speaking of flashy, goodbye, Riffle.
Maybe just solo killed a Garen with the Hole Breaker. You couldn't have killed Sion in that instance, let me tell you that. As now, a kill is answered right on back. Karma's down, but in the base, they're going for the dives!
Ooh.
Killing spree for Save the Babies, and now they can crack their first inhibitor. Look at Baby, just so deep in enemy territory. Oh, having a little bit of fun with it. Doesn't get another kill, but that is enough time for the team to get the inhibitor.
Yeah, the inhibitor is really big there. That's all the pressure that they need to go over to this Baron. You have to imagine somebody on Noxian Glory has to stay bot at all times now. It's probably going to be Riffle, because he's the one that has the Hull Breaker, but he's not even alive to do it quite yet. So at this moment, it has to be Osu. And without Riffle there, your front line just really falls apart. I mean, they didn't really have a lot of it to begin with. He is 0-5, dove so many times in this game. Paradolia can nearly secure that it's going to be a 5v4 at least on this Baron now with that inhibitor taken. See if they can actually go for that objective.
It's actually Osu that's on the bottom half right now. Honestly, I like this for this wave. Eventually, you're right. They will have to swap it. Although Dragon is the next objective, so maybe they keep it for that. But get more resources onto Osu. I think Osu on the Jace has much higher carry potential. 3,000 gold up over Riffle anyway, so just let the Garen be a Garen and try and get Jace to full build if possible. We got another fight breaking out right now, though. Ooh, save the babies. Frontlining and baby, that's a lot of damage from Chum the Waters. Gets one kill there, 2 for the team. Is now under the turret. Osu goes to the stasis, has a hammering blow, trying to get away here, pushing Rumi further under the turrets, but Riffle's got no damage to follow up. Doesn't have the true damage though. Demacian Justice for the win, gets the kill. And now it's a 4v5 base defense. Actually, 3v2. Sorry, I was way off. Numbers right there. 2v3, and then next shield will hold the line. Supers now in 2 waves.
Hey, Kangas. What do you call it when Paradolia's mid laner uses his ultimate?
Chum the Waters.
Baby shark.
do. Okay, no, we're not going to do that. It's stuck in my head. It doesn't mean it has to be stuck in everyone's head.
Yes, it does.
Well, you're
Everyone's thinking it already.
Far eviler caster than myself, Smash.
Paradolia winning these fights, it's looking really solid. I have been very impressed by the snap engages and just overall mechanics of this team. I think that is the biggest strong suit of them.
Yeah.
Oh, good dodge.
GA. Oh, wait, dodged out to Chum the Water. That's big. Baby Shark ain't got nothing on a lady with scissors. Just kidding. Apparently a little Yordle Shark is all that they need. Going back for more. Come on, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get Mecha. Oh, the stasis used. Mecha had to flash away, save the babies. Now jumps right on in. Platinum over the wall. Will survive for right now, but Sweet Tea's gonna have to flash this quickly. Knocked up as soon as they come out of stasis. Now a 4v5 defense. Yeah, I mean, at this point, Paradolia, you're playing with your food. Just find the big play, find the big kill, end the game.
They could have just walked into the enemy team's Nexus, but they're playing a bit safer, going over towards this Baron instead. Even having the teamwork, all hop over the Blast Cone at the same time. Mecha
So it's like, I'm not walking left. I'm not walking down to the river. You're waiting for me.
Mecha's here, though. Oh, and Save the Babies is the one to play bodyguard. That was a lot of meteor damage.
Yeah, it was. Oh, he's in the pit. No! Mecha! That makes up for all the smites in games 1 and 2. I'm just gonna say it. That is exactly what NXGL needed.
Kangas, what smites in game 1?
Okay, Mecha missed a dragon when there was no smite
know what,
on the
that's
enemy
true.
team, okay?
That's true, that did happen.
Death Brush, though. Death Brush. Osu, don't walk in. Osu, can you hear me?
Ooh.
Osu, don't do it, baby! Sweet T, actually the one that has the flash away right there, still had it from the earlier play, and now Paradole might have gone too far forward. 1 kill picked up from NXGL. Make it 2 as Riffles onto the back line. Ooh, Stasis used to dodge babies from the waters. We have a good front-to-back setup by NXG. They can actually do it. They got a kill on the baby. What is happening? Don't call it a comeback. Under the turret, Osu dives. They got teleports coming in. Solo, you gotta survive. If you all die, that might just be game. These are 30-second death timers. Can NXG end the game? They're gonna shove in. They're gonna push for it.
Kangas, I think this might be game regardless of whether
No
or not
way.
they're still alive. Baron
No.
Minis, that's 4 cannons. They're going for it right now.
Karma can clear, I believe. Locked under. Mecha's got the damage. Hextech ultimatum. They can't kill Keo. Riffle might die. Solo, one more snipe. Oh, the flash away. The flash forward. Solo's got it.
And Sweetie had to recall. Sweetie is using all of their mana to stop the super minions from killing their own Nexus. There are now double super minions in the mid lane. Elder Dragon is alive. Noxian Glory. Their Baron's about to expire. Oh,
I think that was
God.
it.
I think it might have been.
They got the mid inhib. That's big to make the supers equalize, but they can't get back onto the map to get the Elder. Paradolia should get this. Like, it was a cool steal, but Mecha, you got to do it again, and you're not close enough. Baby's pushing Mecha away. Yeah, Paradolia still get the Elder. I mean, what a swing back of momentum, but I don't know if it's enough.
I don't know, Kangas. I'm getting tingly. I feel like Noxian Glory actually can win from this position. This is not the worst situation. It's only Elder, you know? Not the worst thing in the world.
No GAs on the enemy side, and guess who's got them? Riffle and Mecha.
And Osu.
I mean, oh my, yeah, I didn't even see that. Wow. Okay, now as I say it though, they come in. All right, there you go. Good job, Rumi. Baby
bought
even
one,
picking
too.
up one. I mean, it makes sense. You have enough
Yeah.
AP. Like, you're still one-shotting people. Just go for the passive. It's going to come down to one more fight, everybody.
Yep.
If you were not entertained before, 22 and a half minutes into this game, and literally, it's just one more team fight.
Whew, this has been the closest series by a long shot for this tournament so far. Kangas, Paradolia, and NXGL. One of these teams is about to walk away with more points in that 3rd place. Ooh, that's Ribbon Ultimate. That's pretty big.
That is big, but equally as big, Paradolia's pressure. They have Baby in the bottom lane. That is drawing members of NXGL away from the Baron pit where the rest of Paradolia are set up. They're not letting NXGL walk in. So NXGL have no vision. They cannot even spot this is happening. Now it's the committal. Can Mecha do it again?
In position, not spotted right now. Someone's going to have to hop over this wall and stop it.
They just went over. They're trying to lock down Mecha into the Hexac ultimatum. This is actually pretty big, but no, it's thrown right back at him. The stasises are used. The Guardian Angels are popped. Platinum's over the wall. Chum the Waters is big. A double killed up, baby. The triple. Baby, give him the quadra. Give him the penta. You know you have to. This is game 3 for 3rd place. Guardian Angels are popped. The Baby's right there. It might be too late to get to the quadrant now. The timer has ticked down. Ripple's buying some time. The Rampage, the unofficial quadra. It can be the unofficial penta, but he goes into the stasis to dodge a shock blast. And Osu under turret falls solo, dominating. Paradolia victorious. They will be your 3rd place team and earn those points. Get that prize pool for the 2nd qualifier.
Elder Dragon was a little bit too much to handle for Noxian Glory. They were close to coming back into that game.
Ooh.
Just barely, not quite enough. And Kangas, I hate to bring up the salt in the wound here for Noxian Glory, but if they won the game where they were against no Smite Jungle and they didn't, disrespect their opponents, I think it would have been them winning the series.
You know what? I'm just impressed that they stayed in it the entire time. After losing game 1, they came back, won game 2, and they gave it their all in game 3. Mecha with the steal. They almost pushed for the game end. Solo and Kyo just barely holding the line in what could have been a massive swing in momentum and a tournament placement on the line. But Paradolia, they hold on and they close it out. What a story.
I'm sad that this is the last that we're going to be seeing of these teams until Saturday at the very least, but I can't wait for Saturday when we do get to see another taste, because I just want to see more. I just want to learn more about these players. I want to see them in more competitive settings, and I think if these are our top 4 teams moving forward, I would love that. I think we have had some really solid competition. Yeah, KFC has looked like the best team so far, but I think either one of these teams could probably give, maybe KFC if they get another chance, probably Imperius as well, a run for their money, and maybe we have a competitive set of those 4 teams moving forward.
Maybe. I do still think the enemy's name should be in the conversation.
Yeah.
They had to play up against KFC very early in the tournament in the round of 16. They lost a best of 1, so they couldn't make it into the top 8 and be streamed. But I still think that they should be given the respect that they deserve based on what they've achieved as a roster.
I also do, again, want to point out there is no roster that has Iraqi and Hoon and Charm on it right now.
Yes.
And that could very easily be a roster that is created. So
I don't even think MTS is in this tournament. There's a lot of names that I haven't seen on any rosters. I mean, again, maybe I haven't looked at the full list, so maybe they were eliminated earlier. But let's take a look at the bracket here to catch up and give credit where it is due for the 3rd place finishers here. Paradolia will take the 10 points for 3rd place, meaning that they will be 3rd seed going into the second qualifiers if these players play together. I don't know what would happen if they, move around and make a different roster with kind of bits and pieces of this roster. I just know that these players have earned 3rd place and 10 points. So, yeah, congratulations to Paradolia. Now it's Imperius versus KFC to see who gets 1st place. We will send it to a short break before we are ready for that one. Smacks, I'm going to put you on the spot, though. Who's winning it? Give your prediction right here, right now.
KFC. Kansui Fan Club.
Yeah.
They're going to win.
I think that's probably the most vanilla prediction you could possibly give, and that is, of course, mine as well. But stick around if you want to find out as well, because we had a short break, but we're back for the finals after this. welcome back, everyone, for the finals of Rift Masters 2022 Series 1, or rather first qualifier here. It's coming down to one final best of 3 smacks to determine who gets 15 points in Rift Masters and will be first seed going into the second qualifier if the 5 players should choose to stay together. And I think no surprise, based on the teams and the rosters, the players we saw, we know who's in the finals here.
Yeah. I've said it a few times at this point. These are the NA Summoner Series, WNS, Team Liquid Showdown, all the stuff. Just hodgepodge rosters that are just coming together and, you know, being friends, being the most competitive teams that they can possibly be. And it's all coming in here at Rift Masters. We got Imperius. They've got a couple of members of Suzaku in the solo lane, Suki and Jotu. Dienzia, probably the most experienced player in this tournament, is also on this roster in the Dragon lane. And they've got a relatively new player, to me anyway, Deceived, in that support position, and Payne making his competitive debut, and a well-known streamer in the space.
Yeah, Deceived has flown somewhat under the radar. It's difficult as a support to stand out. That's just the nature of the role. But I still think it is playing very well with the team.
Got a good
and Payne in particular, yeah, that Alistar was actually crazy. Deceived was kind of nuts with that. I think that the big focus will definitely be on Jotu and Dienzio, the mid lane and the bottom lane, just from especially what we saw in their semifinals match. Those two are popping off right now. They have experience and they have the skill to back it up. But talking about experience, talking about skill, Kinsui fan club do not lack in either of those departments.
They have experience taken from all 4 of the orgs that have, you know, supported teams in the North American space. Cloud9, Sentinels, Immortals, and Tribe all find players from their previous teams on this roster now. And we got a draft here. Senna exists!
Ooh. Finally! It finally made it through bans and in the grand finals of the first qualifier. That's actually crazy. To double down on your point real quick, though, 4 out of 5 players have played internationally. That is absurd for the side of KFC. Another roster,
Wait,
or their
it's
rather,
5 out of 5, isn't it?
Am I blanking on Zello? Am I not giving respect to
Zello
Zello
played
right
for
now?
Immortals.
Yeah, I was not giving respect to Zello. For some reason in my head, I still see Zello as a Cloud9 player, which is very funny.
That makes sense. I think his Twitter is still C9 Zello, so that's
that might be
understandable.
part of it. That might be part of it. I think no, it's definitely not on Wild Rift. But either way, KFC, their actual roster they put together here for champions, kind of terrifying, not gonna lie. I mean, starting on the signature Diana in the mid lane, they have Set Senna bot lane, which seems like just the most annoying Senna lane to deal with the current meta. But Imperius have the crazy scaling, like Kassadin Scion in a late game. Good luck if this game goes 20 minutes.
Imperius going for the new champions around, and KFC sticking with what they know. I like it. I'm very excited for this. I mean, we both have been asking teams, like, hey, like, we know that you know that Senna's OP, but we want to see why. We want to see what is so strong about this Senna champion. Can we let it through at least one of these games? And they did.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're giving us our wish right now, Smacks. So thank you to Imperius, I suppose, for not banning it or then first picking it, clearly. As these are in the
team
pick
effort
orders. Here. Yeah. It was Kassadin that was first picked from the side of Imperius. And I'm just going to say, I still love what this comp can do. You have an early game focus in Varus. Vi wants to do things in the early game. She's great at diving turrets right at level 5. You can dive the Varus Galio lane. That's a good lane to put your attention to and your focus in. And then you can still use that lead to springboard your scaling champions like the Kassadin and Scion later into the game. I actually do like this draft from Imperius from a just theoretical standpoint of what they are trying to do. Will it work against what KFC drafted and how strong players they are? That's the question.
We're about to have our answer. Probably in about 20 minutes, actually. You're going to have to wait a bit. But, yeah, the answer will come sooner rather than later. Gume is the one playing the Senna. I wasn't quite sure here because, Ledmont very new to this role in a competitive setting. I wasn't quite sure if he'd favor the Senna or the melee champion, but now that I'm seeing it, yeah, it makes sense that it is the set.
And Gume gets to pilot a marksman then, and if you're both going support items anyway, you know what? Doesn't really matter.
Yeah, who cares?
Who cares? We have Renekton versus Sion again, though, Smacks. I know we are so excited to see the Sion earlier. We did get to watch that once today, once this whole weekend, and now we get to see it again. Same matchup.
I love Sion. And I hope that Suki loves Sion, too, because that's what he's going to be piloting in this game. Against the Renekton, this early game, it's pretty rough. As you can see.
I'm just now realizing I don't know if we saw a Sion passive in the last game.
We did not.
Sion didn't die, right? That was almost the first Sion passive that we saw. Kind of crazy.
You hear that, Zello? Kangas is saying that you're really bad at using Sion passive.
That is exactly what I'm saying. You should maximize your damage output a little bit better, buddy. Take after me. I die all the time in my ranked games. So
yeah. You're really good at using Sion passive.
Yeah, I'm the best, some would say. As it's all about scaling for Imperius. If you're watching this game and you're an Imperius fan, go grab a snack, grab some water, come back in 10 minutes, and hope that they're not behind 10,000 gold. Because that is what their composition wants to do. Just scale up, hit as high of levels as possible.
And if you're a Renekton fan, then you're really going to love this dive. Because...
Yep.
Yeah, Zenith, or Suki. I don't know why I said Zenith. I was thinking of Ailish, I guess. Dead under turret. Nowhere to go.
As he also had no summoner spells, he used them earlier in the 1v1. Sion, he's tanky, he's hard to kill, but he is killable, especially in the earliest levels before he stacked up all that HP, stacked up all of the items that will make him, just a gigantic tank later on. So if there's a window to go for it, it is in the first 5 minutes of the game. Happy to see KFC identify that.
Seeing again, the Renekton into the Sion matchup is favoring this Blade of the Ring King's start. We didn't really get to see it utilized that well when it was against Zello, but now Zello still agrees that this is the strategy you should go for, but likely will be more aggressive, as I feel like the understanding of this champion is something that it fits Zello very, very well. So I want to see his adaptation into it for sure.
No, the Blade of the Ring King is fantastic. It does the percentage health damage on hit, as well as Sion traditionally would go for like a Thornmail into a Frozen Heart build, which is not a lot of... actually, now that I think about that, that's not that much health. So maybe not like the most gold efficiency right there, but in just general against Sion, he is stacking health with his passive, so you'll get a lot of value. Yeah,
the health stacking on passive is really what makes Blade of the Ring King so essential. Otherwise, you're really just not cutting through that. Renekton's base damage is super bad once you get to attack a champion that has like 4,000 HP, so.
Pretty much. And went for the Warden's Mail first rather than the Bramble Vest. I don't hate it, because Bramble Vest, the idea is like, oh yeah, you're limiting the healing that Renekton can do, but your job is not to fight him and let him heal to begin with. So this keeps you a little tankier so you can survive better, especially against a Kraken Slayer, so he's going to be going for a lot of auto attacks, which means that, hey, you'll get the Bramble Vest eventually. You don't need it for the first back. We'll see if he gets it now, though.
Yeah, plated steel cap's a big deal also, if that's something that Suki wants to go for. And then
I actually would like that first. Oh, and he does it.
Yeah, there it is. Nice. The other thing we saw a lot from Zello, or I guess not a lot, we saw in the one game from Zello was the Bami's Cinder very early on. I think just to try to match wave push. I did enjoy that idea. Not going to be the option for Suki. I think this is just a flat-out Randuin's Rush, it looks like to me.
That would be not my choice.
I
mean, maybe it was just, hey, I got the boots and I had enough for Kindle Gem, but not enough for Bombies, so I'm just going to go for the Kindle Gem.
Oh, yeah, and it's still Sunfire later. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably what it would be, just based on what the choices I would make if I were in this game. We'll see what choices Suki makes, though. as now all the summoner spells are back up, and we are getting towards that team fight moment. So this is where Bramble Vest actually would feel pretty good, because he will stop a lot of the healing, but it's actually fighting the mid lane without the Scion there. Molly with the kick, and now the rest of the team has the damage to follow up. Nicely done.
I do want to say, it actually was... It's pretty hard to cancel out Lee Sin's momentum in a play like that, but Deceived actually did do it. So it could have been a lot worse if Deceived hadn't done that. So got to give him a lot of credit there.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. You know, as I say,
He's coming.
I don't know. Okay, yeah. 1, 2. If he gets 3. Oh! Almost got it. That was the boot stiff, though. He wouldn't have even caught up if he didn't have those boots.
True.
Really close.
Maybe that's the intention behind the random Zoman.
I hate to say it. I really do. If he had Bramble, he might have won that. I didn't see the trading pattern top, but like if Renekton got a big heal at some point, the Bramble damage on hit plus the Grievous Wounds might have actually been enough. So as I'm saying, if you're Scion and you're going to fight the Renekton, get Bramble. If you're Scion and you're just going to sit under turret, then it's fine with the Wardens. But clearly, he does go down again.
All right. Got a lot of Scion itemization techniques here at our disposal. And I'm just here waiting to see what Senna's all about. Because we've had a very quiet Dragon Lane, which is understandable. Gume and Lemon actually do have a pretty solid gold lead, mostly because they actually killed Zio early. I don't know if we actually saw that on our screens, but that did happen. Zio is dead, and the kill did go over to Ledmont.
I believe that happened in the mid lane with all of the action that was happening.
Okay.
Yeah, Zio's the one that went down through all of that.
Something is continuously happening in that Dragon Lane right now. Ooh, looks like Pain
Zio was
actually
really
got a kill.
far up. That was actually really scary. But now, yeah, on the bottom side here, Starting's down. So Pain, well done, well set up, has the Trinity Force trying to get away here. Oh, good pullback from Ledmont, stunning him into the Krugs.
Yeah, that was very creative there from Ledmont. Probably wouldn't have even gotten the kill if it weren't for those Krugs, so shout out to the Krug camp.
Shout out to supports that actually, you know, understand the mechanics of the champion incredibly well, despite the fact that they role swapped recently. I mean, that's the coolest part there. It's like set doesn't stun unless you knock him into something else, so cool on Lamont right there. Now, can they get the turret? They are pushing up, but no. Johto here will stop their shove.
What, are you scared of little Cassidon? Come on, go punch it.
Right? He's level
What's he
9
gonna do to you?
Kassadin. Got a rod of ages. Just pop him. You know? Punch him.
No, I get it. They're probably going to get first turret in Baron Lane anyway. So they've got
for sure.
bunch of damage on that one up there too. Molly and Zello don't have a Cassidon to worry about. But there's a Varus and a Scion coming. They actually might get punished for this one.
Ooh, Scion ultimate coming up here. Does not connect, but they do have the lockdown coming in from... Oh, nicely timed from Tsuki. Still hitting the knockup after the flash from Zello, and that's a kill.
Well, it turns out they got 3 options to get first turret, though. KFC take one in the mid lane. I believe they killed Deceived also. We keep missing what Senna's doing. But again, it's understandable, because there's stuff happening all across the entire Rift.
Too much action for one camera to capture, as that is the name of the game for KFC. Keep momentum, keep pressure in multiple lanes. Look at top turret and bottom turret's health bars. But they took mid turret first. That's the craziest part is now they waited around for Johto to walk up to the bush, lock him down. Can there be an answer? Deceived walking forward, some damage on the start, and he's knocked back. No flash available, still alive. Tanky Diana does fall eventually.
Oh, Molly's here, though.
Oh, but
Kick
Molly's...
into the Varus!
Oh, and hits the Sonic Wave onto Zio. That was massive, as Molly even gets deceived. Pain and Suki are here. Suki misses the knockup, though. Does not land. Lamont with another stun. Pulls them closer. Gume's trying to get the damage down. They do have it, but Molly's taking turret shots. And a double kill to Tsuki.
So many kills trading left and right, front and center on this Rift right now, Kangas. Down there in the Dragon Lane, everybody dying. And somehow, the turret is still alive. But it all started because Johto used his Rift Walk into a brush with 3 people in it. as I think that's what we're about to watch. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Perfect timing.
Yeah. You probably shouldn't do that. But who
Chain
am
of
I to
Corruption
judge?
landed onto Gume, and Gume actually misses the Dawning Shadow. Went a little wide with that. Maybe that damage, like, it's always crazy to see, okay, one missed ability, what are the repercussions of something like that? Probably not much, because they do still both die right here anyway, but nice kick from Molly. Tsuki at the right place at the right time, though. This is another thing Cyan can do. He can actually get through the river very fast, so there's certain places on the map that he can kind of Galio ult in a way.
It's also good to note that Zello was actually getting quite a bit off the Baron lane right there. He did actually take that full turret by himself, and even though the kills went over to Suki there, still matching in gold because of this. So Zello still very threatening in this game for sure.
Herald taken here. KFC secure another objective for themselves. Imperius have that first dragon, and the second one will be coming up. Maybe they can continue stacking those. Maybe they can get starting. Oh, this is actually huge. Ooh. I don't know if that was intentional, but he spotted Suki. Doesn't matter. Zio does get the kill.
Wow. The ground control chain has been really nice from Imperius in this game so far. Varus and Galio together. Zio playing well with Deceived. And Zio is someone who, we keep saying he's got a lot of experience, but even just in Wild Rift, he's played with a number of different supports on his team. He's played with some of the best. Selma, Max Green, and now Deceived is his partner. They've seemed to take to each other pretty well, if I do say so myself so far.
Can they actually close it out right now, though? They have a big sign in front of them. Lands a knockup onto Lamont, who just uses the sign as the engage tool. Massive haymaker. Hits all members. And that means KFC, with these low health bars, can just run them down. Triple kill to Molly. Tsuki, that's what a Scion passive looks like, but yeah, it's not going to find anything more. 5-0.
That was a nasty fight for KFC. Absolutely brutal. I am taking away something in specific from that fight, though. What? This meteor enchant, it's just Gangplank ult. Did you see how much damage it did in the middle? That was insane.
I did not, actually. But
I hope we watch it again, because the damage on meteor, it had to do like 2,000 total in just one spellcast. That was gross.
I mean, if it's on every single member of the enemy team, that is like the perfect situation right there. But the bigger moment is that Lamont set it up. That showstopper was massive on Tsuki. And yeah, let's get a look at the replay here. So they approach, they think that they have the setup, but it's all a bait for Lamont's engage.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here, but look at where the meteor is. Right there in the middle. Right on top of everybody with the set damage. And, you know, it's not the most impactful thing in this fight for sure. It is definitely Lebma, but I'm just taking notes. I'm learning things that have changed over the months here for Wild Rift. I'm having a nice time. And Lebma definitely having a nice time here as well. This is feeling more like a Lebma champion.
As it goes for it again right there. Takes down Zio. Lamont trying to still be the carry even in support. KFC with this team fight. This might be long enough death timers. I mean, is this the game-ending push? They drop the Herald in the base. It's just Tsuki. Cyan does have decent wave clear, but I think KFC can push for the game. They might just look to speed run their way through the finals. It was close until it wasn't. And with the Rift Herald on the Nexus, that is game one in the bag for KFC.
We were expecting this team to be the best of the best, but they have yet to even drop a game, Kangas. And they seem to be working so well together. The big question that I had for these five as a team was, can they all get resources? Will they work well together? Will they be a well-oiled machine like we've seen each of them be on teams in the past? And I gotta be honest, I think that Zello fits into this team better than he did on Cloud9. I think he has found such a good role to play on this roster where he's able to do the two things that he does best. Play very well in early lane and play a solid weak side. I think we've seen both of those elements from Zello on this roster. And again, better than we've seen it in the past on Cloud9, where he's playing under an org in these massive tournaments. And I'm really happy to see it.
Playstyle is working out. Lamont still carrying in the support role the most damage in the game. Coming from technically the support, it's a center lane, and I believe he was actually the one farming still.
Yes, he was,
so,
yeah.
you know, the gold there, also having the most gold in the game, you know, take it or leave it. Interestingly enough, though, Suki on the Scion had the highest damage percentage on his team. That's not what you want, the tank to be doing the most damage. But they were looking to scale. They didn't get to that point. Cassidy, I think Johto only had like 2.5 items at the end there. Yeah. If Cassidy has 4 items and you get to that point of the game, very different, right? They drafted for a scale. They drafted for a later game. That ended in 13:45. Like, KFC just found a way to snowball. And then that snowball turned into a literal avalanche that just went 90 degrees down. And then they rode that all the way.
It's
so,
really, it's really that one Drake fight that fully turned it around and stopped the scaling in its tracks. Because up until that point, up until the 5-0 for KFC, the scaling actually was kind of working. It was pretty close, that game. And it kind of felt like Imperius could actually attain that scaling that they wanted to get with their Kassadin, but as soon as that fight happens, is no more. Levmont's too good at the engages.
I think what they learned from that fight, though, is that they were way more ahead than necessarily like you would feel in the game. After you get a 5-0, you're like, wait, that was actually kind of easy to do that. And then they're like, oh, we can just run at them and end the game. Like, we just win every fight. We got 4 Black Cleavers. Axe Bros, let's go. Just run at them and end the game immediately. So, I think it's cool that KSC identified that, and this is the strength of the roster. I think that this looks like the future of NA. Entire region.
Looking like it, at least for now. We're in the wild, wild west. There's no orgs around here anymore. I'm having a great time watching this team. I think they've already surpassed my expectations on where I thought they would be at a baseline. And I hope that they continue to improve as 5 players as well, because we do know, I'm pretty sure we know that they're being helped by Coach Glaciox as well, previously on Tribe. And they've got Hestia in the back as well. It's not just 5 players like some of the other teams that we've seen already. So I hope that they can keep improving. And, you know, this is just off-season. Maybe this is what the team looks like on the season when that comes around eventually.
I would love this. I would absolutely love this. As soon as I heard that this roster was put together, I was like, if an org doesn't grab this roster, it would be the biggest, like, mistake from any... Or if you're an org and you want to get into Wild Rift, if you've been looking at it at all and you're like, I don't know what roster to grab, these are literally like, insult to the one left out, but I would say these are 4 of the best players, if not the 4 best players in the entire region. And then Zello is a really strong rock for them to build around, and he's filling his role incredibly well on the team. He's not needing resources, and they can play through all their superstar carries, and Zello is just doing his job incredibly well. He's still a good player, but you don't need 5 superstars. You can just take the 4, right? Like, just sign this roster. I want to see this next year. If this is the team that we send to the next international event, I'm much more confident in North America, and I do think that they can have a really high ceiling.
I mean, I would argue that with the way that Zello's looking on this team, he might just be that 5th player, because he is looking just so good on this team. And it's important to note that they clearly had their pick of the litter when designing this roster. You don't just get what many people think is the best player in the region to role swap to support for your team unless everyone's on board with this being the best possible roster, you know? So clearly the team that is put all this together thinks that Zello is the best person for the job. And I'm inclined to agree with them based on what we've seen so far.
I do love rosters that make sense on paper. If what happens on the Rift is more important, but if you see a roster that makes sense on paper, you can already get a little bit of faith in it, and Zello is the top laner that makes sense on paper for this team and is working out for them. See if that continues as we're into pick and ban for game number 2, Smags. That was over in a flash. Was that the fastest game that we've had? 13-45?
It's got to be close. I think the series where Paradolia won was a little faster. I'm pretty sure there was like a 12-minute one.
Maybe,
in there.
yeah. I think there could have been.
But regardless,
Either
that
way.
was blazing fast. KFC actually are banning the Senna themselves. I'm not gonna give that one over just at all. Maybe they're just bored with it.
Yeah, I mean, you're blue side. You could blue 1 this.
Yeah. Oh,
Interesting
casting going
choice.
too. Well, maybe setting up for a Karma. You know what? I kind of get where they're coming from here, because if you see Imperius ban Jace and Ashe, then you want to take away the champions that you think are really top tier, and I think that the top tier champions are Senna and Karma. I think those are the two that are like far and away above the rest from what we've seen so far. So if you're on blue side, you kind of do want to ban one of them so that you don't give the other over to your opponents. Now KFC can just first pick Karma.
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't locked it in yet, because Set was banned. I feel like Set isn't the issue. It was the Senna. So there we go. Karma for KFC. Different champion for Lamont to play, but we have seen the scope of what this player is capable of and the champ pool that he actually can pilot. And Lucian Gragas being the answer. Okay.
I do like those answers. It's clear to me that Imperius is still planning for specific things here. This Lucian, we've seen it a lot throughout this entire tournament. I think Johto has put up some of the best numbers on it just in general, and Dienzio as well. They clearly have a very strong capacity to flex this pick around. So I'm excited by this for sure. We had a bit of a misstep there, but is KFC, who has the Renekton up there for Zello, putting up a pretty solid game on it last game, and the Lee Sin again for Molly.
Yeah, I was gonna say Molly, Lee Sin, Karma, Renekton. This is GG. Like if we're just calling it, if literally you awarded the game for how pick ban went, KFC's already won. But obviously they have to execute, so anything could happen. But like this is 2 of the premier picks right now, along with maybe the best jungler based on what we've been seeing people piloting, but definitely one of Molly's biggest cover picks. I do like the Vi as well, sure, but they didn't go for the Nami or anything. Actually, let me walk this back a little bit. Now they're holding the Lucian flex pick, so they're not committing to the Lucian bot lane. They could still put it mid. So if they lock in a support next, then KFC don't really know where the Gragas, Lucian, or the well, I guess they would know where the support's going, but they wouldn't know necessarily where the Gragas, Lucian are going.
Yeah,
or Baron Laner. Actually, sorry, Baron Laner. Yeah, because then you just know that you're against the Renekton. So either just choose the Gragas to go there or pick whatever you want into that. This is kind of cool. I like this.
Imperius are showing us some fun plans. Banning Aurelion Sol also. I don't have anything to say about that. It's just something.
It's got the highest win rate of all mid laners in Diamond Plus, but I think that's because there's like 1 or 2 Aurelion Sol players on the server.
Cosmic Soul meals.
Yeah, really bumping up those numbers.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right. What do we go for here?
We'll see if Imperius actually do go for that plan. I would like it quite a bit. They just lock in their support right about now. Nami is actually banned away, so that one's off the board. It's going to be the Lux. This actually is kind of another flex, because it could still be the AT for Imperius.
These are the drafts that I love, because you look at this and you're like, well, I think I know where Vi's going. But everything else is pretty much up in the air. So KFC, are they even concerned by this? Because the flex picks are cool, like it. But if like you have to do something big with it, get a big counter pick, get a big team composition, like lock in that really brings it all together, KFC can still look to counter. They have some range. They have a little bit mix AD and AP. And Corki.
All right, that's a classic starting pick right there. Very strong in the early months of 2021. Corki and Ziggs were basically the only mid laners that you could possibly play. So, yeah, I mean, that's a bit of a throwback, but still an effective strategy. They've got a very strong shell around it. The front line is certainly there with Renekton bolstered by Karma. Backline, that's a lot of damage that KFC have at their disposal. So Imperius better make this last pick count. And wow! So the assumption here is that, well, first of all, it's definitely Gragas in the Baron lane. I'm thinking that it's Lucian mid and then Lux and Alistar bot.
Yeah. Yeah, I could dig it. I think that you can get a little oppressed by Karma Varus. That's my biggest concern as Alistar. You are insane engage. You're a really big tank when you have your Unbreakable up. But early levels, yes. Early levels, it could be rough. It could get tough. You got to survive the laning phase, but if you do and you get out of that lane, oh boy, Imperius have a scary composition. Look at all their engage options. Their lockdown and the range damage to follow up. Lux can follow up incredibly well. Lucian, even with the Relentless Pursuit and the Culling, he can even get in there. So, KFC, watch your step.
I'm watching their steps too, because to me, this feels like the best team in the region right now. Just on paper, undisputedly, they haven't lost a game yet, so it's hard to argue against that, just on a results standpoint. But in these games, they have done such an incredible job. In the team fights, seems like they're set up very well to do it again, and Imperius, you better find some way to break that, because you had some close ones in the last game, but a lot of those were skirmishes. The 5v5s, not very close. KFC did a great job in that aspect of the game, so hoping to see some more competition here from Imperius.
All right, what can they bring us in elimination? We're at match point. It's only best of threes, even for the finals. We don't get to best of fives until the playoffs, grand finals. So you got to get very comfortable being down to this. You lose one, that's all you got. You got to win the next two if you are Imperius, and you're up against the scariest team that NA maybe has ever seen, Dienzio again. And in a situation, it feels like he's perpetually here. He was on that team back in Season 0, and now he's at this point where it's like, okay, now I got to step up and show, or rather, I guess, after Season 0. But yeah, he's got to step up now and show, like, what he can do, how much he can hang with the top dogs in the region, and what it seemed to do with then, you know, Tsuki, Johto, even Pain coming in, impressing a lot of us. Like, the storylines this weekend have been very fun to follow.
Yeah, Deceived is on his signature Alistar too. It seems like Imperius have a lot of tools that we know have worked before in this, what could be the final game of the day. Could be the final game of the qualifier, as this is still the finals after all. I am hoping to see it. I'm hoping to see that they put up some good performances here against the just the most stacked roster of all time for NA. I'm not gonna, like, I don't want to be too big of a Debbie Downer, but like the first 3 picks and the excitement behind them for KFC, and then seeing the last pick, it almost like outweighed all the cool that happened. I mean, I don't hate Corki, but it's just like it changes the pace of the game in a way, and it's something that's starting. I never was the biggest fan of starting playing this champion, because it feels like the type of champion where you need to play back, let your team do a lot of the engaging, let them go in. Starting's a player that I want to put on Diana. I mean, I know that's banned, but like the champions that he can do his own things. And package once every, 4 or 5 minutes, it's not exactly the same thing, but we'll see if they can make it happen. KFC versus Imperius, game 2, and all of the points on the line come down to this. What are you, a Whiskey Delta, Kangas? Hating on Corki?
Is that what a Whiskey Delta does? I don't know what that means.
Yeah, he's got that one taunt where it's like, you're nothing but a Whiskey Delta.
Oh! I don't think I've ever listened to Corki voice lines before.
Really? He's got some of the best ones.
Really? I just know what
snuff and got me an ace machine.
What does he say when he picks up the package?
I'm all spooled up.
Yeah, there we go. That's the one. That's probably the only one I would ever be able to like pick out from multiple choice. Clearly, I could not think of it on my own. But yeah, there we go.
He's also got one of my favorite ones. He says that's a fine sortie, SORTIE. You know what that word means?
Wait, what? SORTIE?
Yeah, it's like a skirmish basically, or like an exchange. But I got
you don't
this
mean
from
soiree, do you?
No, it is sortie. But
oh, what the
first blood?
Deceived. Okay. Oh. Okay. I see you, Zio and Deceived, popping off right now. Getting first blood, that's pretty big.
Oh yeah, that's really, really big there. From Deceived as well, the signature Alistar pick, or what I've come to agree is the signature pick of him, because this has been the champion that's put up the best performances, for sure, for this team. The support on this roster, I mean, the newest player, for sure, the most unknown to me. I have not seen this player do anything outside of this weekend, but been a good showing for sure on this champion.
Ooh, and Johto in trouble. Molly getting the kill. I didn't see why he was so low to begin with. Maybe Stardian had traded with him aggressively, but that is rough for Johto.
Yeah. I mean, Molly on that Lee Sin. You got to be careful with both mid laners on the roster of KFC, I guess. It's Molly's home territory.
We do see Pain hanging around the bottom half of the map, giving us a little bit of a headache pain as they loaded into the Rift in the incorrect order. So if you're looking at the bottom of the screen, don't worry. They are still in the right slots. But if we look at the bot lane, we do have another dive coming in here. Double back-to-back kills for Deceived on the Alistar. I mean, maybe they want the gold elsewhere, but Deceived is currently the one carrying.
That's a big cow. The steak that comes from that cow is gonna be a.
Okay, that was yeah, that was a trade, and decisions
Like I said,
were made.
You gotta be careful of both mid laners on the team. You die solo kill to Lee Sin, now you die solo kill to the Corki, and yeah, this is getting pretty brutal here for Johto. Not able to stay afloat in this lane. Definitely going to need some assistance in the future. Could not wait for 4.5 minutes where they will inevitably lane swap and go down to a side lane. Just try to hide underneath the turret.
I want to see wait, Deceived went Rocket Belt. I actually love that. More engage range for the Alistar and a little bit of damage. I was about to say I want to see them go just like full AP at this point. Be like, all right, I'll actually do the damage now rather than just pretending. But yeah, Rocket Belt kind of fills that niche too.
Kangas, I think, maybe this is a hot take, I think you should not play Alistar if that's your instinct.
Nah, come on, come on.
He's like the only frontline that they have.
Hey,
Huh?
he got a third kill. Lamont struggling right now in this lane, and Deceived taking advantage of starting out in a 1v2 situation, does a lot of damage. Here comes Molly.
Ooh.
Can get one. Yeah, there we go, the smite kill. Not gonna let the red buff do it for him. Not gonna let Johto back easily either, but wow, a lot of kills across the board.
Yeah, this is, I'm starting to understand what Imperius's idea was behind this draft. You know, give over this Karma, which it feels like they have a similar read to mine, where Lebmont does not look as comfortable on the ranged enchanters and mages as he does on the melee champions. That's just a matter of like what he's played over the year of gameplay that we've seen from him.
And I was crediting him going into the game that he's picking these champions, but hey, the draft is only the draft. That's why I also said you cannot say a team won the game because of draft. It just gives them tools to use. And if Lamont is not prepared to use the tools of the Karma, good news for Imperius as they're all grouping up right here. It's a 4v4. Corki will be coming in with package. We have to watch for that. Lamont so far setting up really well with the donut. Deceived on the front line here. Big Varus damage. Pokes out Zeo, gets the kill right there. Corki's still in the mid lane, but Molly's on the killing spree as they continue to chase down Deceived. Ooh, big headbutt under the turret. Almost finds something big there. Suki can't quite follow it up.
Wow. KFC, I really hope we get to watch that one again, because the way that they readjusted their battle lines was textbook stuff. I love to see that team fighting prowess from these 5 members that have worked on the best of the best on these teams. I really, really enjoyed watching that one, the way that they just completely shifted focus in that one. After they did give over the Rift Herald, that is something that Imperius took away from that one, but this is just fully professional, the way that they handled that team fight. We got to watch this again, because it's a bit scattered to start, right? It's an objective where they're all coming at it from different angles, but you have to watch what happens after this Gragas ultimate, is used, and the Karma ultimate as well. Zello gets back into position, Molly gets back into position, and Lebmon and Gume stay behind their front line so well, and they all advance together at the same time, at the same speed, all in one just phalanx line. Really love these strategies in the team fights, and it comes such second nature for these guys as well, you can tell.
And now as we're back to live, we might have another fight, because Dragon is up. Everybody is grouped around it. There is no Corki package this time around, so KFC are down a big engage or just kind of fight-splitting tool, but they are up in gold. As we do see, they have spent and have items completed on everybody on the Rift right now. Yes, even Lamont, who was tortured and put behind early game. And they actually get this, though. There's a big flank potentially coming in here from Zello over the wall. Looks for Zio. Can't quite find him. As now Molly gets the kick, but Molly's all alone. Trades his life for Pain. Both junglers down. No smites available.
No smite at all. But Imperius seems like they actually do want to tussle on this Dragon, or at least get positioning for it. Starting goes in a completely opposite direction for his team.
If Zello dies here, that is big. Nice chain of corruption from Gume. Deceived, still walking forward, gets a stun onto Lamont. Can reposition for another combo. Has the headbutt pulverized now, but poked out by Gume. Gume's had really good target selection this entire game. Very impressed with the Varus gameplay.
Well, there's that voice line that you wanted to hear. All spooled up on the Corki. Starting has this package, and he's ready to go for the Drake fight now, with junglers back up and KFC first to the punch. I don't think anyone in Imperius can deny this in any way, especially not with that red carpet dropped.
I was a little confused at first from starting dropping that, but then I realized, hey, they had Dragon. There was no approach. Now it's going to be up and available for the next Dragon, so that's actually pretty cool from starting right there, using the timing correctly, but also maybe he finds a pick. Either way, he gets that just fine.
Okay, I am now showing my confusion a bit and just telling everyone that I haven't seen this game in a little bit before this weekend. What boot enchant does Lebmont have?
Looking, Lebmont. Where's Lebmont on here? Oh, I believe that is the spell shield on an ally. If I'm seeing it correctly. It's on cooldown, so I actually can't tell, but I think that's the one that gives an ally a spell shield. Oh, here's another fight happening. Molly! Blown up! As Imperius get a pick. They're staying in this game, Smacks. They're actually hanging.
Yeah. The picks are working pretty well. They've got Lux, they've got Vi. It's definitely what your comp is supposed to do. It's how you're supposed to find these kills for your team, but it definitely helps when it's on top of Molly, who previously had the most kills on his team. Back to what I was saying, I did not know that that existed.
Yeah, there was a new string of ones that came out. I believe it was 2 patches ago, maybe 3. I think it was on like 3.3a, maybe 3.2b or something. But there was a couple in there. There's one that like knocks away enemies. Okay, Zello might just die right now. Tsuki forces out the ultimate as the Herald has spawned.
Yeah, see, I know about Meteor, and I know that they changed Redemption, and I guess I just didn't know that those ones existed. It looks like an Aphelios weapon, like a thing from Targon.
I think it's Null Magic Mantle. I believe that is the artwork that they use for it.
Oh,
with like the little bubble around it. If you really look close, that's kind of what it looks like to me.
Oh, the cloak. Yeah, I see it.
Yep.
Okay.
The tier 2 magic item in League PC.
Yeah.
I don't think it exists in Wild Rift, right? I think it's just the...
I don't think so.
Well, I forget the name of the...
But it does now.
HP cloak or whatever. Oh, Chain of Corruption is a little wide. As it's just fighting for mid control so you can get the Herald, but these Varus arrows are putting in a lot of work. Poking down Deceived, poking down Zio, stopping them from going in. Pain has to flash over the wall because the team's repositioning to the top half, but he goes in. Can he steal it again? It's actually Jotu that gets the steal with the culling. All right, Imperius with 2 Heralds in a row. Can they get out? Oh, Tsuki flashes into the donut wall. Not the best look, but a big vital spark. Tsuki looks to go back in. Just dies. And now Zio under turret. Molly's looking for even more right now. Big knockback from Deceived, but he goes right back in. Jotu, Deceived! He's trampling. and he's keeping his team alive.
Oh, that was really close for Gume, finding the arrow in that exchange. Clean up a couple of those kills, but can't quite manage it. KFC also super, super low after that play, but Starting knows that nobody is near him. He can use all that damage. Go and take that turret, because as long as it doesn't hit 0, you can have 1 HP. You can still go and play on the map.
Yeah, exactly. You can take camps, you can drop a ward, you can drop a Herald here mid lane. Johto immediately using that. That was such a crazy steal. It was at like 40 health, and just one take of the Colin actually took it. Speaking of, he's throwing it out again. Trying to get some damage in. Oh. Big Karma ult, and now Molly goes in as well, looking for the kick. Zio's still alive. Final Spark actually goes out. He's getting damage down as Zello found a flank here on the Renekton. That's a big shield on a big Croc, and a double kill to Gume. 4-0 and 4 for KFC. They are winning these fights.
And Lepmont, he started this game 0-3-0, hasn't died since, and has helped out his team tremendously since then. That ultimate was beautiful setup. Now KFC, they've got all this map pressure. They can move over towards this dragon lane, take out this structure, take out some of these camps. Kangas, we're getting to that point where it feels like KFC are going to just walk away with this game, and the finals get that 15 points.
Every game against KFC has looked like a gold graph that starts even and at some point goes to KFC side. Yeah, what a setup. Really well done coming in. Lamont, you know, buying back the grace of his team after giving 3 kills in the first 4 minutes. Those are the kind of plays that we expect from Lamont, just finding the right angle, the right window. Oh, Death
Definitely
Brush.
redeeming himself here.
Zello, yeah. He's got no turret to fall back on, and he's just dead.
That is 5 people, 3 ultimates used on Zello. But it's just before the Drake, and even though Starting does have package, not having that big front line here is very meaningful. KFC, you have to be pretty careful here.
Ooh. Damage onto Starting. Uses the package to reposition. These Varus arrows are insane. The poke that they're throwing out there is now it looks like Tuki winning. Not quite tanky enough. Deceived. Now the new frontliner uses a bowling ball, doesn't hit Zio, but Johto is hit. Molly with a double kill. Sonic Waves are landing as Deceived just slams down onto nobody. Zio on retreat, but Gumi's got the slows. Oh, the stun misses. Zio committed, and Gume gets the kill.
That's a 4v5, Kangas. Nobody even died from KFC apart from Zello, who's in that 1v5 beforehand. Now, they don't care about the dragon. Everyone's dead. They can go straight for this Baron all of a sudden. KFC, I said it before, was feeling the foreshadowing of their eventual victory. I think this is the nail in the coffin, even dropping the Karma Donut just to secure some extra damage. That's a Baron for KFC 5 members.
9,000 up. As let's take a look at the replay here. It started off well for Imperius. I'm curious what happened. Like, how did the fight go wrong afterwards? Yeah, they're down ultimates, but it still felt really one-sided.
Yeah, they didn't even have the Corki package to use, but
what does Tuki do?
Imperius, they dive in here. Johto actually isn't able to deal damage for most of this, and the team just gets picked off. You called it out in the middle of the fight too. Varus arrows. So strong from Gume. I'm betting that he's going to have the most damage in the game. At the
Live right now, it looks like kills are happening as well. It's actually Imperius. They get the dragon. They lose Tsuki. It looked like Gume got that kill, 7-0-6 right now. Now Deceived trying to be that front line, trying to be that cow. Look at these rockets and the arrows. Gume and Starting are just so oppressive as the Baron was picked up by KFC during the replay. That's dominance for Zello. They have a cannon minion. Are they going for the game? 30 seconds, 15 on Tsuki, and they just got paid. That is game. That is series. That is a 28-minute best-of-3 won by KFC. They are your first qualifier champions, earning 15 points.
I don't think anyone's too surprised about the results of this entire qualifier, but boy, oh boy, does it feel good to see these players succeeding and doing it without even dropping a single game. It feels like this has been culminating for about a year's worth of gameplay. These 5 players, they've been the longest standing members here in the Wild Rift community. And I was right, by the way. Kangas Gume, that's a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage. These Varus arrows were insane. Unkilled in the entire game. And it felt like throughout the day, throughout yesterday as well, everybody on KFC had an opportunity to carry. We saw each and every one of these players step up at one game or another and be the difference maker for their team. And that is best case scenario for the superstar teams, where it is all these players with experience and skill to back it up, is that as long as, everyone gets along, keep egos in check, play as a team, play together, all these things that we hope happen and sometimes just don't happen. It feels like it's happening right now with this roster, with these 5 gamers, and that is very exciting news for North America.
A lot to look forward to in the future for these 5 players as a squad, as the Kansui fan club, and as the de facto best team in North America that we have right now, with Immortal's departure, with part of that team moving over to this roster. Pretty undisputedly, this is the best team.
Yeah.
So very, very exciting. But before we even think about all of that, congratulations on winning, guys.
Yeah!
Good stuff. No losses at all. First place. That's a cash prize as well.
Walking away $1,600.
Hey.
1,600 is a lot for 5 players to split, or if they want to get Hestia in there as well, coaches, things like that. However they divvy it up, either way, chunk of change right there. So let's take a look at the bracket and update one last time, because this is the final time we'll look at this weekend. We have our champions from the first qualifiers earning 15 points, and first seed going into the second qualifier, should they all stay together, KFC.
Very, very exciting stuff. KFC, of course, it's unlike the WNS circuit, where if you win one of these qualifiers, you don't have to play in the next one. They will be in all of them, assuming they stay together and assuming they want to keep playing. That's a safe assumption to make, as they did just win the entire thing without even losing a single game. They will remain in all of these. They will be very, very hard to take down. And so far, to me, it feels like they're going to be getting 45 points as 3 first places for all you mathematicians out there.
Yeah, I was going to say, if they like money and they like winning, that would be 4,800 plus the 8K if they win playoffs first place. So $12,800, if my math is correct right there. I believe it is.
Sounds right.
Yes, that's right. Quick maths on stream. That's always a risk to do. But split between all the players, that would be fantastic for an off season for Wild Rift. It's incredible that we can even put on these shows. So thank you to RiftMasters for putting this together. It is awesome that we have a reason to get together as a community and hang out and watch all the players and what they're doing in the off season. Hopefully we can get more and more of these. And speaking of, there is more RiftMasters to go next week, and the registration is already open for week 2. If you are watching and you're like, that looks kind of fun, I would love to get roasted by the casters live on broadcast, or even just participate in the tournament in the best of 64 with 32-16 for the quarterfinals, where we have the game streamed. Check out the Discord. I believe it should be linked in the Twitch. If not, it'll be okay. It is sweet, awesome. It's linked in the Twitch. Make sure to click on that. It's the RiftMasters Discord. You can hang out with me and Smacks. We're in there, chat with us, and I believe that we have a leaderboard as well to take a look at with all the points populated to celebrate the teams. There you have it. AFC and Imperius first, second. Paradolia in third place. What a smiteless lease. I'm not going to say it. NXGL in fourth at 8 points, and then all the other members that were in the quarterfinals, Entity 7, Infinity, NDE, and Redline at 6 points apiece. North America and Latin America competing against each other for all the points of prize pool and the glory in the off season. It's been fantastic in week number 1. Smacks, thanks for being on the show. Thanks for being my co-caster and solo casting for a bit there.
Yeah, of course. Internet issues, don't even worry about it. I got you covered. Thank you for being here as well. Thanks to the Twitch chat. I love you guys so much. The Wilder community.
Yes.
So cool. I have been a big fan for over a year now. And love you guys so much.
Major shout-outs to Kimmy and Asmo
Yes.
for giving me so much information. I know Asmo's chatting with you a lot, Smacks, as well. Just like what's been going on this offseason, all the roster changes, where all the players are, who is looking at who, and who is expected to be good. So fantastic that we have so many figureheads in the community that are willing to help us
Very
out
nice
as well,
of you
tell
guys.
the stories. Yeah. Thank you to everybody for tuning in. That is it for week 1. Make sure to tune back in for week 2, starting same time, same place next week. And also sign up if you want to have some fun.
Yeah.
We're not on that show, Smack. Should we get a team together?
I actually might be on that show. I'm not
Oh,
sure.
I'm not.
But regardless, there were 37 teams that signed up for this
Yes.
event. That is the most in any competitive 5v5 Summoner's Rift tournament that NA's ever seen. So that's incredible. Let's get it to 38, shall we? I know you're out there. I know you want to play some Wild Rift.
Mm-hmm.
Give it a sign up. Join
And,
the Rift Masters Discord.
If there's any 4 Grandmaster and above players that want a diamond level top laner, hit me up, because I would love to run it with you and get top 8
do
so
it.
I can get roasted on stream. That would actually be hilarious. I might actually have to try and get something together. Thank you everybody for tuning in. We'll see you next time. Take care.